avoid those places because they make me want to throw things out the window. But something Mockers said yesterday was that actually, looking at the space, we saw a heck of a lot of people that we know and love in the space. Were sincere Vatniks and MAGA types, or how many of them were actually just safariists, there to hear ridiculous things. I do wonder what that balance was exactly, because I did scroll through the space and I did see a heck of a lot of people that are Maria Report listeners and Maria Report regulars just in there, chucking up the laugh emoji.
Yeah, I didn't get a good sample. I didn't see as many people. I only saw Florian. But yeah, you're quite right.
Thank you. Nala, a word on that, then we'll go to Jana.
Yeah, I thought the funniest thing was that there was one guy saying that Zelensky is building statues to gay porn stars in Kiev. That took the cake for me, and I was laughing the whole time through. It was hilarious.
But again, was that a serious person? That's the sort of thing I would say if I was trolling.
Yeah, I mean, Tim, he was serious because he was on the coke addiction Nazi train also, and he just leaned into it quite heavily, so he was serious, actually.
Do we know which gay porn stars are asking for a friend?
Well, I was going to pose that same question, but I just didn't want to go up and speak in that space because it was too crazy for me.
Too crazy, even for Nala. There we go. Jana, welcome to the panel. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you so much for speaking about this, because I really needed some emotional healing after this space. And I really admire Tom Zimbardo, because I sometimes, usually it started by mistake. I want to click on MriyaReport and I get to these spaces, and I often see Tom, and I know it's for his professional curiosity. So hat off to you, Tom. And well, really, thank you for speaking about it, because I really felt crazy. It was interesting. I actually did scroll down to the listeners, and indeed there were many kind of avatars that had Freedom America in there. And I would say that that was the majority. And I was kind of falling asleep and waking up, which you can imagine the nightmare. But there were quite a lot of NAFO fellas and some people I know from here, and it was really reassuring when some bullshit was spewed that they were all laughing, and so that was nice. And the two most interesting things that I've heard, there was, and another thing is, like, they even had in the middle of the European night, they had like interesting speakers on the panels, like Georgian Legion, and there was some Ukrainian minister, and poor guy, he was trying to speak reasonably, and they all talked all over him. This Igor Lopatonok, who blocked me a month ago, who is one of the Vatniks, in very heavy Russian accents, was saying, they do this to us Americans. But anyway, so two takes that interested me. There was one lady who was very emotionally saying how, comparing the speech of Putin and Biden, and she was saying how Putin was so genuine and how he really cares for his people, while Biden just abandons his people and go to a trip to Kiev. So that was one thing. And another thing that really was quite painful for me, and I still have to think about that, it was like they started to spew this thing that it's just a border dispute of two Slavic countries, so why do we have to be involved? So that's my, but really, thank you very much. I'm so glad I can speak about this, and I'll drop down now.
Thank you very much, Jana. I find pictures of videos of kittens often help. If you've seen some horrible Vatnik shit, you just get your YouTube up, get some cat videos, You know, there's millions of hours of that stuff available. You can use it as a kind of eye cleanser. It's a lot less painful than Dettol and a wire brush. You know, it's much easier on the eyeballs, I find.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. Yeah, definitely. I'll take care of myself. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Will.
Hey, Tom. Excellent satire. Excellent thread. Excellent approach to dealing with that bullshit. And I have added my own to yours as instructed. It was great.
Thanks, Will. I'll check it out when I get into work, because I shouldn't really tweet and drive.
Oh no! You don't need to check it out. I just was just throwing it out that I've added to it.
Well, don't keep us in suspense, man. Tell us what it is. You know, if you found out about Marco's secret cellar where she keeps all those gentlemen.
No. I found out things about Anda.
Ah, okay. Was I not supposed to talk about the cellar, Marcus? I thought that was common knowledge.
That's not a secret.
It was real toss up for me if I was going to talk about Mockers or Anda, but I went with Anda because I thought it sounded more farcical.
Okay, so spill the beans.
Oh, should read it to you. Okay, well, you drive. I'll have to pull it up because I don't remember it off the top of my head, of course. Let's see. Oh, not a lot of people know this. I used your exact theme. Not a lot of people know this, but MriyaReport is also used as the super secret blank communications technique where hosts like Anda, yeah, that one, Cherry 78 Row, pass coded messages to the resistance in Crimea. She also hoards loose change for reasons we do not understand.
Yeah, that's right. What we've got to do, right, with this trolling is use ever so slightly broken English, as though you might speak English, but maybe not like a native speaker. So when Yehuda was caught with loose change, it caused a massive incident in American airport. Like just miss out some of the plurals and the does, and it comes across as very vatnik. That's my psychological tip for the day.
Cool.
That's very silly. The problem is that if anybody tries to do me, there's nothing you can make up that isn't actually, that's worse than the truth.
We're gonna do you, mate. We are.
Yeah, the moral story took you, Tim.
But if anything, it'll be an underestimation of my degeneracy. So you've got your work cut out there.
And I am sorry to disappoint you, but I live in a bungalow and I don't have a cellar. But I do have them big boots.
You have the big what?
The big boots,
Oh, boots, right? Okay, you see, that's my degeneracy kicking in again. Anyway, on that bombshell, you are listening to the MriyaReport. A very good morning, everybody. It is coming up to 10:30 Kiev time. That is 8:30 London time. We have been broadcasting 24 hours a day since the escalation began in February 2022. Just under a week from tomorrow's the anniversary, isn't it? 23rd, 24th. Am I correct? Yes, I'm correct. So coming up from a year, we've been broadcasting 24/7, bringing you the most up-to-date information and expert analysis on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We are an all-volunteer organization, but if you like our work, we would ask you please to donate to MriyaAid, MriyaAid.org, which is a Canadian charity which provides non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian armed forces and civil defense organizations such as the Border Guard, Police and Fire Brigade. This aid includes but is not limited to optics, medical equipment, drones, generators, and such like. So if you like what you hear, please do chuck your pennies over to MriyaAid. I would also encourage you to retweet the space. There is a little button with a speech bubble in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You can use that to retweet the space, build our audience, because we crash quite regularly because Twitter twits. So we lose a lot of listeners, but if you please retweet the space, build a bit of a buzz, and we can build up our listener base. Mockers.
Yes. While we were on the subject of doing some trolling, did you hear about this? In fact, I'm going to tell you anyway. Residents of 10 Russian cities apparently heard an announcement on the radio on February the 22nd, warning of an air raid and potential missile strike. Later, the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations revealed that the alert was indeed the result of a hacking attack. Now, we saw a number of videos of people purporting to hear this over the radio, and apparently it's true.
Good heavens. So somebody has spoofed them with an alert then.
Vive la Resistance.
Sacre bleu, Moulin Rouge, and other naughty French words. That's interesting. I see we do have a Chris on the panel who is a cyber expert. Maybe Chris would like to talk a little about the cyber war between Ukraine and Russia. Chris, are you there? Chris, put down the Malamutes. Come and talk to us.
I was going to say he might be pinned under several Malamutes at this moment. We'll have to come back to him when he's not otherwise engaged.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay,
well,
yeah.
At this point, I have the UK MOD report, which I've been sitting on for an hour and a half. Bear with me 1 second while I just bring it back up on my. Bear with me 1 second while I just bring it back up on my screen, because I wasn't going to sit here for an hour. Oh, what was that?
What was that?
Whatever it was, it wasn't me. Anyway, on the 21st of February 23, President Putin made his first State of the Nation speech since 2021. He made it clear that he intends to continue with his special military operation in Ukraine. He characterized Western elites as having become a symbol of total unprincipled lies. Okay. And suspended Russia from the New START treaty. Putin continued the bellicose tone he had adopted in speeches over the last 6 months, but did not reveal any practical measures which might relieve Russia's current deadlock on the battlefield. Putin continues to present a contradictory narrative of an existential struggle, while insisting everything in Russia is fine and going to plan. This renders both messages ineffective. So yeah, there's the Russian. There's the British MOD telling it how it is, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed. It's very judgmental, isn't it? Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the thing he said about Western elites, right? That's a kind of classic dog whistle. So depending on what matters to you, you can read into that whatever you want. So whenever I hear the phrase Western elites, my anti-Semitism antenna start buzzing, right? Because that's that it's like saying rootless cosmopolitans or global bankers. It's like you kind of know who they're getting at there, right? If you're talk about global elites lying. Whatever particular issue you have with your political establishment, you can read that into it, right? So if you're one of these anti-vax types, you can read that in. If you're a culture warrior, you can read that in. If you're a tanky type, you can read that in. If you hate the quote military industrial complex or whatever, you can read that in. So it's kind of a dog whistle. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. If you have a gripe, and your gripe is vaguely tanky-ish or MAGA-ish, then you can certainly read that in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But the British MOD is obviously having none of it. They basically said, yeah, it's a bunch of lies this way and it's a bunch of lies that way, and we don't believe a word of it. So yeah, I like that. Will, go ahead.
And they, the MOD report was very analytical too. I mean, so oftentimes they just deliver the facts, right? But they provided their analysis, like on the two messages, and stating that definitely it decreases both. They don't usually go to that extent. It was good. It was nice and scoldy, which I like in a British accent.
Yeah, whoever wrote that today has opinions.
Absolutely. So in other news, President Biden has been in sunny Poland, where he has been off the back of his trip to Ukraine. He has been addressing a he's received a very, very warm welcome from Poland. He had a crowd of an estimated 30,000 people. And he also delivered a speech of his own. Now, he studiously avoided Putin's nonsense and just basically trolled Putin instead. So the announcement, Putin's announcement that they would be withdrawing from the START 3 treaty, which is a nuclear arms reduction treaty, which effectively limits the number of strategic launch systems that each power is allowed to maintain to around 2,000 in total. START 3 is one of those things that's a bit of a damp squib because it ignores a number of key systems that both countries can operate, but currently don't. It also ignores the tactical launch side of nuclear warfare. So it places absolutely no limits on the number of warheads you can have and launch with tactical assets such as F-16 or whatever the Russian version is, Su-35, I suppose. So it's a treaty with a lot of holes in it, but Putin announced in his speech that he was reneging on that treaty, the New START treaty, also known as START 3. Mr. Biden did not mention this at all in his speech. His speech took a more ideological tone. So he painted a picture of, well, an accurate picture of this war, this Russian aggression, as being a struggle between political poles. Don't mean poles as in political Polish people, but political modes of thought. So it is a battle between democracy and authoritarian nightmare. It's the Guardian has reported that this is very much a central theme of his foreign policy, and he emphasized that, as he stated in Kiev, he emphasized that this is a war that Ukraine is very much winning. He has also reaffirmed his support for Ukraine, and it has. He has reaffirmed his support for Ukraine and generally been on pretty good form, wouldn't you say, Marcus?
Well, I believe he specifically stated that he wasn't there to encourage anybody to have negotiations. He was there to give Ukraine the full support it required. And that in particular in messaging, I think, is a big one.
Something else that's interesting is that the anti-nuclear weapons movement, which is a creature of the KGB, do seem to be turning against Putin due to this move. An organization called Global Zero, I'm not sure of their provenance, but if they're anything like the CND, then they're a straight-up KGB operation. They have said that this is a desperate political move by Putin to stoke fear and undermine support for Ukraine. So there is no need for the US to respond in kind or adjust its nuclear posture, and any move to do so plays into Putin's hands. So interesting that the anti-nuclear movement, I may be slandering Global Zero, I don't know what their provenance is, but the British anti-nuclear movement is an absolute hive of scum. So if they're anything like that, then this is an interesting turn of affairs.
No, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when Tim was rattling off things that made his anti-Semitism, he only missed the World Economic Forum, and then he would have mentioned everything that came up in the space yesterday. So good job, Tim.
Oh, right, so these things were quite explicitly mentioned.
Oh yes, and many times, and with very sort of high-pitched, tight voices too. It was hilarious, actually.
I'm not sure why people have to get so excited about these things. I mean, you know, can we not just get along? It would be an awful lot easier. Yeah. It baffles me that people believe such bonkers things, but I suppose some people want to believe bonkers things, don't they? And some people just do it out of bad faith.
You see, I don't know. I'm honestly in two minds about this, right? So something I mentioned sometimes on the space is I'm something of an amateur historian of the Holocaust, and one of my hobbies is converting Holocaust deniers, right? Because in my experience, there is a hard core of them, people who deny the historical truth of the Holocaust. There is a hard core of them who are motivated by ideology or straight up anti-Semitism. There's a lot of those, but then there's a periphery of people who think of kind of genuinely curious people who think they've stumbled upon hidden knowledge. And those are the ones who can be talked around, right? Because you know they're genuinely they tend to fit a particular profile. They're almost all young men. They almost all live in Western countries. They're almost all fairly well educated, and they're almost all intelligent. And they have a sort of curiosity about this stuff that would probably make them excellent historians if they were armed with accurate information, right? If they'd not gone down the online Holocaust denial rabbit hole, they would probably be reading, reading and perhaps writing interesting stuff about history. But instead, they are writing nonsense about the Holocaust. And these are people who, if you can engage them, and if they are acting in good faith, which a lot of them are, I found, then they can kind of be talked around. The same, interestingly, is true of flat earthers. There's something that they do. I was in what is it? Sacramento. Where is UC Berkeley? Is it in Sacramento? I think it's in Sacramento. I can't remember exactly where it was, but there is UC Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. They hold an event called Beer and Astronomy, and they do this on a monthly basis, I think. And I attended this event. It's basically you go to the pub, and somebody from the astronomy department of UC Berkeley comes and talks about something. And I'm not particularly into space stuff. I'm not particularly into science, but I went along to this event when I was in California a few years ago, and it was absolutely fascinating. They had this young chap who was a reader in astrology come and do a talk, and his talk was about flat Earth. And he made broadly the same point. He said that flat earthers would make excellent scientists if they were armed with good information, because they are genuinely curious, they genuinely care about proving their beliefs, and they are actually quite good at sifting through evidence and examining it. They just have bad evidence. And so I took what he'd said and applied it to Holocaust denial and thought, well, you know, a lot of these people are genuinely curious, and they are, you know, they are kind of trying. They do have a thirst for knowledge and a thirst for truth. And I found you can actually talk them down. You can talk them around, and I've done this with about 20 or 30 people now online. And it was until I got too busy with MriyaReport, it did become a sort of hobby. And so crank magnetism is crank magnetism, I guess. So if somebody holds if somebody holds one loony belief, there's a very good chance they'll hold a whole flush of them. But at the same time, you do see in those circles a periphery of people who are genuinely intelligent, genuinely curious, and genuinely acting in good faith, who have just fallen in with the wrong crowd. And I think those are people at whom we can direct a sane message. What do you think, Tom? You're a psychologist. Tom?
Yeah, it was just on the people believing conspiracy theories and just some of the sort of psychological biases. Because I think what you're saying is right, is it's not necessarily that these people can't seek out information. Very often they can seek out exactly the sort of information that they want to seek. But the psychological biases that are going to prevent us from taking on board conflicting information are confirmation bias, which is the tendency to want to seek out more information that already agrees with the worldview that you've got. So, you know, if you're already a flat earther, you're going to be great at finding more information that suggests the world is flat, that makes you think, oh, yes, I'm right, you see. And the other one is cognitive dissonance, which is a term for the sort of painful experience that you get when you find information that disagrees with your worldview, because actually if you were to take that on board, you'd feel stupid, and no one wants to feel stupid. So, you know, if you're a flat earther and there's a live broadcast from the International Space Station and you can see the curvature of the Earth, or, you know, that sort of thing, or someone takes a photograph of the Earth from a satellite, you're going to ignore that and say, oh, well, you know, that's all fake, isn't it? Because the alternative is to realize, oh shit, I was wrong. And no one wants to feel stupid. So those are the things that affect people in terms of conspiracy theories.
And I think when it comes to that, right, we have to reposition this, you know, this notion of wrongness, right? We have to reposition it as an honorable thing, right? It does take moral courage to admit that you were wrong and change your position, right? That's not an easy thing to do psychologically. Wouldn't you say, Tom?
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, when I work with people in therapy, the whole basis of cognitive behavioral therapy, that's probably the most widely used psychotherapy nowadays, is that you need to kindly ask people to share with you what their beliefs are. And then if those beliefs are, you know, wrong, erroneous, distorted, exaggerated, and causing them further distress, typically depression or anxiety in the work I do, then you need to help them to kindly evaluate the evidence and come to a more realistic belief. Contra to what people think, it's not about positive thinking, it's about more realistic thinking, because that helps you to be more in touch with reality and less, you know, highly anxious or depressed in my line of work. But in terms of conspiracy theories, it would be helping someone to see the truth while simultaneously not thinking, and that means I was stupid. Because if they start to think that you're suggesting that they're stupid, they'll get defensive or clam up and they won't do it. So if I was in psychotherapeutic mode with these conspiracy theory people, that would be the approach that I would take. And I think that's very much what you're describing, Tim. The problem is that I have the tendency to feel my blood boil when people deny these genocides. And so I get angry, and then, of course, they're going to get angry and no one gets anywhere. So, yeah, it's imagine if you could remove a harmful meme from someone's mind without them or you believing that they were stupid. That's what we're trying to do. But it's really difficult because people won't let you in their head, and they'll often think you are saying they're stupid. And sometimes we do think that, and we do say that because we're just exasperated when people believe such bullshit.
Absolutely. Mockers.
Yes, I'm getting reports just in, sir, of explosions in the area of MriyaReport again this morning. Advisor to the mayor, Andrushenko, has confirmed this. So, yeah, something happening.
Excellent. Please do keep us updated. Chris, you've demalamuted.
Good morning, Tim and Tom. I haven't heard Tom for ages, and Mockers and everybody. Yeah, I've done nothing yet. The kids are off school, Tim, so I'm everything's back to front. Mockers, I don't know what I just sent you something in the DM and that. I don't know what the sound equivalent of a boom is for a cyber attack. So I'll just use or something like that for the minute. You guys can discuss that and decide. But it appears that Putin had a bit more problems than that with his speech, because apparently when it was being televised in Russia, there was a cyber attack which interrupted said speech being propagated throughout Russia. So I thought that was quite interesting. No, maybe, yes. Anyway.
Sorry, talking into a muted mic there, Chris. Yeah, well, did you hear about the radio also being broadcast? Did you hear what I was saying earlier?
Or something. No, I didn't. Go on.
Oh, right. Okay. So in 10 areas of Russia, I've got to just find my note now. Residents of 10 Russian cities heard announcements on the radio on February the 22nd, warning of an air raid and potential missile strike. Later, the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations revealed the alert was the result of a cyber attack. Now, we did see yesterday a number of people sending videos, and they were sat in a car in Russia, recording the sound from the radio, which was indeed an air raid alert, a warning of incoming air raid and the air raid side alert. And so I did see 2 separate videos of that, and now there's been that announcement. So I just thought, go hackers.
Oh, that is really good news. I shall pass that back to my friend who informed me of the TV cyber attack. So if I may, just Tim, I've been thinking about something. I didn't hear you obviously did something yesterday, but I didn't hear it. I just heard the discussion after you did it, right? So you presented some a case or something like that, I think, right? But listen, I want to get your thoughts on this, right? Because I've been thinking about this idea of when we have won the war, or Ukraine has won the war, and we've pushed the Russians back to their land, right? And then we, whatever term you use, Tim, we sort of like lock them up and then let them stew in their own juices, type of idea. Yeah, is that basically what you've been thinking?
Well, I did a kind of ad hoc segment about the history of the NATO's eastward expansion meme, and what it means in Russian strategic thought, and kind of tried to contextualize it in Russian history. Yeah.
Okay, so like basically, what I've been thinking is this. I've been thinking, right? Actually, I think we need to go on the what shall I call it, right? Chipping away blocks of ice theory. So I think this is just my view being formulated and that, right? That instead of like locking them up and let them stew, right? We need to actively support the breaking up of Russia, right? And when I say that, I mean, you know, so I think we actually are, aren't we? Because, well, obviously, you know, we're supporting Ukraine. We probably would support Belarus. We would support maybe Georgia, Chechnya, etc. But maybe we would support other people as well in some way. So, like, here's my sort of like simple thing, right? Is that if we can chip away at it, right, until all that's left is Muscovy, then there won't be much of a threat to anybody anymore. I'd just like to get your comments on that, basically.
Sure. So this is a little tricky in my view, right? So I'm a bit of a skeptic that the breakup of the Russian Empire would make an enormous difference. And this is because of the demographic balance within the Russian Empire. It's got a population of 140, 145 million people. 100 million of those are Russians, and nearly all of them live on our side of the Ural Mountains. So there is a contiguous nation and people, Russia, which is next to Europe, and it is the driving political and cultural force behind Russian imperialism. So, you know, it's still a nation of 100 million people. You know, it's still going to be the most populous nation in Europe. For this reason, I'm a little skeptical that breaking up the Russian Empire, though a good thing in and of itself, is going to make an enormous difference to the security issue that is Russia. I'm just a little skeptical of that. I also think that, you know, it would be very nice to see European Russia broken up into its historic, its historic statelets. So you have, you know, Novgorod, the Republic of Pskov, Muscovy proper, etc. Again, I'm not convinced that that would be possible simply because there is a Russian national identity that transcends those historic states. You know, it would be like breaking up England into Wessex and, you know, Mercia and all of that stuff. I just don't think it's politically or culturally feasible, right?
Well, see, I'm quite encouraged by your response there, Tim, right? Because a little skeptical. I think that's you know, that I think we could work on that, right? See, I tell you what worries me, or slightly worries me anyway, right? With this idea of like lock it all up and then let the pot stew, right? Is that we're not in control of it, and I'm like thinking, well, it's about time we got in control of all of this, right? Let's not be in control. Let's be in control and do it.
I mean, Chris, that's a noble aim, but I don't think we can just be in control of Russia's nuclear stockpile. I think it's going to be really unpredictable to know how this is going to end for the Russians when they finally lose in Ukraine and withdraw. I don't think any of us really can predict how it's going to go, but, you know, there's going to be a period of massive uncertainty, turmoil, and possibly even heightened risk, because they've still got those weapons, even if many of them are rusty and not working properly, and they're not simply going to give them up. And this isn't going to end with tanks into Moscow. This isn't going to end like World War II ended. If anything, I think this would end somewhat more similar to how the conflict in Korea ended, with maybe some sort of armistice, sort of global isolation, that kind of thing. And then we're just going to have to sit back and see how it plays out inside Russia. I don't think it's something that the West can control. We can influence it, but we can't control it.
But we can't control the other way either.
Sorry, what's the other way?
Well, if we just lock them up, right, and then wait and see what happens, right, we're not in control of that at all.
Yeah,
I mean, know what's going to happen.
Obviously you're right, and we're not in control of North Korea either. But that's because, you know, the alternative options that we could physically do, the cost is simply too high. You know, this isn't going to end with regime change and tanks in Moscow like it did in Baghdad or like it did in Berlin. So given that we can't realistically achieve that end, what is more realistically likely to happen? And no one can predict the precise details of it. Putin could cling on to power for years and years, or he could be killed, or he could somehow, because he's too much of a risk and he's too powerful. So I don't think any of us can predict exactly how it's going to work out, but I think we can be pretty sure that we're not going to see Ukrainian or American or NATO tanks in Moscow. And that means we're not going to have a regime change. We're not going to rewrite the Russian constitution. We're not going to control the narrative in any way. That means that it will be for the Russians to sort out. And that's frustrating and difficult, and means that it will probably continue to be a corrupt hellhole for many years. But it's also not our responsibility to do that. It's our responsibility to defend freedom and democracy, and that's what we're doing. So we might have to leave them to their fate, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I actually didn't say go into Moscow. I deliberately said chip away around the edges. You see, because what I'm getting really fed up, right, of the fact is that we seem to allow Russia to go round, interfering in countries and destabilizing in countries, while we don't do anything. Well, apparently we don't do anything. I'm sure we do something, right? But we don't do anything really as effective, it seems, as they do. We just like sit back and ignore it, and then it all blows up in our faces, and then we have to go do something about it.
Yeah, and I think one thing that Russia invading Ukraine, or the further invasion of Ukraine in last year has done, is woken up the world to realize that for some people in Russia, the Cold War never ended, and they've just carried on hating us and wanting to see our downfall. And in terms of sort of psyops and propaganda, it never really finished. And I think the sort of mindset that we would have had in like the 1970s and the 1980s, where like a newspaper editor or a news program editor would realize, this is Russian propaganda. Maybe we shouldn't put this on television in primetime America. That mindset has been lost. And now you see Russian propaganda being regurgitated on certain channels in the West. And I think slowly the sort of gears of the Western immune system, if you could call it that, will grind, and I think we will realize we are in a Cold War type situation with the Russians, and I think we will push back on their propaganda. We will not publicize it. We will understand that they don't mean us well at all. They don't want to be our friends and trade. They want to see our downfall, and we won't stand for it, and we will push back. But I think it's going to take like a generational mindset change, because I think the people who had their hands on the levers of power in the 1970s and 1980s are retired or dead, and the people who are in power now, for the most part, have grown up, during peacetime, and the last 30 years we've had this idea that the Russians are in some way our friends, and that's been proven to be bullshit. So I think you're right. I think we will go back to sort of counter propaganda and the like.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Room Hater.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to comment on the topic earlier about the hacking. I'd heard through the grapevine that Anonymous was claiming responsibility for at least one of the hacks, the one that disrupted the broadcast of Putin's speech. Had anyone else heard anything about anyone claiming responsibility for those hacks?
This is such a Chris question. Chris. Oh no, he's under a bombardment of Malamutes again, I'm guessing.
I am just about to start, actually, Tim. But yeah, I don't actually know. But obviously, I know Anonymous have said that they would carry on doing this and that. Leave it with me, and I'll do some digging, and I'll come back.
And the way I understand Anonymous to work is it's a bit like ISIS, right? It does activities, and basically anybody can act under its banner if they agree with its goals. So it's not a question of it being an organization that does things. It's people who do things in the name of that organization. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Kind of like NAFO.
A bit like
Yeah.
NAFO, absolutely, yeah. So yeah, when Chris is a little less busy, we have talked a lot about cyber attacks this morning, or at least we touched on cyber attacks this morning. And I would very much like to do a segment with somebody who knows about that stuff, and we do have Chris who knows a lot about that stuff, being a cyber evangelist. But he unfortunately is busy with his furry Arctic friends. So I lack the background knowledge on this topic to comment, I'm afraid.
All I'll say is I hear people claim these things a lot, and all I can tell you is I know that Ukrainian cyber people are very, very good, and may indeed be members themselves of said group, but I do know that they definitely have their own group of cyber people, and it would be quite typical of them to try and troll Putin on such a day. I don't see that would be out of their bounds, to be honest. They particularly do enjoy getting a troll in at an appropriate time, Ukrainian people. So I would say I reckon it was Ukraine in some way.
Yes, I've heard that group is very competent. And yeah, I chose my words carefully. I said claimed responsibility. I didn't say they were responsible. And this is one of those things where it's possible we'll never know who did it, just for reasons of operational security.
Yeah, I think being able to be ambiguous about who did it and how and why and when is entirely part of it.
Yeah, that's part of the game.
Marcus, shall we talk about Prigozhin?
Go on then if you want to. But Chris has just popped his hand up, so maybe he just wanted to add to the last conversation first.
Sorry, folks. Yeah, I was tied up. Well, what I was going to say, if you like, is sort of along the lines of everything's changed. Is, I think that there is going to be, or has been actually, but there's going to be like a massive change in the cyber attack world. All countries started to create far more attacking cyber forces, and I think, as Tom was sort of alluding to, that we will all start to be a lot more active. And I guess the strange thing is as well, isn't it, right, that instead of having to like fight for resources to do this, right, we will actually get some support now, maybe, right, or some further support. So there'll be increased investment in our ability to both defend and attack. So, like I say, I don't know who's responsible for that particular cyber attack and that, but I will do some digging around and come back later. So I'm not sure if that helps at all. And I do have to go Malamute now. Sorry.
It's all good. Enjoy your furry mountain friends. Well,
So,
Tim.
what Prigozhin doing? Now, Prigozhin, as we all know, Evgeny Prigozhin, to give his full name, is a slightly strange-looking bald man who is not only a chef.
I've got to ask you, Tim, something.
Yes.
Sorry to jump in. I've got to ask you, have you ever seen the TV series Preacher?
No, I don't watch television.
Well, anyone who's seen Preacher will know exactly who I'm talking about when I say Prigozhin is the man in the white suit. Will knows what I'm talking about. That's fine. Right at one point he gets an especially embarrassing scar on his head, which looks like a lady part, and that's all I can think of when I look at Prigozhin. But carry on.
Sorry, references to popular culture after about 17 are probably going to be lost on me, I'm afraid. Yeah, so anyway, Evgeny Prigozhin, the man in the white suit, although he usually wears a dark suit, he is not only a chef, he is also the boss of Wagner Group, hilariously dubbed PMC Wagner, private military company. As we all know, is not a proper private military company. Private military company is a security firm that specializes in protecting private interests in very hostile working environments. So if you're an oil company and you've got business in, let's say, northern Iraq, then you may well hire a PMC to protect your executives as they go and look at stuff. They tend to be staffed by retired members of Western Special Forces organizations, such as the SAS, such as US Special Forces, GIGN, KSK. So the creme de la creme of Western soldiery. They're very effective, they're very well paid, and there are lots of stories of their personal gallantry in the face of the enemy. Wagner Group calls itself a PMC, but it is of course nothing of the kind. It is a dual-faced organization. One side of it is sort of jobbing genocidaires. So they're an arm's length, quasi-deniable arm of the Russian state, whose job it is to go and destabilize African countries, kill lots of people, and steal all their stuff. The other side is they've begun to take a key role in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and they have been recruiting from prisons a lot. Russia has a very substantial prison population, about 400,000 people. So Wagner Group has been busy hoovering up the very worst murderers and rapists they can lay their hands on from the Russian prison system, and drafting them into the service of Wagner Group, where they have been mounting attacks mainly in the Bakhmut AO, which have been about as successful as you can expect. It's mainly Wagner Group, though, is mainly staffed by retired members of the regular Russian armed forces. So that's Wagner Group, their boss Evgeny Prigozhin, who has been saying things about his quote peers unquote in the Russian army. Marcus.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, private military groups. So if they're a private military group, that means that they purchase and provide all their own stuff. Would you not expect? It's just that they appear to now only be being allowed the standard amount of ammunition that a usual Russian soldier receives, instead of what they're used to. I don't know why they're being rationed, but you would have thought that a private military group wouldn't need to worry about other people supplying them in such ways that they'd already do that themselves. So maybe not so private after all.
Well, absolutely not. The Wagner Group is recognized for what it is. It is an arm of the Russian state. It is called a private military company, but that's self-designated. Right, it's nothing of the kind. Prigozhin is a key courtier of Vladimir Putin. He is a part of the Russian state, and his forces are recognized as an arm of the Russian state by every observer except Russia. Yeah, I did see the headlines about Wagner Group running out of ammunition, which interestingly was confirmed by Prigozhin himself. Do you have any more color on that, Marcus?
Well, there was complaints that previously they were given much more ammunition, and now they have been sort of limited to the regular amount that is handed out. And it's almost as though they no longer have their special status. And well, gosh, that's an awful shame for them, isn't it? Prigozhin is very unhappy about this, and he did spout off something yesterday, or maybe the day before, having a good old whine about the Russian MOD and how they're basically trying to put him out of business or something along those lines. He wasn't a happy bunny. It was quite fun.
Absolutely. And he's become an even less happy bunny. So Evgeny Prigozhin, the boss of this mercenary force Wagner Group, the jobbing genocide, has said that has criticized the regular Russian forces for exactly this reason. He has said Moscow's chief of the general staff and the defense minister have given out orders left and right, only to not give ammunition. Sorry, this is a really crap sentence. Not only to not give ammunition to PMC Wagner, but also not to help it with air transport. There is direct opposition going on, which is nothing less than an attempt to destroy the Wagner Group. This can be equated to high treason. This comes on the back of his accusations that the regular Russian military have deliberately kept back materiel from Wagner. He's accused the high command of not delivering the entrenching tools that Wagner Group operatives need to build defensive fortifications. And previously, he has criticized the bureaucratic nature of Moscow's defense establishment for slowing down potential military gains, and also he has accused the regular Russian military of attempting to steal victories from Wagner. Which victories he's talking about, I'm not exactly sure, because there haven't really been very many. Yeah, he's going all out. So he's further said that all requests for ammunition for assault units. Oh no, sorry, this is the MOD talking here. The Russia's defense ministry has denied his accusations, saying that all requests for ammunition for assault units are met as soon as possible. As soon as possible, I think, is a telling phrase there. And he has denounced the accusations as absolutely false, and further said that attempts to create a split within the close mechanism of interaction and support between units of the Russian fighting groups are counterproductive and work solely for the benefit of the enemy. So it looks like there's some kind of internal politics going on here, Marcus. What do you think?
Well, there was also the fact that Prigozhin was apparently not invited to Putin's speech, or at least he definitely wasn't there. Put it that way. Somebody said he'll be running up and down looking for ammo in every corner, and so would be far too busy to be attending a 2-hour speech of nothing. But still funny, or notable.
Well, I guess this comes off the back of his. He's been taken down a peg, hasn't he, Prigozhin? Because it's been variously reported that Wagner Group will stop recruiting from prisons, but I've also seen it reported that actually Prigozhin and Wagner Group were stripped of their right to recruit from prisons, rather than it being something they voluntarily decided was a shit idea. I mean, it is a shit idea. But he seems to be kind of circling the drain. So perhaps there's a slight hint of defensiveness here.
I think Putin saw him as a threat and issued orders to his military to cut off his air supply.
Oh, that is entirely possible. This is one of the things about managing an aristocracy, right? You can't let any one of them become too powerful. One of the ways you gain power within Putin's court is you make a military contribution to the aggression in Ukraine. Wagner Group makes a big, albeit ineffectual, military contribution to the aggression in Ukraine. If that becomes too big, they are basically managing the Bakhmut battle space, as I understand it. If that becomes too significant, then he's going to need his neck winding in quite substantially. Okay, so we've got a few hands. I believe David was first.
Yeah, on Prigozhin. Sorry, are there two Davids on the line at the moment?
Nope, just you.
Oh, just me. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Prigozhin. I think he's he's kind of an irrelevance and more or less a clown for the court, if you like, much like Kadyrov. But I wouldn't make too much of the internal fighting. It's definitely going on. But an interesting aspect of this is probably that they're just running out of ammunition, right? So, I mean, he's requesting ammunition from the army. The army's not supplying it. Why they're not supplying it is up for discussion. But I would assume that they're having trouble keeping up with demand. Much is made at the moment of the lack of ability on the Western side to scale arms manufacture, and whilst that is certainly a concern, just compare the capability of the West to scale with Russia, and that basically there's no comparison. So even in the state that our lamentable arms procurement arm is, we're still, I think, much better positioned. So I don't think that the discussions around our lack of ability to produce arms is really significant, unless China steps in a massive way to supply Russia directly, which, as we said earlier, was probably unlikely. I wanted to come back a little bit to Chris's point about wrapping up Russia in a box, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of what's going to happen to Russia, because I think that's largely speculative, and kind of the consensus is that we wrap them up in a box for now. But if, Chris, you're interested in talking about this in more depth, there's an interesting idea or philosophy, if you like, coming from somebody called Benjamin Tallis. And he's come up with a horrible neo label for a political idea, which is what's he calling it? Neo-idealism. And the basic dilemma is somehow in the West it's quite difficult to define what we actually stand for. So this notion that we can promote or impose a system externally to a third country is problematic in that, well, for two reasons. First of all, it's not really clear we have a very clear idea internally what that system is, because we have a plurality of systems in the West. And the second thing is that there's a previous neoconservatism, which had the aim of an ethical foreign policy and building kind of nations outside of the direct sphere of influence of the West, which has been an abject failure, I would argue, because of a lack of imperial intent rather than the imperial intent itself. Nevertheless, there is a backlash which has to be managed against the notion that where the West imposes its ideas outside, and yeah, there's a lot of discussion about this at the moment, and yeah, defining what we stand for is really quite tricky, because in many ways what we stand for is plurality and freedom, and that opens the door to some of the extreme views as well, coexisting in our society, and it also makes if you want, the marketing effort for the idea of promoting these ideas actively just difficult. So there's a philosopher called Karl Popper who, in his philosophy of science, says basically that people kind of have the misconception that science tells you what is, and really that's not the case. What the case is that science tells you what isn't, and the rest of it is a question mark. So we're still working out the rest, and all we've got on the whole is best theories to go on. So if you look at the field of science, you have very, very few laws. That's because the laws are things that are basically what is, but you have a lot of theories on the other hand, which is the area of what could be, let's say.
Thank you, David. I just want to do a quick audio check. Apparently my audio went tinny. Is it better now, guys?
It's great.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much, David. I believe it was Mandel next.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. I'd like to add a few words about Prigozhin. Prigozhin star has begun to set after long months of it rising, and this has following to do with him failing to deliver on some of the promises, capturing Bakhmut with his own forces, and Putin apparently decided to turn away from him and turn away from relying on his irregular forces, and instead putting his trust in Gerasimov and Shoigu and the entire conventional Russian military once again. And this decision is now marginalizing Wagner. In fact, it's marginalizing the entire Siloviki faction. But they still try to contribute to the war efforts. And Putin, the reason he turned to Prigozhin's irregular forces to begin with was to get through this period of time following the culmination of the Russian conventional military, after the very costly, very reckless push to seize for Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. And of course, they fought, the Wagner forces fought for Putin since the first day of the war, and they played key roles in offensive operations like in Popasna and Luhansk, and they assisted other troops in the Battle of Severodonetsk. But there was a shift, and they shifted their efforts to Bakhmut in early July, reinforcing the units with recruited prisoners at the time. And they made a few advances, which led to this axis in August. But Russia's push on Lysychansk and Severodonetsk followed a very unsuccessful drive on Kiev, resulted in the consumption of most of their offensive power in Donbass. So they paid very dearly to seize MriyaReport and the two remaining cities in Luhansk. And so they faced a very significant shortage of troops. So Putin was prompted to launch, the volunteer recruitment and allowed Prigozhin to expand his forces, prisoners. And this was an effort to attempt to mitigate some of these personnel shortages and maintaining momentum. And Prigozhin very likely imagined that his efforts would continue to lend him more political power, more military power, but now it appears that he fell from grace and he fell from influence, and this actually reflects the real limitations of his powers. I don't think Putin never really fully given in to any of Prigozhin's recommendations. Prigozhin had a lot of demands throughout this period, and
he probably always planned to put Prigozhin back in his place once the conventional military improved a bit enough to bear the burden of continuing the war on itself. And now the whole it seems that they've cut Wagner off completely, and Prigozhin was crying about lack of access to artillery shells and heavy weaponry, as you said. But I think this appeal, the true frustration with Wagner's inability to have and operate their own artillery systems independent of the Russian units. I think it's unlikely completely without any artillery. They're still probably receiving artillery from the conventional Russian military that have been supporting their operation in the area. But the Russian military did strip Wagner of the privilege to use the artillery systems independently, which, of course, Prigozhin is trying to describe as a disregard for his serviceman's life. And this rhetoric is actually quite successful in some around some military bloggers who still express solidarity with Wagner and the brand of Wagner's ultranationalism. There were even calls by some of these military bloggers to say that those who boycott Prigozhin are boycotting Putin. And there were complaints that they're dependent on heavy weapons and ammunition, and so there are further confirmations that Wagner isn't the sole force nowadays working on Bakhmut. It seems that the VDV is increasingly supplementing the roles that Wagner used to play there. I'm going on a little bit of a tirade, but the reason I actually raised my hand was to ask if anyone saw the article that was published in the Financial Times yesterday about Prigozhin and his international companies that belong to the Wagner Group, which, in spite of the sanctions, continue to garner hundreds of millions of dollars of profits. They said that there's this company called Aeropolis, which receives energy concessions from Syria in exchange for recapturing oil fields. And it had a net profit of almost $90 million last year, despite US sanctions. Despite this company having direct sanctions even since 2018. And another one of his companies, which run gold mines in Sudan and Mercury, is showing 180% return rates for investors. So all of this is happening in spite of the sanctions. So I'm wondering if anyone know about the extent of the sanctions and what can be done in light of these failure to stop Russian and Russian-backed actors that help Russia fight against Ukraine.
Well, I mean, I think a very quick correction there. It's my understanding that Prigozhin does not come from the security state apparatus. You know, he comes from a very different background from Putin, for example. So
we must have lost both the hosts there. Hey, Meng, you're up next, buddy.
Oh, am I not audible?
Apparently, I'm not audible to Will.
Will, you can't hear me. Why am I talking to you? You can't hear me.
No, actually, I think Meng's up before me.
Am I audible, everybody?
Yes, David, we can hear you.
I'm not David.
Tim, you're audible to me at least.
Fantastic.
Oh, Tim, sorry.
Okay.
And I can hear
issues
you,
with
David,
Will.
and Tim. Oh, there we go.
Will
There's Tim.
has the issue. He needs a cycle.
Will, I suggest you drop down and come back up again because your audio is going wrong, horribly wrong. I was just going to say to Elon, Prigozhin doesn't come from the security state, right? He's not an ex-KGB guy. He's not a traditional oligarch by any stretch of the imagination. You know, he came up as a petty crook who went into business and curried favor with money, essentially. So he comes from the Voryzakony kind of background. He's not one of the traditional elites of Putin's court, right?
Yes, correct. He's what I would call part of the Siloviki faction. People like him, people like Kadyrov, who have their own separate force, independent of the state of conventional Russian military forces.
Well, Siloviki is it refers to state security professionals, so people from a KGB background, essentially. Is that understanding not correct?
Could you repeat that? The first part of your sentence was cut off.
Okay. So Siloviki to me means people who come from a professional state security background. So it refers to the internal security apparatus professionally, of which Prigozhin.
When I say okay,
member, right?
when I say Siloviki, I mean a small group of Russian businessmen and leaders with very meaningful power bases that are parallel to the military companies. People like Prigozhin, people like Kadyrov. Yeah.
That I don't think that's what the term means. The term Siloviki refers to security types, so KGB types.
Okay, but that's not how. That may be technically correct, but not how it's used in the vernacular.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Elon. Let's go to David.
Yeah, a couple of things about Prigozhin and whether he's part of the security services or not. So Prigozhin was basically Vladimir Putin's interlocutor into the organized crime families running St. Petersburg in the 90s. So he came up through the criminal underworld. He went to prison for, I think, raping or murdering a young lady who was walking along the street. And he came out of that well connected to the Tambov group, who was basically the biggest group in St. Petersburg at the time, and probably the biggest family in Russia at the time. And the Tambov group basically were running the port of St. Petersburg. And during the course of the 90s, they basically split and started fighting each other. But Prigozhin had this role of being Vladimir Putin is on the side of the security services and the interface to the underworld. And Prigozhin's business was basically, he had a chain of supermarkets, he had a chain of casinos. He opened the first casinos in St. Petersburg, and they were there just basically to launder money for the Tambov group. So that's kind of his background. And I would say that the notion that the mafia isn't part of the security state is slightly difficult. So it goes back to kind of how the economy is structured and how the society is structured and how things like prisons are structured and the army is structured, and the kind of deep corruption that exists kind of at the center of the system. So when the Soviet Union fell, basically you had kind of two groups controlling the economy. You had the security services on the one hand, and then private enterprise on the other hand, and private enterprise basically bought the government taxation authorities. Then this became much more under the control of the security services, and this is basically where Putin's power base comes from. So over the course of the late part of the 90s, the security services gradually starts to rein in the mafia organizations and the private enterprise running their individual kind of security services, and then you end up with Putinism kind of starting the beginning of 2000. So yeah, that's kind of a background of my knowledge. Seal of the key, from my point of view, this really refers to people from within the security services, and of those, you would probably put Nikolai Patrushev at the top of that tree. But there are also some other people who are kind of heavily security service related, like Igor Sechin, who run various parts of Russian industry like Gazprom, Alexei Muller, people like this, and Rygozhin, who was bombed in the Donbass quite recently, the head of the Russian military industrial complex, basically. Yeah, so that's what I know.
Thank you very much, David. I've moved rooms because apparently my audio was a little tinny. I hope it is better now. And with that, let's go to Will. Will.
Yeah, I think you might need to keep moving, mate. You still sound like a palm. Wait, no. So I've got two bits of news for you on Prigozhin, I guess, and something that I wonder if you read the other day, maybe 24 hours ago. Got lost in the news yesterday about regular army stuff. Because so Prigozhin, of course, was on the telephone just the other day, and he was caught. Well, not caught, but War Translated had a 6-minute capture of audio that I think was probably from an interview he was doing, but it was a bit of a soliloquy. He got on a bit of a rant about the issues he was having and how he was talking in very mafiosi type terms about the big guy upstairs, or those upstairs need to approve this stuff, and how he's calling them, and how they told him he needed to apologize and do some very stupid face-saving stuff that is absurd when you first hear about it. But then, of course, the video that's out of him just recently, complaining that they don't have anything, and the other guy that is in Wagner, but he's not Prigozhin, but he's not far from is Khodorkovsky. He's posted on Telegram saying that before obviously before, they used to get in Wagner everything they wanted: ammo and supplies, cool toys, aviation, which we saw for sure, artillery, tank support, and these days they lost all the priority, and they were first cut off supply, and then they were told they were going to be supplied just like the rest of the regular army, which they're not happy about because they're basically having to attack without all the equipment that they want, although they still have some ammo. And let's see, Budinov basically repeated the same thing yesterday in his interview. He added that the Russian used tanks a lot in the past, and these days they are sending wave of soldiers one after another with just a few tanks and artillery support. So the regular army has kind of adopted the approach that they were using the criminals for before. And to add what you said earlier about Prigozhin, they actually the Ministry of Prisons actually formally cut off Wagner's opportunity to use prisoners anymore. And they said that the Ministry of Prisons would be organizing all prison battalions in the future. So yeah, I mean, they took formal actions to cut his legs off for the humans that he got, and now they're cutting back all his other military support. But remember, months and months ago, when they formally recognized the actual existence of Wagner, they also assigned it in the military command. So when they decide to, at the end of the war, say for war crimes trials, try Prigozhin, they'll go ahead and try him as a military officer because his entire organization has been co-opted into the Russian military, I think formally by the Ministry of Defense. But I'll look at that some more. But the other thing the Ministry of Defense did the other day that you might miss is, the LDNR had formed their own army. The Russians had in the Donetsk and Luhansk sort of conscripted armies that they formed when they started their fake sort of uprisings there, and those are the folks that you saw complaining bitterly going to the front in Severodonetsk, which were lost in droves at that time. Well, their depleted stock now is actually being transferred under the command of the Russian army directly, right? So they're taking the 1st and 2nd Army Corps of the LDNR, and they're officially making them part of the armed forces as of January 1st. And then the talk starts, right? Well, what happens to, you may have served in one branch of the military or government, and when you transfer over to another branch, say, they transfer your rank and, all your benefits and stuff. Yeah, no. Russia is just making that place so it's such an attractive place to be a part of. They've swung these guys into the regular Russian army as regular units there, but all of the officers and everybody gets treated as if they just walked in off the street for benefits and everything. And even wounded veterans won't get benefits appropriate to their wound because they weren't wounded anymore when they were taken into the Russian army. So bitterly complaining, and they're also the military reporters are reporting that they suspect that a lot of the LDNR officers are going to get purged out of that organization. So, wow, they're just really making it a more and more attractive place to be part of in the military in Russia every day, right?
Can I add a few words to that?
Of course.
Yeah, this is correct. The Ministry of Defense really did confirm the integration of the LNR and DNR militias into the armed forces the other day, and this is due to this growing criticism about command changes and they of course they at first they dismissed they denied the idea that it's going to be dismissals of the officers of the integrated forces of the 1st and 2nd DNR Army Corps because of widespread military bloggers and proxy criticisms about the dismissal of Edward Basurin, who was the spokesperson of the DNR militia. And where did Basurin go to express his frustration? Publicized meeting with Prigozhin, in which they both stated how these changes are going to harm the proxy command and so on. And Basurin said that the servicemen in occupied Donetsk trust their commanders, and it would be demoralizing for them to be replaced by people they don't know, and how important it is to warn everyone about the ongoing changes. And he questioned whether who would be defending Russia if there's going to be another integrated proxy unit who refuse to fight, and so on. And I think the decision, first of all, the decision to reorganize these militias in the middle of an ongoing offensive, I think it indicates a few things. First of all, that the Russian MOD, I think they don't fully grasp the scale of the challenges of integrating irregular forces into a professional military, especially during a period of intense combat operations. Both the DNR and the LNR are fighting in Donbass, supporting Russia's goal to try and reach the administrative borders of Donetsk and Luhansk, and now this untimely restructuring of the command structure, this could further reduce unit cohesion with proxy units between them and the Russian forces. Of course, Russian forces suffer from their own shortcomings in unit cohesion, and they're likely to face even greater tensions with the proxy militias who are not trained to be by professional standards, and proxy elements, reportedly complained about receiving unequal treatment from the Kremlin, and Russian mobilized servicemen accused DNR and LNR formations of abusive discrimination against them. So there's tension there, and the reorganization could very well upset demoralized proxy elements who so far enjoyed a great degree of independence as irregular militants for almost 9 years now. It could alienate them in the midst of an offensive for Donbass. Um, uh, and, restructuring proxy militias, I think it also suggests that the Russian command is trying to do everything, achieve all the desired reforms, while the MOD is still in Putin's favor. They recognize that Russia doesn't have the capabilities to reach the borders of Donetsk and Luhansk in short term, and they're just trying to rush through some plan of reforms before Putin again becomes disillusioned with the inability to make meaningful advances. And maybe they can be deluded about the ability to rapidly complete a professionalization process, uh, and maybe they don't perceive the problems that are inherent in conducting these significant military reforms while pursuing a difficult offensive. In the past, they've been trying to simultaneously professionalize different parts of the Russian forces by targeting Wagner's influence, by integrating mobilized servicemen into proxy in conventional formations, introducing personal grooming standards, operational procedures, all these things. But so far, these efforts, it would be logical if Russia initiated these steps during peacetime, but now it's just a bureaucratic burden. Very likely generates even more discontent towards what's already a heavily scrutinized MOD. So I think they're embarking on too many drastic changes that either will require too much time or cause so much tension that it will hinder the full execution. And yeah, even as it's while they're ordering their forces to conduct, extremely challenging military operations that are pretty much likely beyond their capabilities.
Thank you very much, Elon. Decoding Charles, Decoding, welcome back up.
Hi, good to be back up. So, the way I read these soap operatic stories which ping pong between all Russian state paid for state propagandists, so-called meal bloggers, Prigozhin, who is a Russian state operator, who I do not see in any different way to Shoigu or Gerasimov. They are all, in legal terminology, emanations of the state. They are paid for from the state coffers. They pursue state policy. And yet, we are constantly fed this soap opera of stories about internal dynamics, and which all conform to a certain pattern. And it's for those of us who've been watching this stuff very closely since 2014, the pattern repeats itself perpetually, constantly. And it's partly what I get at in my series Disin Folklore. So it's just this idea of the constant flow. And so what anchors me always, well, my experience living and working in occupied Luhansk, and watching at close quarters this soap opera and the Russian military officers who were controlling their occupying forces in Luhansk. And I'm a lot clearer today on the language I use, because I'm no longer bound by a whole vocabulary, a bogus vocabulary, which I had to use when I was operating there. But so when we use the term LNR or militia, or we have an idea of this kind of amateur group of guys, and I read the propaganda, the Russian propaganda stuff about Basurin and stuff, and don't get me wrong, Basurin's defenestration is significant because he's been around, he survived for a long time. But these are all Russian occupying forces. What people use, they use the moniker militia or LPR militia. These are Russian occupying forces in Ukraine. They are as Russian army as the Scots Guards or the Irish Guards are part of the English or the British army. And when we start talking about LNR and LPR and DPR and militias and all of this, we enter into this bogus vocabulary which entraps us in a fairy tale which is conjured up and has been embedded. And thankfully, we're gradually emerging from this, from a Sleeping Beauty type situation that conceals what has been going on always. And so this fairy tale we're currently reading about from the mill bloggers and very well-established Western military analysts are talking about and promoting it, and people who probably haven't spent years reading and parsing through the Russian propaganda of their occupying forces in occupied Ukraine it's a shadow play, constantly a shadow play. It does mean something. It's interesting, and it's entertainment in the same way that a TV program is entertaining. But while we're talking about it, using the terms that Russia has introduced to conceal its occupation, we are embedding the vocabulary and the language of that occupation. And so the so-called LPR militia are part of the Russian army. And what this new story, this new soap opera, this new fairy tale is doing is helping to embed the idea that these fake annexations from last September are being taken place. So we have this image of a reorganization. So we probably have this, it's provoked in our mind. It's like Deloitte and Touche are are arriving and going, you know, you do this, you do that, you do that, and organizing and professionalizing and all that. You know, that all happened from April 2014. The Russian model was introduced into these places. So I just contextualize that, this, and you know, I am interested to hear Prigozhin going on about ammunition and all of that stuff. And it does mean something, but it definitely doesn't mean some certain things, which is Russia has always been in control of these armies, and these kind of sentimental accounts from male bloggers are pure fiction, absolutely pure fiction. They may believe them themselves, or they're taking their lines from their meetings, but the meanings they're embedding in them are they're concealing the occupation. They're portraying a folk history of kind of, you know, a few volunteers, and, you know, all of this language conceals the fact this has been the Russian army occupying and controlling Luhansk and Donetsk. So I just throw that into the mix out.
Absolutely, and this is you know, this is a propaganda element that the large swathes of the Western press and the Western commentariat fell for hook, line, and sinker. You know, this notion that there is something organic about what is happening in so-called DNR and LNR, and that this organic thing has been happening organically since 2014. And what Russia is doing in those territories of Ukraine is basically providing assistance to something that is happening on its own. This is, of course, complete nonsense, and it is heartening, slightly heartening, to see the Western press moving in a direction of acknowledging that since the war escalated last year. There is no separatism. There is no you know, there is no organic state building. There is no desire to be part of Russia. There is a small minority of Russian sympathetic opinion in the east of Ukraine, but there is a small minority of Russian sympathetic opinion in the whole of Ukraine. There's a small minority of such opinion in the United Kingdom or in France or whatever. You know, so it's one of those artificial things. The situation before the escalation in Luhansk and Donbass is entirely of Russian manufacture. This so-called insurgency. It is just Russia. It is not separatism. It is not the expression of anybody's political will except the Kremlin's. So thank you very much, Decoding, for stressing that. I think that's a very important point to make. Let's go back to Elon. Elon.
Yeah, well, I definitely agree with the sentiment you're introducing, Decoding. The reason I talk about it is, well, it's important to know that both the DNR and LNR, the First, Second Army Corps, they've never actually been a professional military, and they've never actually been even effective as a fighting force. And they've been ineffective at capturing and holding ground even during the initial invasion in 2014. And they required reinforcement from the conventional military to capture the Baltsev in 2015. And their units haven't been shown effectiveness, and they've not improved since then. And they've continued to be ineffective in the renewed invasion last year. And I think that the military blogger community's reaction to the quote unquote professionalization of these forces, I think it indicates that some elements of these ultra nationalist communities, I think they value ideological commitment to the DNR and the LNR brand of Russian nationalism over military professionalism, over competence, and over fighting effectively. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a very good point, Elon. And I think that this the DNR and LNR forces. I mean they're described as militia. Militia is as Decoding pointed out, is a politically loaded term, right? Because militia suggests amateurism, sure, and I mean amateurism in without assigning it negative value. It means people who do things voluntarily. Also, also suggests it suggests a kind of voluntarism, right? It suggests a kind of people forming ad hoc forces to defend something that matters to them. And of course, that's a mischaracterization of what they are. But what we did see is they've become a sort of symptom of Russia believing her own bullshit, right? Because Russia wrote her doctrine, the battalion tactical group doctrine, around the participation of local sympathetic forces, right? So the battalion tactical group, the basic building block of the Russian army, what we in the UK would call a battle group, what the United States would call a task group or a task force, is in Western armies is about 1,500 men. So it is an infantry battalion with infantry. And this doctrine was written with the expectation that these so-called militias would be there to fill out the ranks, right? So they would get the bulk of their infantry, the infantry that the battalion tactical group is light on, would come from sympathetic local forces volunteering or otherwise offering their services in the service of Russia. Now, as we know, Ukraine is not sympathetic to Russia, right? It's not a kind of an artificially cut off territory yearning for reunification with the motherland that is full of decent, patriotic people who would pick up a rifle in service of the Kremlin at a moment's notice. This turned out to be simply untrue, right? I mean, we all knew it was untrue, but the Kremlin has found it to be untrue. But they believed it enough to write a pretty key military doctrine around it. So they have the basic building blocks of their forces, the BTG, which don't have enough men, and where the men were expected to come from, the men are not coming from. So it's an interesting example of the inverted pyramid of bullshit in action. They actually believed this nonsense enough to write doctrine around it. Decoding.
Yeah, very good point there about that. I mean, so when I arrived in Eastern Ukraine in late January 2015, and this character in my series Descent Folklore is this bridge in Stanitsa Luhanska over the Donets River, where on one side of the river you had the Russian occupiers, and on the northern side of the river you have the Ukrainian defenders. And when we first broke through to this point in about March 2015, it was the Russian occupiers were a raggle-taggle crew in terms of what they looked like, their uniform, but then so were the Ukrainian armed forces. They wore, a mix of army surplus, the Ukrainian armed forces all over, because this place was covered in checkpoints. And I would feel sorry for the Russian occupiers who were led by Russians, and always the people controlling the bridge, there was always an FSB political officer in their presence who's often participated in the conversations and negotiations that I was involved in each day for 3 years. And there was a moment in around April or May 2015 when their rags, literal rags of uniform, suddenly they got new uniforms. And around the same time, so did Ukraine, NATO standard stuff. They were being paid a salary from the Russian exchequer. They were being trained. They were being led by, they'd have the Potemkin leader who might be or may not be, because it's very difficult to tell, because everyone's playing a role in this theater. There may be a theatrical fake leader who supposedly comes from Luhansk, but the real leadership is and always was Russia. They always paid the bills. They did the training. And I know this. I have this data point in my head from February 2015, which is when Minsk II was signed at the time of Debaltseve. And there was something which really intrigued me in these soap opera reports, actually, where they mentioned Debaltseve, and they mentioned how the so-called LPR militia participated in Debaltseve and the Wagner people as cannon fodder, and it didn't ring true to me, actually, because so basically we all understand now the way the Russians are using Wagner forces in their mini Verdans and the human wave attacks, and in Russian propaganda, contemporary today Russian propaganda, they are portraying the Ukrainians as doing that. So it's mirroring again, and it's justifying their war by saying the Ukrainians are using human wave attacks. And some of this propaganda is also from these so-called mill bloggers, is also portraying this folk history from February 2015 of these unprofessionalized so-called LPR militia, just being told to take out that checkpoint and sent off with a few guns. And that simply is not what happened. The Russian regular forces massacred lots of Ukrainians. And at that very time, we had this agreement, which was done in Vienna, but it was called Minsk II, in mid-February, and I was very new and green there. And one of the big issues we had was because the Russian occupying forces in occupied Luhansk, these so-called militias, were bringing tanks. They drove tanks home for their lunch. And our job was to report on any ceasefire violations, which would involve, for instance, a main battle tank being with it, from memory, I think within 15 kilometers, whatever the range of the gun is. We had all these layers, and no one was allowed to have one, say, within 5 kilometers of, if it was a main battle tank or certain types of artillery going backwards according to their range. And so we had these long, torturous discussions about whether this is a ceasefire violation, whether we should certify it and report it, and so that it becomes a thing in Vienna, because these guys were driving their tanks home for their lunch. So they also had training. There was constant use in the polygons in occupied Luhansk, and so so it's and the other dynamic which happened there from around April 2015. So there were genuine what were called sometimes Cossacks groups in Luhansk, in the part of the occupied Luhansk. And having read tons about it at the time and really looked into it, my conclusion was there were genuine neighborhood protection forces which organically grew up, not dissimilar to what we saw in around Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine after February 24th. And these local neighborhood Cossacks, they were forces that was often used as a euphemism, but Cossack can mean anything. And to many people, it would mean Russians coming over the border. So we always have to be very careful about the use, because it's a really hyper-normalized term. But in any event, there were these lots of groups of neighborhood Cossacks who set up just to defend their village and to control access to it. And they were doing this to control it from the Ukrainians, from other Ukrainians, because of course they're Ukrainians, and from the Russian occupiers. Because at the time, all sorts of stuff was going on. And there's this massive propaganda war, which again, I've got all the data, I've got all the stuff I was reading at the time, so I'm going to write about it because it's really important now I see it. That, you know, even in your village, you're in your village, you don't know who's bombing you, but you're reading the newspapers that it's the Russians, or sorry, that it's the Ukrainians. You know, and we saw this thing the other day where maybe some of us saw it. There was a bomb in the snow in occupied Donetsk, and you know these Russian these bloggers are mystified as to how the Ukrainians got this bomb there, because Ukrainians apparently don't have whatever type of bomb this is, because they still haven't worked out that it's been the Russians bombing them for the last 8 years, because you see the explosion and you believe it's Ukraine doing it. And I used to see this on the micro level on the bridge, where you didn't know who did it, but you would read in the newspaper X did it or Y did it. So these villages, and so in April 2015, there was a whole process which has family resemblances to this whole stuff going on now with the meal bloggers and about the professionalization of Donetsk and LPR. And don't get me wrong, I think it's important we talk about it, and it's interesting. It's an interesting phenomenon. If they're talking about it, it is in itself interesting. So I'm just counseling, I'm just injecting a perspective into that discussion. And that was a whole professionalization phase where on the one side of the boundary, Ukraine had taken control of the volunteer battalions. And so there was really no Ukrainian volunteer battalions after about June 2015 operating. But if you read Russian propaganda to this day, you would believe there's tons of Ukrainian volunteer battalions everywhere. It's just not the case. That's not the reality. And then you had the mirroring of this in occupied Luhansk, where there was a lot of murders. It was very grisly. And it was the Russian forces were forcing the amalgamation, or what they call the amalgamation. Basically, you're given what do you call it? You know, you do it or you die. And loads of people were killed, and all their leaders were killed. And after that, you didn't have any of these kind of neighborhood watch Cossack groups, because they were all dead, or they had begun to believe the propaganda and that Ukrainians were trying to kill them, or they just left. And so you had the so-called professionalization of the so-called militia then, from April 2015 onwards. And that's why when I say you re-see these patterns again and again, they're rhetorical patterns, they're meaning patterns, and there's family resemblances between them all. But what's really always anchoring me now, and don't get me wrong, I still get caught up in these trolls myself. What always anchors me is that it was always Russian financed, always Russian controlled, always Russian led. To some extent, the Russians, of course, see Ukrainians, whether living in occupied Ukraine or not, as a subspecies. So they don't trust them, and they treat them like like all colonial enterprises treat the locals. They complain about them, over sherry in the club at night and whatever. And you can't get any good servants these days, and all of that malarkey. So there's part of that going on as well. But ultimately, these are just all internal struggles, including the whole Wagner thing. It's all part of the Russian army. And for me, that's my foundational, that's my anchor. And then I'm interested in the soap opera and all of that, but I try never to get de-anchored and sent into this labyrinth of nonsense. NAFO, thank you, NAFO. But as I say, it's important to talk about it, I think, and it's really interesting, for people who read all this. It is fascinating. But I just wanted to put that in there. Out.
I love that out has become a bit of a meme on here recently. It's a source of endless amusement to me, seeing voice procedure being used on the Maria report. Yeah, I think Decoding. Thank you for that very in-depth segment there. It's always interesting to hear from you as somebody who has, I believe, lived in occupied. Was it Donetsk?
Luhansk, and Donetsk is a completely different kettle of fish, because you have a really different power structure there, and we'll get into that another time. Whereas Luhansk is very, very different in their own way. That's why whenever I hear about these, and again, this is another pattern, and we hear them at the moment because, of course, these are supposedly part of Russia. Oh, let's unite these two parts. And I just, I roll my eyes at this, because this is like putting together, this is like saying, oh, China and America are going to decide, they're going to have the same parliament or something. It's just pie in the sky, and it keeps on re-emerging as well. It pops up every 6 months, and it just portrays this kind of an organized things. But yeah, it was Luhansk, and I went in there every day on the bridge. We had to test what we called our freedom of movement, because 10,000 civilians passed along this way. It was the only official crossing point. So yeah, anyway, yeah, out.
Yeah, I was going to ask, isn't it a little dangerous for a foreigner, so for somebody from a non-tanky country, to live in those places, right? Because if you're, I assume you're an Irish or British citizen, Irish citizen. That was kind of a question.
American.
Oh right, you're an American citizen. Sorry, I thought you were kind of Iro British. But anyway, you're a Western citizen. Your government doesn't recognise the LNR and DNR. So how do consular services work? So if you get into a scrape in one of those places, the local authorities would expect recourse to Moscow, whereas your government would run consular services from Kiev. Am I overcomplicating this? Is it actually dangerous to be in these unrecognized occupied places from that perspective?
Yeah, well, I mean, I realize, and this is partly why I've decided to put it all down in Dissent folklore, because there was you couldn't be a foreigner in these places. The only foreigners there were people from my organization, the OSCE. And we were diplomats. We were accredited diplomats and accredited by Ukraine. And even the OSCE, well, not even the OSCE, but the OSCE, which became the vehicle for the whole international community's attempt to play down Russia's occupation of Ukraine and solve it, bring peace, was caught up in this troll because I worked with Russians. So the idea was that Russians are disinterested observers in their own occupation. And so there would have been gentlewomen and gentlemen's agreements that Muscovy would recognize the diplomatic status in areas under its occupation, but Muscovy never accepted its legal reality that it was an occupying force, and therefore had to continue the laws of the country which it was occupying. And this whole system in the 1949 Geneva Convention, which is set out the responsibilities you have as an occupying authority. They never accepted that, and so there was no you couldn't be the only foreigners there would have been they were working for the Russians. in occupied Luhansk and Donetsk, and the only other foreigners were people from my organization. Yeah, it's extremely uncomfortable. But
so you enjoyed a degree of immunity because you were working for the OSCE.
Well, Russia killed one of my colleagues. They murdered one of my colleagues with a car bomb. They ran all sorts of operations against my colleagues, yeah, it's just a very complicated situation, but very interesting. So there's no sense of, again, it's a bit like this kind of, there's no sense of, there was no immunity, like they weren't respecting, they don't respect anything, basically. But certainly in Ukraine, I had all the, Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, immunities, and all of that stuff. But in occupied Ukraine, it was all a kind of a play, a theater. You just tried to do the best work you could within that context. And I'll read Disin Folklore. I've got 100 episodes planned. I'm on number 5, published today. So I've just realized that it was quite a unique perspective and experience that no one else had, and that what I saw there and was mystified by from early 2015 onwards is now very important geopolitically, because it impacts everything we do and everything we buy. But it's also the tropes and the Disin Folklore, as I call it. It's part of the whole Trump Disin Folklore, Brexit Disin Folklore, and these are just really strong manifestations of something that is quite common around the world, but is really impactful and interesting and deserves unpacking. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to write and think about it. I didn't expect to end up there, and no one was interested in any of this. I couldn't get friends interested. No one cared a jot about any of this. So I really relish that people are interested in it. I would come back and tell friends, about this fairy tale rebel troll kingdom, and the stuff that was going on, people believing TV over humans, family members breaking up because they believe propaganda over the family member, and no one could really believe it, and I couldn't believe it. I just thought, wow, that's amazing. But now I see it's kind of all around us. It's seeped all around us into our culture, and it's really very interesting and worth looking at least for some part of our lives out.
Hey, Decoding, can we get you back in the space at some point? I would love to hear you share more with the community about those differences between Luhansk and Donetsk, and to share more about your reflections and thoughts that you've gathered up from your time on the ground. I think that would just be fascinating. I'll be in comms with you if you like, and I'd love to have you back if you'd be willing to share those insights.
Totally.
Can I switch subject a little bit, like 20% to the west?
Usually, Mandel, we wait for someone to as a cue before we just start jumping in, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. Carry on, Tim.
Peter, our friend Decoding is somewhat of a regular here on the space. He's been a little sparse recently, but he was quite a lot of last year. He was a daily listener and a daily speaker. So I'm sure we could have, if he has time, we could have a conversation about Luhansk and Donetsk and the various differences between the two. In the meantime, we do have a couple of hands. So Elon, if you want to completely change the subject, we will park that for a second. In the meantime, Casual Steel, welcome back up.
Thank you very much, Controls, Tim, Marcus, hello again. Well, the previous 24 hours, or I should say 36, have been an almost traumatic reminder of my last active participation in Bosnia. Decoding Trolls, you remind me of something I grew up with, the Foxfire Initiative in Appalachia for recording all of the mythological and sociological information of a people's. I've been studying some of your previous reports, and that's exactly where it takes me back to. I hope I'm not dating myself too far back in antiquity. I'm going to make a point of listing you and anybody else I come across as primary contributors to the mythology of this campaign, and encourage you to seek out Sam. You probably are. I'm probably preaching to the choir in extremis at this point, but just wanted to recognize that and say thank you.
Thank you very much, Casual Steel. Okay, so we have Elon, who I believe wants to change the subject. Elon.
Thank you. It's Alon, by the way. There was a very interesting report by several international journalists who reportedly obtained the Kremlin's classified 2021 strategy document about restoring suzerainty over Belarus through this union state by the year 2030. This was on the Kiev Independent, on Yahoo News, and several of the international media partners published yesterday, I think, a report about a 17-page Russian strategy document on how exactly the Kremlin is seeking to absorb the Belarusian state using the union state structure, which is Kremlin dominated, by the year 2030. Of course, they didn't publish the document itself to avoid compromising sources, and we can't really confirm the existence of or the contents of these documents, but the findings of the reporters about the strategy and the various lines of efforts for Belarus's phased military, economy, and cultural integration within Russia through the state union seems consistent with at least my assessment about the Kremlin's campaign and the strategic objective to subsume Belarus through the union state. And I think this has tremendous repercussions that NATO must seriously plan for the likely future reality of a Russian-controlled Belarus, which we could get into in length. There was I think it's important to also remember that just yesterday, I think, or the day before yesterday, perhaps, Lukashenko met with I think last week Lukashenko met with Putin, and they announced that the Belarusian aerospace industry is ready to start producing Su-25 ground attack aircrafts with the support of Russian technology, and the state-run automobile plant is starting to produce these the Kamas, these heavy-duty truck producers, as a expressed willingness to help Russia produce electronic components, substitute for the lost Western imports. So seems like they are attempting to subsume elements of the Belarusian defense industrial base as part of this larger effort to recruit the Russian military. Of course, a few additional Su-25s and a few truck parts, it's not critical material for the success of Russia's war effort. I think it's possible that the Kremlin could start commandeering Belarus. Sorry, I had a phone call. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think it's possible that they might start commandeering Belarusian factories, retooling them to produce material that is critical for the military needs, regardless of what Lukashenko said. And also Lukashenko, more importantly, I think he confirmed that Belarus implemented more of these union state integration programs. And that's marking progress in the Kremlin's steady pressure to formalize the union across more than a few decades now. Lukashenko said that he implemented 80% of something like 28 union state programs, including stuff on customs and taxes, which for the Kremlin is a significant achievement. And historically, Lukashenko resisted very strongly to implement these integration programs, stalling specifically on custom and tax harmonization issues, at least since 2019. And his current statements that finally Belarus ratified these union state programs on customs and tax issues, it marks a very significant Russian gain. And uh, now I think Lukashenko is probably paying for his rejection of Putin's larger demand for Belarusian forces to join in the invasion against Ukraine by making these concessions that he stonewalled for years and years. And these belated concessions and continued refusal to commit Belarusian forces to the Russian invasion does indicate that the Lukashenko determination to keep his forces from directly participating in the Russian war is still very much strong. But if you look at the big picture, the Kremlin gains in Belarus, it does underscore the Putin's imperialistic ambitions that transcend Ukraine, and that he's making significant gains in restoring control over Belarus, regardless of what happens in Ukraine. And this, I think that sometimes the West has a tendency to ignore Putin's activity that appears trivial. But I think these seemingly trivial activities, activities that usually fly under the radar, I think they're essential to his strategic gains in the long run. And his gains in Belarus indicate that he's reaping benefits of his very long-term campaigns. They formed the Union State structure back in the 1999, I think. And the Kremlin intensified the political pressure, the economic pressure, an attempt to integrate Belarus through these structures. And Putin and Lukashenko, they initially ratified these integration programs, which are now mostly implemented. And I think Western short-sightedness about the Kremlin's slow developing long-term efforts, I think this is what helps enabling Putin's strategic advances. Okay, out.
Thank you very much, Alan. I mean, I guess the question for me is, to what extent can we consider Lukashenko to be an actor independent of Moscow? And I think my answer to that would be we really can't. What do you think?
Is it just me?
Very much.
Can I not hear anyone?
Can you hear me, Marcus? Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Check.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you also hear Tim?
I hear both Marcus and Tim.
Okay. The issue is Marcus
I guess it's
can't
my
hear
turn
me.
to recycle. Sorry.
Okay, so while Marcus comes back up and down again, yeah, my question, Alan, was like, can we consider Lukashenko to be an independent actor from Moscow? I mean, I don't think we can. I think what Lukashenko doing is pretty much a sideshow in all this. He is a Russian puppet leader. Would be my take on that issue. But Think Ethical is up. Think Ethical, nice to see you. Not seen you for ages.
Yes, well, it's a long story. I've been doing a lot of reading. There's a brilliant ethnographic decoding, lucid, cultural, political, military interpolation, the deflection of this, of the truth. I appreciate your intense inclination toward discovery. But my question: Russia's refined embedding of this disinformation lists in Luhansk and Donetsk. Can you comment on the successful methods that they use to successfully disinform Western media, like independence movement? That was my question. How was it possible? How did they employ? What did they employ? Incipient. But thank you very much for your wonderful lecture.
I'm sorry, Think Ethical. I missed part of that. Which movement are you talking about here exactly?
I'm I just on the successful disinformation campaign that was in every form and facet of Western media to look the other way and to believe it to be a locally democratically inspired independence movement.
That's a question for decoding. If he's still
Yes,
here with us.
Exactly. That's who I was hoping would be able to answer.
Thank you, Think Ethical. I always enjoy your contributions and your questions. In the 4th episode of Disin Folklore, which I published a few days ago, you can get it on Substack. I'm beginning to tell this using one case study, and I've got several in mind that I will elucidate over the coming months. It features one particular Disin Folklore operation that I became an unwilling, accidental, and professional participant in, and in it there are many aspects which are common to all of Russia's disinformation operations there, whose audience was us, but none of us were paying attention. Normal people weren't paying attention, but mainly people in occupied Luhansk. And in the 2nd episode of Disin Folklore, I've chosen to emphasize something which I've done a lot in this space, which is that I think of what I now see I was participating in was genocide. I did not realize that until March 2022. And I did international law at Cambridge University, so I should have, if anyone was going to notice it, I should have noticed it. And so I see all of the disinformation and media activities in occupied Luhansk as being primarily focused on basically, the purpose was to publicly and directly incite genocide against Ukraine. So it was to recruit Ukrainians it was outsourcing genocide of Ukrainians to Ukrainians. So again, coming back to the LPR militia stuff, or so-called LPR militia stuff, they are merely actors in the genocide of their own people. They are Ukrainians, and they have been prepped using these cutting-edge methods: fire hose of falsehood, constant repetition, this kind of fairy tale, unhinged descriptions of legal categories. So even this idea of a union state is absurd. Sovereign democracy, which is the whole thing that Putin was talking about yesterday, invented by Surkov. The idea that the Azov Sea is a shared inland sea, and that's actually mentioned in a treaty between Ukraine and Russia. But Ukraine's interpretation of that is rightly, no, it's not a shared inland sea. We have our territorial waters as set out in the law of the sea. But in Muscovy's fairy tale conception, which is used to recruit us into enabling its occupations and its genocide, but is also oriented towards recruiting Ukrainians to genocide their own people. And this is a primary focus of what I look out for, because I spent so long reading the media without really understanding what they were doing. So they had hundreds of newspapers, outlets, media outlets for every part of the market. They all broadcast the same message. And the main message was, and to this day, it is broadcast all over Muscovy, all over the entire, from Vladivostok to to Rostov, to Belgorod, and all through occupied Donetsk and occupied Luhansk. And it's that the Ukrainians are trying to kill us. So the Ukrainians are the wolf coming in and trying to kill us and affect our fertility and poison our food. These are really, and this is what generated my realization and my coining of the term disinfolklore. So these are very deep folktale categories that characterize all of what I call Russian disinfolklore. And it's about this whole taking away of children from Ukraine. It's about fertility. Putin is obsessed with fertility. We call it demography, but really it's about fertility. These are ancient ideas that the outsider will come into the inner realm and impact on, it'll steal our women and take away our children and erase our culture. These are themes we all picked up when we read our fairy tales and folk tales, and they've been given hypermodern and postmodern clothes, wolves in sheep's clothing, in terms of these daily fabricated fairy tales about what was happening. And it may seem weird to you to hear, well, surely people really knew Ukraine wasn't bombing them. But I mean, I experienced it myself on the bridge. And anyone who's been in a war zone probably understands this. It's really, the closer you are to things, sometimes the more complicated they get. And it's very difficult. You don't know whether that was a wild boar in the forest, or whether it was an artillery round or a mortar strike, or whether it came from, you know, incoming, outgoing. Even incoming, outgoing, it depends on your perspective and your standpoint and where you're standing. And it's really difficult to know reality. And so that when these trolls are repeated constantly, as they have been, and this is what we didn't pay attention to in the West, that Ukrainians are blowing up apartments and bombing mortar rounds, which had no correspondence to reality. It never happened. For 8 years, it never happened, none of it. But every news broadcast, every newspaper you're reading talks about it. Then you just assume it's true. And if you look at the second episode of Disin Folklore and this particular case study which I've chosen, it happened 2 years, so in April 2016, which is 2 years after the occupation of Luhansk, and already embedded as conventional wisdom in every news story was certain things. For instance, that Ukraine was trying to kill everyone in occupied Luhansk. They're trying to poison them. There was murderous hordes of right-wing extremists. The chutzpah of it is just extraordinary, given the right extremists with people portraying this folktale. And so it's a good question, and I think it's interesting. And I've only recently realized, gosh, this is the thing, and this is the thing I have to communicate because I was embedded in it for so long. But yeah, stay tuned. I hope that semi answers the question.
Yes, partially. Specifically, how was it possible that all Western media was co-opted into believing it, or into at least looking the other way, or not looking into it? How could it be possible that even in some of the Der Spiegel and some of the better European investigative journalists didn't come upon the truth? How were they deceived?
Well, I think I would give 2 cents on that, if you don't mind decoding. I think part of the problem was cowardice. So it is journalistically, it makes your job easier as a journalist if you practice both sidesism. So you look at what Ukraine is saying, you look at what Russia's saying, you condemn perceived badness on both sides, and you decide that the truth is somewhere in the middle. Or so you'll say, well, Russia says this, Ukraine says this, and their own mind. And of course, this is a very cowardly approach, because it's so false. There is only one truth to this, and that's it's not. I don't even want to say it's the Ukrainian truth. It isn't the Ukrainian truth. It's just the truth. And I think cowardice played a large part in it. Also, this perceived need to be balanced. And you see this, you see this a lot with particularly publications and media organizations that consider themselves very, very august and respectable. The BBC is one example. The Guardian, the New York Times. They imagine that they have this great ethic that they aim to preserve, and they see being balanced and
Hey guys,
objective
I was
as
gonna
a
say
key part of
screw
that.
Russia, am I right?
Sorry,
Nova.
Nova.
Oh,
We
I'm
are
sorry, I
in a
forgot.
conversation.
Well, I'm
Nova,
sorry. Oh my God.
stop talking. Nova, stop talking. Please, if you want to ask a question, please, there is a hard button with a plus. You push it, and there's a hand in the right side. Push that, and we will know that you want to ask a question.
I just removed Russia. I'm sorry, I just removed Nova from the panel, simply because, yeah.
Oh, for me, she is still a speaker.
Oh, she's still there. All right, okay. Well, she's not now. Okay. So yes, thank you very much for that, Mr. M. If you would like to come up and speak, you are very, very welcome to do so. coming up and shouting random stuff, even if it is in the spirit of this group's tone, is not appreciated. So please don't do that. If you would like to come up again, Nova, and observe the rules as clearly explained by our Dutch friend, please, you're very welcome to do so. So, as I was saying, I think a large part of it is cowardice. A large part of it is this this kind of imaginary commitment to objectivity, even even in the face of obvious lies from one side. And they've you see this a lot with controversial issues. So for example, where there is a demonstrably false side and a demonstrably true side, be it climate change or vaccinations or whatever, there seems to be this kind of cringe among respectable publications about whether they should be airing the false side in pursuit of balance. But of course, there's no balance between truth and falsehood. There is only truth and falsehood. But I'd be very so kind of Western media organizations, I think, were hoisted by their own petard. They were in this quest to be voices of reason. They ended up giving air to unreasonable voices. Perspective on this, because he follows this stuff. Decoding.
Yeah, I'd agree with all that. No, I don't. I do sometimes in my tweets. I try to trigger. When the Guardian may mention separatist or another organization, I'll be quite mean to them. But I'm quite forgiving in a way, because I fell into it. Many of my colleagues fell into it all the time, and we were very close to it. I worked every waking day for 7 years, and it hasn't ended. It's still the case today, and yet I was still caught up in this fairy tale created and woven. So I can be forgiving of media outlets who literally probably about Ukraine for 10 seconds over the course of the entire 8 last years. And you need to think about Ukraine for at least 15 minutes.
Decoding? Decoding?
Yeah.
Decoding, you're sounding like a droid. I don't know if it's your connection or your microphone, but you're cutting out and you're sounding like a droid.
I think you're having Bluetooth issues. Decoding, it sounds a lot like that.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, Decoding. You are totally unworkable. We can't hear you at all, mate. I suggest you reset whichever Bluetooth you're using and try again. Oh, and he's dropping down. Okay. Let's go to Casual Steel, Johannes, and then Joanna. Casual Steel.
Well, it was another comment for decoding. Also, Tim, I sent you a link in DM. I had seen reporting about that Russian strategic document, and RussiaMatters.org seems to have gotten hold of a copy of it and posted it for everyone. So spread that around for what it's worth, and put it in the library.
Thank you very much, Casual Steel. Johannes, welcome up.
Yeah, hi, good morning. So I think, Tim, it was you who said that, well, Lukashenko is just Putin's puppet and doesn't have like any agency of his own or so. But I would actually disagree, because I mean, we've seen that over the last, since he's been in power since '94, but he's always been quite skillful in managing, in maneuvering this space between the East and the West. And one time moving in the one direction, one time moving in the other direction, because I mean, else Belarus would have long forfeited its independence. And I think it would be quite suicidal for him to kind of wholeheartedly embrace or yield to Russia's embrace right now. I mean, Russia has tried many, many times, and Lukashenko has always said, well, we are, I mean, he's always pretended to be all for the Union. He's always withdrawn from it. again and again. So I wouldn't think that it's quite different this time, because I mean he knows that getting too close with Putin right now would be, yeah, not a very skillful move for him. I don't know really what that means for the future, but I don't really think we should take this too serious, what was reported.
Sure. I mean, these kind of client states, they always have a degree of leeway. They do always have a bracket within which they're able to operate. You saw that during, you you saw that during the Napoleonic Empire. You saw that during the Third Reich. These client states of those central empires, they could cooperate and withdraw cooperation to various extents, depending on the politics of the situation, depending on their own ideological bent, and depending on the perceived strength of the central power. And as Russia gets more and more screwed on the battlefield of Ukraine, we can probably expect to see Lukashenko growing a bit more into his role and becoming a little more comfortable with his ability to act, lengthening his leash, shall we say? But I think. I think my point stands nonetheless. I mean, he is a creature of the Kremlin. He does serve at their pleasure ultimately, and he could be removed in a wet afternoon if he stops towing the line. But yeah, I mean, it's of course it's a bit more complicated than that. He is a participant in an empire. He is a participant in that empire's politics, and so he does have a certain length of leash to work with for sure. Joanna.
Thank you, Kim, and amazing conversation with the coding. I wanted to address the question why we didn't see what was happening. And I think we saw that, but we turned a blind eye in a way. After the World War II, the world was divided in spheres of influence. And, we thought that Russia will take care of its own, in a way, of the former of the Soviet republics, or of the countries that were in its sphere of influence. And sometimes you realize, that your neighbors is between his wife or your neighbor from 3 houses down the street, but you don't intervene because it's not really your business. It's his wife, and until the affair is spilling on the street or it's making the big headlines, you do nothing. And Russia did a lot of things. They did things in the Chechnya. They did things in Georgia. They did things in Syria. But again, it was some kind of sphere of influence. Another motive is that we tend to believe that the others are like us, and we tend to interpret their actions in a way that is similar to our actions. And if Russia says that there is a provocation somewhere, we tend to believe there is, because we don't know that Russia is not like that. We didn't know, or we didn't want it to see. And in 2014, the Eastern countries shouted out loud that it's not okay what is happening with Crimea and with Donbass. But most of the Western countries, most of the Western leaders thought that it's just Slavic business, they will settle things between them and it will go away. So we did see some things, but it wasn't, in our face. Like, we thought that Russia will take care and it will be okay, and we are past ethnicity based claims, and we can cooperate internationally via trade and via normal relations. We never thought that another colonialistic, imperialistic war will happen in Europe. So we failed to see it, but yeah. And falling for propaganda, the Russians exercise propaganda for more than 100 years. They know this. They do this. They do this to their own, and they do this to the rest. And they have very targeted messages for each audience. And it's just their way of being. Because if you cannot do things, you lie about it. So I don't want to monopolize the space. Thank you.
Joanna, as a member of our co-host team, you are entitled to monopolize the space as much as you see fit. So thank you for coming up. I guess I don't think I'm alone among MriyaReport co-hosts and speakers and listeners in having fallen for Russian propaganda myself. Right. This is something I'm quite honest about. And I used to understand this war in a particular way. I've never been pro-Russian, but my take before joining the MriyaReport team was, I'm not sure I believe either side, right? So it was kind of the idea that the information space is so foggy that that it's difficult to tell exactly what's going on. It's this is of course exactly what Russia wants, but I think I cannot be the only listener either who has gone from that position to the position of believing the truth, which is that the issues in Ukraine are entirely of Russian manufacture. In occupied eastern Ukraine, there is no separatism. There is no organic movement that is pro-Russian or pro-joining the Russian Federation in those territories of Ukraine, and that it is all basically a Kremlin lie fueled by Kremlin war crimes on the ground. I think a key moment for me in countering this in my head was becoming accustomed to the size of the lie, right? We all expect politicians to be liberal with the truth. We all expect politicians to spin things. We don't really expect them to outright lie about big things. I would say that's fair, right? Because when politicians do that, they tend to get caught on the lie, right? As I think it was, I think it may have been Colonel Jeff yesterday who mentioned the television series Chernobyl, the HBO Sky series Chernobyl. Every lie you tell incurs a debt to the truth, and nowhere is that more true than in politics. So if you repeatedly lie, you will eventually be caught out on a lie, and that will make you look very, very preposterous indeed, and could indeed end your career. Particularly if you lie before your own legislature, which is very, very frowned upon in my political tradition anyway. It's a shock, or at least you don't expect a country to lie like that. You don't expect a country to come out and say absolutely false things as a matter of policy. And it comes back to a conversation we had earlier, where, or perhaps it was yesterday, where it's not Russia's view. This was with Dr. Nick on the space yesterday. Dr. Nick said something interesting. She said that Russia's first concern when it comes to messaging is not to the truth. Russia's first concern is to the political utility of what they're saying. Whether it's true or not is a very, very distant consideration for them. It's all about whether what they're saying serves their own political interests. And I think this is a very interesting comment from our friend, from our co-host, Dr. Nick, I think, because in the West, at least, we like to think we're grounded in truth and principle on some level. Even if we tolerate spin, even if we tolerate exaggeration from our political systems, we do like to think there is, if it's not based on a kernel of truth somewhere underneath all the spin, then it's very, very unlikely to fly in our politics. The same is not true in Russia. So Russia will lie. The Russian state will say quite brazenly untrue things with the utmost confidence, and in the correct belief that enough people will believe them, right? That enough people will say, wow, well, this is an official organ of the Russian state saying this. This is a Russian government minister saying this. Russia is a major country. There must be at least some truth in there somewhere. And of course there isn't. But what they're doing is essentially pulling the wool over our eyes, and exploiting our belief that the official political organs of an entire nation state probably aren't going to tell us brazen lies. And I think that's one of the great strengths of their propaganda, and it's certainly one that I fell for, hook, line, and sinker. What do you think, Joanna?
I totally agree with you. And in fact, you know, this is the definition of bullshit. Bullshit is not necessarily a lie, or it's not necessarily something true. It's something that you use to make an impression, to convey a message. And for everyone who wants to know more about this, there is an excellent paper by Harry G. Frankfurt on bullshit. It's not a long paper, it's excellent, and it's a must read for everyone who wants to understand the phenomenon.
Thank you, Joanna. Sorry, I was just about to DM. A user has rightly pointed out that I and ah a lot. This is not something I can help, I'm afraid. It's part of. I hope it doesn't bother people too much. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a live 24/7 information space dedicated to fighting the propaganda war in Ukraine. We take an unabashedly pro-Ukrainian, pro-truth tone in this space. We have been live since the day before the invasion, so the 23rd of February 2022, coming up for a whole year. So we will be marking that in the fullness of time with as yet unknown things. I'm not quite sure what we're doing to mark that, but we'll see tomorrow, I suppose. We are staffed by a team of around 40 volunteers. We are all volunteers, so we will not ask you for personal donations. We will not solicit or accept personal donations. If you like what you hear, please chuck your pennies over to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is the charity we collectively support. It is a Canadian charity that provides non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian armed forces and various other civil defense organizations in Ukraine, including but not limited to optics, drones, medical equipment, generators, and the like. So if you enjoy the Maria Report, if you feel we add value, we do ask you please to donate to MriyaAid.org. Also, if you look in the bottom right of your screens, you will see a purple button with a speech bubble in it with the number 10 written on it. That is the retweet button. So you can retweet the space, and all of your friends on Twitter can see the space. They will see your retweet, and they will see that you are participating in this fascinating Twitter space, and they will join this Twitter space, and they will learn things, and they will ask things, and they will teach us things. So please, there are 431 listeners in the space at the moment. Only 10 of us have retweeted it. So please, if you would, smash that button like it's going out of fashion, and we will get some traction for the space. So, shall we have a quick look at some headlines?
Yes, please.
Okie dokie. So today is day 364, 1 day short of the 1-year anniversary of the Russian escalation of the war in 2022. Now, so news we have. Vladimir Putin gave a speech yesterday, his equivalent, the Russian equivalent of State of the Union, in which he didn't say anything particularly new or interesting. It was tub-thumping, boilerplate type stuff. We've seen a lot of amusing pictures of his various officials falling asleep during this speech. So this was very much a speech in the grand Soviet tradition. He could have been talking about, tractor production in the Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, or he could have been talking about capitalist running dogs. We need to be on our guard against saboteurs and wreckers. But no, he was talking about his latest nonsense, not saying anything particularly interesting. And all of his officials, despite a very good chance that that they will encounter an open window at some stage in their career, were quite openly falling asleep. And there are lots of lovely pictures of that all over the internet. I do have some sympathy because we've all been there. You know, we have a large lunch. maybe a beverage or two with our lunch, and then all your blood goes to your stomach, and then you're screwed. You're falling asleep. So I do have some sympathy, but they are participating in a criminal regime. They are participating in one of the largest crimes in history, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. So frankly, I do hope they encounter the double glazing salesman soon, even if it is for falling asleep at one of Putin's very boring speeches. One thing that did come out of Mr. Putin's speech was that they will be reneging on the New START Treaty, also known as START 3, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Now, these have been a series of initiatives since, I believe, the 1980s, in which Russia and the United States, the two, previously the Soviet Union and the United States, mutually agreed to reduce nuclear arms stockpiles in various ways. Now, START 3, also known as New START, mainly concerns itself with delivery systems for strategic nuclear weapons. So ICBMs, strategic bombers, anything that can deliver nuclear weapons on a strategic level, and limits the number of these operational and deployed delivery systems that each power is able to operate. Now, this treaty is a bit of a damp squib, to be perfectly honest. It falls short of doing anything serious in arms reduction, because it has enormous holes in it. So, for example, it doesn't cover things like rail-based ICBM systems, which, to be fair, neither Russia nor the United States operate, but the USSR did operate them in the past. So theoretically, this treaty could be gotten around by taking your ICBM and mounting it on a train. We'd have to talk to our friend Alexander Kamashin about the feasibility of that, but I'm sure it's fairly easy to do. Now, it also doesn't limit tactical systems at all. So if you think about having a smaller nuclear warhead, or even a larger nuclear warhead, mounted on a tactical delivery system such as an F-16 or a shorter range cruise missile, for example, it doesn't limit those at all. So it's not a hugely powerful treaty or hugely limiting treaty, but it does limit the strategic side to an extent. Now, Putin has apparently reneged on that. What this means, it doesn't mean a huge amount, but it is a symbolic withdrawal of cooperation in a particular area. President Biden has, of course, refused to rise to the bait, and has made absolutely, as far as I understand, has not made any comment on this at all. Mr. Biden was in Ukraine yesterday, and is in Poland. Was in Ukraine the day before yesterday, and is in Poland today. He gave a speech to a crowd of around 30,000 people next to the royal castle in Warsaw, which was tub thumping stuff again, but on the right side of the tub. So he spoke about the resilience of the Ukrainian people. He praised the allyship of Poland and the other Western allies in helping to fend off the invasion. And he said that the Russian attack on Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. And he has also stated that he will announce new sanctions against Russia this week. In Kiev, he also announced a further $500 million arms package, the contents of which I have not seen yet. I'm not sure if they're out yet, but a further $500 million of war material will be going to the Ukrainians. The G7 ministers, they on Tuesday announced that they will continue their economic sanctions on Russia. And they have also further urged the international community to continue, to join the effort to bring economic pressure on Russia, what they called Russia's brutal expansionism. In other news, Mr. Prigozhin, Evgeny Prigozhin, He is the boss of the Wagner Group of mercenaries, which operates in cooperation with the Russian armed forces. Very, very tenuous cooperation, it turns out. They are currently chiefly operating in the Bakhmut AO, where they are fighting a very, very costly battle for themselves against a very steely Ukrainian defense. They are losing a heck of a lot of men, and they are not achieving an enormous amount. There have been reports of some fairly minor and superficial advances along that AO, but the general consensus is that Bakhmut doesn't matter a huge amount anyway. Its value is largely symbolic, and its value is largely symbolic to Russia rather than Ukraine. Nevertheless, Wagner Group are fighting a very fierce battle to take the city. Their boss, Evgeny Prigozhin, who comes from the Vorozigonia tradition of Russian criminality. So he was, as we discussed earlier on, he was Putin's window into the organized crime families that control St. Petersburg in the 90s. He has a crook himself. He has served prison sentences for numerous prison sentences for theft. I believe our friend David Bailey came up and said he's actually served a prison sentence for rape as well. So perhaps not a petty criminal then, but I've not actually read anything about that. But if David Bailey says so, I assume he has done his research on that, being a knowledgeable chap. So Prigozhin, pretty nasty piece of work. He is the controller of Wagner Group. He has been busy falling out with the rest of the Russian state and has been busy generally falling from grace in the past couple of months. Now he has come out and criticized the Russian armed forces, particularly the senior level, and he has stated that the Russian armed forces have been refusing to supply sufficient ammunition and equipment to the Wagner Group of mercenaries under his control. He has accused the chiefs of the general staff of treason, indeed high treason. The difference between high treason when you don't have petty treason, I'm not sure. Anyway, so he's accused them of high treason, and he has criticized the monstrous bureaucracy of the Russian Ministry of Defense for slowing down military gains. And he has also accused them of trying to steal his victories. Which particular victories he's talking about remains to be seen, because there haven't really been any. But anyway, he is really lashing out there. He has recently lost a certain amount of his power and privilege. It does look as if he's either circling the drain or just being taken down a peg or two. His Wagner Group are famous for recruiting from prisons, of course. So Russia has a very substantial prison population for a European country at any rate. You think about Russia is roughly twice the population of my country, the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has a prison population of about 60,000. Russia has a prison population of 400,000. So it has what, 5-6 times the prison population per capita of the United Kingdom. So there's a rich pool of savages there waiting to be recruited into the military service of the Kremlin. And Prigozhin was at the front of the queue. So Wagner Group had been recruiting very aggressively from the finest rapists and murderers that they could find in the Russian prison system. He has recently been stripped of that privilege. So Prigozhin's Wagner Group, as of about a month ago, I believe, they have not been allowed to recruit from Russia's prisons anymore. So it looks like he's flown a little bit too close to the sun. My understanding of the way Russian politics works is that it's a lot like a medieval court. So you have king at the head, the king in this case being Putin. All power emanates from him. He is the fount of all honor in Russia. And if you want power, you have to please him, and he will distribute some power to you. Now, one of the ways you can please him is by playing a significant role in his aggression in Ukraine, and Wagner Group certainly does that. You see the same with Ramzan Kadyrov, the boss of the Chechnyan, the boss of Chechnya, with his Kadyrovites, who are his private army, who are acting as blocking troops, so they're acting as kind of military police, keeping the rest of the Russian army in line and fighting. The beatings will continue until morale improves, as the saying goes. Prigozhin is very much the same. So his Wagner group, it's around 50,000 strong, although that's shrinking all the time because they're all dying in Bakhmut. He is playing a major role in the conflict, and so therefore he gets to sap power from the king in the court. But he does appear to be losing a certain amount of favor. Perhaps he is becoming too powerful and he is starting to worry people, or perhaps he is simply his lack of success in taking Bakhmut, which they've been trying to take for several months now, has started to tarnish his reputation. So that's what Prigozhin doing. And with that, I will go to Think Ethical. Think Ethical, you have your hand up.
Yes, since you're on a roll, Timothy, maybe the month in the great land that we are attempting to help redeem from the onerous wolf. So I have a question, but the question involves the trilogy. I call it the Divine Trilogy, the dupe Divine Trilogy of Macron, Scholz, and Maloney. Can you ascertain the shift, the dramatic shift? Can you comment on what has possibly gotten into them?
Well, depending on exactly what you mean. Sorry, yeah, if you just move your mic, that would mute your mic, that would be great. Depending on exactly what you're getting at, there has been a meeting of some key members of the European Union recently, in which 10 member states have called for stronger action to stop Russia sourcing military parts, sanctioned hardware for its army. This initiative was led by France, Germany, Italy, and the Baltic states. They are warning that these sanctions are only effective if they are seen to work, right? And it's difficult to justify these sanctions to your populace if you are a democracy, if they are seen to be having absolutely no effect. So they have called for greater effort in ensuring that these sanctions on military materiel are not being evaded. Joanna, you are a more ardent EU watcher than I am. Do you have any more color on this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see that my mic was on. I hope I didn't do something, noise or something. What was the question about? Sorry, I'm really sorry.
So Think Ethical has just asked what the EU3 are doing, so France, Germany, and Italy. My interpretation of his question was the recent meeting and call for more effective enforcement of military sanctions from France, Germany, Italy, and the Baltic states. I'm wondering if you had seen anything else on this, because you tend to follow these things a bit more closely than I do.
Well, I didn't look this morning. I know about an initiative about this. So I will look and come back to you. In fact, I wanted to raise my hand and probably I opened my mic because I wanted to present you some of the news that are in our press, if you want. And then I will look about the EU initiative and come back to you.
That sounds perfect. Unless Think Ethical, you were getting at something else. Your question was a little vague.
Intentionally so. The dramatic, first the meeting, the dinner, the unscheduled meeting with Zelensky, and her being refused entrance. What and the consequences of that in terms of Italian displeasure. But the reunification of the three, it seems to be as you it was in regard to that actual 10 member meeting It seems the triumvirate approach is gaining steam, and maybe her inclusion is now being forced from a. I just find it miraculous. I'm finding it to be stupendous that all of a sudden we have veritable warmongers in our midst. That conversion to me is both radical and obtuse, in the sense that I could have never dreamt it to be. So if there's, if maybe Axel has an insight, I just want to believe it. I want it to be an authentic come to Jesus. Yeah. So thank you for any comments you might have, Axel.
Axel may or may not comment. He has lost his voice rather spectacularly, so he's not very well disposed to be speaking at the moment. But I assume he's lurking and listening and thinking interesting thoughts about what Germany doing. I will say I will give a brief note about Italy. Now, Italy's newish Prime Minister, Mrs. Meloni, somebody who surprised us all, I think. She comes from a fractious, well, she leads a fractious coalition of centre-right and right-wing parties in the Italian parliament, in its famously fractious Italian parliament. She has some coalition partners who most certainly on the less reliable side when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. They have large resources, mainly rubles. So there are a number of coalition partners who are less than reliable, on whom she relies for support. But the messaging coming from Italy has been extremely strong and extremely positive, as has the action. Now, Italy has a policy of not commenting on military aid. It will announce that military aid is happening, but it will not say what is in the packages. Italy manufactures, Italy has a modest arms industry. It does manufacture a number of very, very high quality systems, particularly land systems, and also helicopters and missiles. The stuff that's actually in the packages, as I've said, is a matter of state secrecy for Italy. But Mrs. Meloni was in Kiev a couple of days ago, where a new package of support was announced, but we don't get to know what's in it because Italy doesn't say. So Meloni is somebody I think who has surprised us all. She has been a very consistent voice in support of Ukraine, which is most certainly welcome. Italy is a major European country, it is a major economy, and it is a loud voice in European politics. So I'm sure we can appreciate Mrs. Meloni's efforts and rhetorical and practical support on that. As to what Macron and Scholz have been doing recently, I wouldn't like to say because I haven't really been following it beyond this recent announcement that a number of European powers expect the sanctions to be more effective. Something else on what Europe doing, the foreign minister of the European Union, I believe it's called the High Representative on Foreign Affairs, Josep Borrell. He has urged the European Union member states to speed up delivery of ammunition from their stocks. This is off the back of the Munich Security Conference at the weekend, and also a meeting at NATO headquarters yesterday. Mr. Borrell says the EU is looking into joint procurement, so European Union Brussels level procurement, and also on the ammunition side, and also they are looking at ways to ramp up the production capacity of the European defense industry. And I think this is an important lesson we're learning, is that stockpiles of defense materiel in a peer-on-peer war, they go really, really quickly, right? So ammunition, artillery, missile systems, they do have a limited shelf life. They do need to be maintained properly. They are expensive to stockpile. So there's really a limit to how much you can stockpile. But what you can do is you can build production capability. And this is generally true of expendable systems such as ammunition and artillery ammunition, missiles, etc. If you procure a missile from a particular contractor, that contractor can be expected and paid to maintain a production line to allow you to restart production very quickly. But the production capacities are based on the intensity of conflict that European powers are generally used to. So in the case of my own country, the United Kingdom, that usually the United Kingdom's defense capability posture for the army, at least, is to maintain two medium intensity conflicts or one high intensity conflict at any given time, and production capacity is geared towards that goal. What we do tends to be whatever the Americans think is a good idea this week. So that's generally our guiding principle. So we need enough ammunition to replace what we use at that rate of intensity. So that's the production capability, the production capacity that we maintain. When it comes to France, they do their strange post-colonial things in North Africa, and they generally don't have enough stuff to do that anyway. So there's obviously an issue with production capacity there. So Monsieur Borrell is looking at ways the European Union can coordinate its member states into building both expanded and common capacity in defense expendables production. Think ethical.
I like to term it the extended arsenal for democracy, including all NATO members now. And Borrell, I think it's a extremely important configuration of unity, both unity and also production methods and distribution of labor that needs to occur, so that all can benefit from the evil of the Russian Empire in terms of their own economies. I have I want to ask if anybody has a like an insight, maybe a Telegram insight, or as to the ramifications, the effects of the dramatic visit that Biden was able to pull off. Has it rocked the foundation, the very structure of the Kremlin, to the sub basement level? Or if anybody has perceived the effects that it's had. I was absolutely, as an American, the most proud. I can't describe the affection that I have for that 80-year-old man. He is majestic, brave, fierce, and is intent on winning this war.
He has come into his own a bit, hasn't he? I mean, Mr. Biden is not from my own political tradition. He is somebody who perhaps got off to a bit of a shaky start, but as a statesman, he's very much come into his own with Russia's escalation, and he's optically very, very much a global leader. I think I'm reminded of these, those Dark Brandon memes. It started off as a conservative. Well, it has its roots in Chinese propaganda, right? So, the Chinese, they produce these absurd cartoons that portray Western leaders as sort of evil and vaguely satanic. They spectacularly backfire because they just make Western leaders look really, really metal. And so Dark Brandon, which is an internet meme, started off there. There was a Chinese propaganda cartoon of Mr. Biden with his eyes glowing yellow, looking, and his jaw much squarer than it actually is, and all of that stuff. And it just made him look absolutely awesome. And so a whole memeplex developed around this, known as Dark Brandon. A reference to the I think it was the CNN sportscaster and the Let's Go Brandon thing, which happened a couple of years ago. And it started off as a conservative takedown of Biden. and it was quickly co-opted by the American left as a sort of way to make Biden look pretty Chad, actually, and it really quite works. But given the optics he's managing to project when he speaks, you'll remember that speech he did in front of the White House, where the White House was lit up red, and it looked like something out of V for Vendetta. And he just gave the speech in outside the royal castle in Warsaw, where the aesthetic was very similar. It had this kind of imperial feel to it. And I'm starting to think Dark Brandon as a meme is a bit redundant now, because there's clearly no such thing as light Brandon anymore. Dark Brandon has become a tautology. But yeah, he is very statesmanly, and I think he's doing great things, even though he's not from my own political tradition. He has been rallying Poland. He has been paying a visit, I believe, which is his first visit to Ukraine as president, and first visit to Ukraine during the escalation. And he has done some. He's done some interesting troop rallying and some successful troop rallying, I think. Mr. M.
Yes, there are momentarily 3 fires in Russia. One in Leningrad and one in Moscow. In Moscow, it's a warehouse, 1,000 square meters is burning. Leningrad is a car service on fire, and in Krasnoyarsk, a warehouse is on fire near Sverdlovsk, according to preliminary data. So there are 3 fires at this moment in Russia, and Igor is a very addicted Atacam brand cigarette smoker, and let him smoke more.
Absolutely, thank you for that, Mr. M. It's unfortunate that Finance Perception, our brand ambassador for the Atacam cigarette company, it is the wrong time of day for him. He is currently sitting in a smoky haze of his own. But he would thoroughly recommend that if you are a Russian soldier, or indeed a Russian civilian, and you live near an ammunition dump or a key piece of infrastructure, that you liberally smoke and negligently discard your Atacam's brand cigarettes, because nothing gives the explosive flavor of good pure Atacam's brand. Thank you for that update, Mr. M. Long may the explosions continue. So, Joanna, you wanted to talk about what Romania are doing. Joanna.
Yes, just give me 30 seconds to be in front of my computer, because you caught me not in the best moment. Just a moment. I was outside on the balcony admiring the blue sky and the spring that is coming. So yeah.
And smoking an Atacam's brand cigarette.
Oh, I won't talk about that. We don't promote smoke in this space unless it is on the Russian side. So yeah, let me take you to the Romanian news, which are quite diverse, and they are very interesting. For the first news, the biggest title is President Biden confirms the support of United States for East Europe, and he will meet Iohannis, the president of Romania, and the leaders of the B9 group in Warsaw. So this is a very good sign for the Eastern Europe. Then the news about Maia Sandu. Maia Sandu was yesterday in Warsaw. Apparently, she was invited by President Biden to participate to all the talks and his speech. And he addressed Maia Sandu during his speech, and she said that she is a very good promoter of democracy, and that United States will support Moldova. So this is very important. He addressed her directly during the speech. This is a sign for the Russian for the Russians, I think. So this is again a very heartwarming event for us all. Then I have another news, which is kind of interesting. Apparently, a Serb spy that was exposed. How do we say?
Yes,
He
exposed.
yes, he was exposed and he was obliged to leave Romania. Was present to Putin's speech yesterday in the front lines. So a Serb citizen that was undesirable in Romania and he was forced to leave was among the first line participants to the Putin speech, which is amazing. About the Putin speech, the title is Putin put the audience to sleep. The title in the Romanian news. So this is a very good title. Also, they address the ballistic missile, the intercontinental ballistic missile that was supposed to be tested yesterday by the Russians. They announced the authorities in the United States, and they performed the test, but apparently it was a failure. They cite several sources, among them it is CNN, and normally they tested this Sarmat missile, which is called also the Satan missile. And if the test would have been successful, Putin would have talked about it during his speech. He didn't, and apparently the test wasn't successful, which is a good thing. They are just bragging about these Sarmat missiles from a few years ago, and yeah, it doesn't work. Also, I want to address the question of the speculation that were promoted yesterday by several accounts on Twitter and on Telegram about a possible attempt to take over the airport in Chisinau by the Russians, of course. And I think that all of this began with faulty translation, because there was a message by a very reputable source from Moldova that said, citing the Moldovan officials and also President Zelensky, that the Russians want indeed to try to do something in Moldova. And among the things that they want to achieve is to control the airport in Chisinau, because they can use it practically to stab Ukraine in the back from Moldova. But it wasn't about a real pragmatic attempt to take over the airport. It's just wishful thinking from the Russians. So we do not have information as of now that there is such an attempt in preparation. Of course, the Russians will try to make provocation. Of course, they may try to make false flag attacks in Transnistria. They may try to destabilize politically Republic of Moldova, because they organized demonstration the other day, and they may organize others. But as of now, all the Moldovan officials say that they are prepared. They are working with the European partners and with NATO, and practically they will stay strong and do not fall for any provocation. So it's just to assure you that Moldova is aware that there may be attempts to do something, and they are prepared. So as for a military attempt to take over the airport in Chisinau, practically it will be very difficult to do this.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I have a quick question. Maia Sandu is the president of Moldova, so she's not an executive president, because I understood the Moldovan government just fell.
Maia Sandu is the president of Moldova, and Moldova is a parliamentary republic. So she is not the prime minister, if this is the question. The government did not fall. It was kind of a reshuffle. Practically, the former prime minister just left the government, and with this, all the government is dissolved. But there was a new government put in place quite rapidly. It was voted in the parliament. The new prime minister is Dorin Rechan. He's also pro-European, pro-Western prime minister from the party of Maya Sandu. They have a strong majority in the parliament of about 62%, and as I said, it wasn't really that the government fall. It was more like a reshuffling, because a number of the ministers are the same. There are some changes, and during the new prime minister, apparently he has quite an experience in security issues, because he was a member of the Security Council in Moldova. He is quite educated. He studied I think in Belgium. He has a degree in economics. So he is quite a good prime minister for the moment. They try to address some problems and make sure that they have full loyalty of all the members of the government, because, as I said, there were signs that provocations may be possible. And as you know, when, for example, a government changes, not all the administration changes. So some of the people in the administration can be, I'm not saying that they are, but can be pro-Russian, because there is a minority that is pro-Russian in the Republic of Moldova. And I guess what they did right now is just to ensure that they have really a good hold on the government, let's say. Democratic, of course, because it was voted in the parliament. But I think that they just did this reshuffle in order to make sure that every position is occupied by the best person to be there.
Thank you very much. Now, as you've just mentioned that he is Belgian educated, I now have grave doubts about the future of Moldova. Grave doubts indeed.
Come on, come on. For people from Moldova to be educated in Western Europe, it is a great thing, because it wasn't easy to do that before. So the fact that somebody is educated in Western Europe is a good thing. Yes, Belgium may not be the best, may not have the best universities in Europe, but again, it is important for us.
Of course, I'm teasing. For those of you who were lost, on whom that joke was lost, a long-standing in-joke on the MriyaReport is that I don't like Belgium. I won't go into details at this point, but let's go to Think Ethical. Think Ethical.
Yeah, just a note of appreciation. I see Tom Zimbardo is in the peanut gallery, and I just want to thank him for all that he shared over the past 8 months, and how meaningful it was to me, and how insightful his voice was, and how helpful at times to transfer anger into a positive direction. The second note of appreciation is for the absent one, the eloquent and majestic Domen. I can't even describe the effect that he's had in my life to ameliorate all doubt about the commitment needed to this effort. So wherever Domen is, I just want to say a deep, heartfelt thank you for all that you do. Not that Tim isn't an adequate replacement. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, Think Ethical. I'm perfectly comfortable with being an entirely inadequate replacement for Domen. Nobody compares to our Slovak friend. He is currently on holiday for this week, so he's off doing something Domen-y, presumably competitive wine tasting, which I've learned through Domen you can do competitively. It's not just a solitary sport. You can have teams of competitive wine tasters, which is very, very interesting. I wonder if they wear lycra like cyclists. I think that would be quite fun. But anyway, I'm being silly. So yes, we are Domenless for the next few days, but never fear, he will be back in fine check form. and will be leading the charge during the European daytime as of, I believe, Monday. So never fear, Doman will be back. Joanna, I have a question from the audience on Moldova. What do you think would be a strong sign that Russian influence is reduced?
Joanna?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I cannot speak right now. Can you cycle back to me later? I'm really sorry.
Of course. Meantime, let's go to Nala. Nala, welcome back up.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I just wanted to comment on this, since you have summoned me by mentioning heavy metal and Dark Brandon and all that stuff, but I wanted to comment why they chose the name for their rally in the States to be Rage Against the War Machine, because many people know that Rage Against the Machine is a band on the slightly heavier spectrum of things. Too many people would put them there, but it's a tanky band. I mean, they're very political, so choosing that name was not an accident, actually. Thanks. That's my contribution for today.
Yes, indeed. The Rage Against the Machine, which is, I don't want to categorize the exact sort of music. It's very noisy music. They do have a political streak. I believe their lead singer is a chap called Tom Morello, and he is. I don't know. There isn't really a tanky cause that he opposes. I mean, he's very keen on the Shining Path, which is a Peruvian terrorist group. But of course, it's the good kind of terrorism, because it's Marxist terrorism. But Nala, you'll have more color on this.
Yeah, Tim. Actually, Tom Morello is the guitar player, but the vocalist is Zach De La Rocha. And actually, Tom Morello is a very innovative guitar player in his own right. But sadly, they're very sort of the Noam Chomsky streak of Vatnik, I think, based on their lyrics and what they said in interviews and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really follow him particularly closely. I don't know if he's said anything on Ukraine, but he is tight with Noam Chomsky, who is one of the worst offenders when it comes to this genocide apologism and oh, but America is worse crap that these morons come out with. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're firmly on the wrong side of history, morality, common sense, and all that is decent when it comes to Ukraine. So while we're waiting for the continuance of Moldova and Romania, how about we have a quick military update on what's going on? Okay, don't explode with enthusiasm now. I'm just going to go for it. Okay, so the mill blogosphere is dominated by President Putin's speech yesterday, his equivalent of State of the Union, I suppose, to appropriate the American term. Now, as we've already covered, it didn't really reveal anything new, didn't really give any specific goals or intentions on the part of the Kremlin. It merely reinforced, and it seemed like they were kind of buying time and rhetorical space to try and reverse their failures. There was a repetition of the stated goal of Russia's invasion, the so-called special military operation, which is in order to protect the people of Russia's historical lands in Ukraine. for which we can read former part of the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, if that is indeed a different thing. He also said that there was a Russian domestic security concern, something we've talked about at length in the last few days, and indeed in general over the last year on space, being total nonsense. The meme is, of course, NATO expansion, the idea that NATO accepting members closer to Russia than the River Elbe is somehow a threat to Russia. Now, this is, of course, palpable nonsense. It sits on a throne of lies around the exact political situation in the 90s regarding the breakup of the Soviet Union. This is something I spoke about at length on space yesterday. There is a Russian lie that assurances were given. Indeed, the Russian lie escalates further than that into a lie that a treaty was signed that said that NATO would not expand eastwards or would not accept any new members from the former Warsaw Pact. This is, of course, total nonsense. Gorbachev himself confirmed that the matter was not even discussed with the American Secretary of State Baker in the early 90s. I believe it was the summer of 1990 when the issue of German reunification was being settled. So this is complete nonsense. As we all know, NATO is a defensive alliance. It operates an open door policy, so it doesn't actively recruit, but it will consider the application of any relevant country that wishes to join the alliance. Now, why would an Eastern European country wish to join a very, very powerful defensive military alliance? It's possibly because they're worried about the behavior of their neighbor. And when I say the behavior of their neighbor, I don't mean Poland. We're obviously talking about Russia here. Countries bound together for collective security when they feel that there is a threat to their existence or a threat to their interests from a hostile foreign power. That hostile foreign power, in the case of Eastern Europe, is of course Russia. Hence, there was a long queue in the 1990s and noughties to join NATO. The lies get even sillier when you consider that Russia herself joined NATO's Partnership for Peace. I can't remember exactly when, but it put Russia in a similar position to the position Ukraine was in before the 2014 Russian invasion of Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea, in that they were in the Partnership for Peace program, but not formally a member. So if joining Partnership for Peace, which Ukraine did, is an indicator of being absorbed into the NATO empire, then Russia was once absorbed into the NATO empire as well, because it was also in the Partnership for Peace program. So Putin in his speech spouted the usual nonsense about NATO expansion being a threat to domestic security. And also he talked about neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian regime. Now, this is another interesting thing because Russia uses the word Nazi in a very, very esoteric way. To Russia, a Nazi is anyone who doesn't do what Russia tells them to do. So you're Nazis, I'm a Nazi, we're all Nazis here if you're Russia, because we do not toe their line. Think ethical. Think ethical. You've got your hand up.
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, I totally agree. The ridiculousness of it is it's not worthy of gray matter. To consider the Swedish word tvärtom, it's the opposite. It is absolutely the opposite. Everything a Russian says, does, thinks is the opposite of the truth. I had a professor 45 years ago, Sennheiser, a good German colonel, lieutenant colonel, and it was the think tank I was involved in, and he had me Brezhnev. I was modeling Brezhnev, and after about a month and a half, he realized that I was becoming a bit a tad indoctrinated in the Marxism. Not that I believed it, but that it was a curiosity, a deep curiosity, and it could fool even the brightest. And so he took me aside and he said, "Well, son, it's fine, well, and good that you express the polemics of Brezhnev and the Kremlin so adequately, but remember this. And he stares at me with his big German blue eyes, and I knew that it was a serious event and a moment in my life where I needed to really, really listen. So I listened intently, and he said, "If a Russian says something to you, it is a lie." That was all. And so I've lived with that my entire life, and I really could not have dreamt that 45 years later I would be employing and actually distributing the knowledge that I obtained in those 2 years. So, but I wanted to as an act of an educator, it would be to I'm reading everything that Timothy Snyder has written. And I've come upon him to be the voice of absolute miraculous reason in the evolution of the Ukraine and the history of the Ukraine and the cultural integrity of the Ukraine. And I would just recommend anybody in the audience who really wants a background, a deep background on what is going on, to watch the Timothy Snyder YouTube lectures. I believe there's 20 of them. And if you can, I'm reading Black Earth again. That's a phenomenal account of the state of being wanted by greedy, selfish, megalomaniacal, psychopathic nations, Germany and Russia, for the past 300, 400 years. So Timothy Snyder's lectures, for anyone who really does want to know the truth about what's going on, I highly, highly, highly recommend Timothy Snyder's lectures. That's it, and I'm out.
Thank you very much, Think Ethical. I've not actually read anything by Timothy Snyder except the odd opinion piece, think tank piece. But I am told he comes very highly recommended, although he's not somebody I'm overly familiar with personally. So continuing on with Putin's speech from yesterday, I know people were very interested in that. His audience weren't particularly interested because they were all falling asleep. But listeners to the Maria Report have expressed an interest, so I will continue with a précis with this. Now, he criticized, among the many purposes of his special military operation, his illegal genocidal invasion, was countering the threat posed by Ukrainian neo-Nazis. Apparently, Ukraine has been neo-Nazi since 2014, since that famous CIA-backed coup. Now, when I was in Kiev a couple of weeks ago, I actually met somebody who was at Maidan in 2014, and she was making sandwiches for the people who were demonstrating. And she was happy to report that there were absolutely no CIA operatives in evidence at Maidan Square during that revolution. So I have it from the official sandwich maker to Euromaidan that the CIA were definitely not involved. So we can dismiss that suggestion out of hand. Now, Putin went on to accuse the collective West of arming Ukraine and deploying biolabs, repeated the biolabs thing, close to Russian borders. Does anyone know what a biolab actually is? When they talk about biolabs, what does that actually mean? Does anybody know? I know it's a conspiracy theory, but I haven't really followed it. Anybody got any ideas?
Biolab is a laboratorium where biological experiments are done.
So the implication is here that these biolabs produce biological weapons or virulent diseases or something like that, I suppose.
Exactly, that is what a biolab is. And Ukraine have very nice biolabs with various of new experiments and new creations, like the combat squirrel, the army beaver, the war kittens, you name it. They have a lot of them.
And I believe our very own combat trash panda was made in a Ukrainian biolab. There are in fact several of him. Yeah, absolutely. There are several of him. They have all been created in petri dishes in Ukrainian biolabs. Thank you very much for that, Mr. M. I now know what a biolab is. So apparently, according to Putin, there are Western-controlled biolabs close to Russian borders, and by putting those in place, they have unleashed war on Russia. Now, he continued with the Nazi analogy. He has accused the Ukrainian armed forces of being analogous, isn't it? Analogous to the Third Reich. He made specific reference to Edelweiss. Now, the Edelweiss is a little flower that grows high in the Alps and is a traditional device used by German, Austrian, and Polish Alpine troops. So one of their rites of passage is that in order to call themselves proper, I think the backstory on this is that Ukraine has. Their mountain units has adopted Edelweiss terminology and Edelweiss symbolism, and apparently, according to Putin, they're definitely Nazis. Putin went on to thank the Russian armed forces for their efforts and in fighting this Nazi threat. Okay, so we've got a few hands before we continue. I believe Jens was first. Jens.
Yeah, without sounding like a tank, I just assumed that the whole biolabs thing was them looking at the VSH tape of Colin Powell talking about mobile laboratories in Iraq. But I fear I'm opening up a can of worms. I just think they looked in the book of excuses to invade a country and then thought, hey, we got Nazis, let's do biolabs and a few more. That's all.
Sure. I mean, except that Iraq was known to have a biological weapons program, Ukraine doesn't. I suppose that would be the key difference there. I think it was Meldonna next. Meldonna.
Yeah, I was going to just comment on the biolabs. What it sounds like to me is that it's just kind of a dog whistle for the whole COVID was created. It gives me hope. You guys keep up the good work.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Meldon. We really appreciate it. Joanna, I think you were next.
Yes, so I will answer to the question about Moldova, but first about Edelweiss. Indeed, Edelweiss is a flower that is found in Alps, but also in the Carpathians. And Carpathians go well in Romania, but also in with the border in Ukraine, over the border and in Ukraine. So Edelweiss is a native flower in Ukraine. And also about the claim that it is a Nazi symbol, I think everybody remembers Sound of Music. In fact, the flower and the song Edelweiss was a symbol of Austrian resistance to the Nazi occupation. So it's kind of the other way around. And about Moldova, you asked me when we will know that the Russian influence on Moldova is weakening. So Moldova already took some steps. They interdicted the Russian TV channels that are promoting propaganda. And as you know, in Moldova, unfortunately, there is still a minority of the population that is pro-Russian. This comes from many things. This comes from the displacement of the population that it was done by the Russian book, you know, when they go into a country, or when Moldova was um, in the Soviet Union. They are moving population. They took people from Moldova and took them to Siberia or to other regions in Russia, and they brought in Russians. So there are Russians in Moldova, Russian speaking and Russian natives. So because of this, there is still a pro-Russian feeling in a part of the society in Moldova. They also try to oppress, they did oppress the Romanian or Moldovan language. As a parenthesis, it's the same language, exactly the same language. It's not the same root, it's exactly the same language, the same grammar, the same words, the same vocabulary. It's just called Moldovan because they didn't, the Russian government back in the previous years didn't want to admit that it is indeed Romanian language. So they did oppress Romanian language in Moldova, as they did with Ukrainian in Ukraine, and as they are doing now with Belarusian in Belarus. And of course, they even changed the alphabet to Cyrillic. And this is really kind of strange for a Latin-based language. And because of the information that was promoted in Russian, because of the education that sometimes was done by the Russian teachers and so on, there is still, you know, the narrative, the Russian narratives were predominant in Moldova until a few years ago, when finally we had like a democratic government, and this new government, this new president Maya Sandu did a lot of steps. So back to the question, when we will see that the Russian influence is going. Well, the integration in the European Union will be a major step for Moldova. Also, the fact that people can travel and can see the benefits of democracy, it is very important. In the last years, a lot of the citizens in Moldova, in fact, obtained Romanian citizenship. About 1 million citizens of Moldova, and according to the last poll, now in Moldova there are 2.6 million citizens. The former poll was about 4 million, but a lot of people emigrated, of course, because of the poverty, trying to find a better place to earn their living and so on. So the fact that 1 million citizens have Romanian passports and can travel at least to Romania, if not to the European Union, and can be exposed to a democratic society, truly democratic society, and can learn about the values and about the things we believe in the West, it is also very important. So I believe we are on the good road with Moldova. Moldova is on the good road, but we will still need a few years, and integration in the European Union will be the masterpiece of this. When Moldova will be in the European Union, I guess all the Russian influence will succeed significantly.
Thank you very much, Ioana. I have a question. What noise do we hear coming out of the Kremlin on this? I'm kind of wondering exactly how important the Kremlin sees Moldova as being.
Oh, in fact, something very interesting, even concerning, happened yesterday. Among the points, Putin's points during the speech, there was one about canceling the recognition of the Republic of Moldova over Transnistria. Because a few years ago, I don't have exactly this, but I will search for the date. A few years ago, Russia practically accepted that Moldova has full authority on the territory of Transnistria. And what he did yesterday, it was to cancel this act. And practically, there are speculations that he will try to, for example, recognize Transnistria as an independent republic, as he tried to do with Lugansk and Donetsk, and as he tried to do with Ossetia and Abkhazia. So if he will try this, well, he can try, you know, you can try everything, but it doesn't mean that it's legal or that it will be accepted by the rest of the world. So the signals that we are getting from Russia is that Moldova is important for them. They would like to have, you know, like a bridge point. How do you say it? They like to have a hold on Moldova, but I guess they will Until now, they failed, and in my opinion, they will be failing. They won't get it. Because as we have seen lately, we have a lot of messages of support from European Union, from United States, from NATO. So I really think that they are losing even the last defense that they have right now on them.
Thank you very much. David, welcome back.
Hi. Yeah, but at the risk of going back into something silly from something very interesting, the biolabs thing. Of course, this is one of the things that we were talking about yesterday with regard to conspiracy theories and absolute nonsense having some sort of basis in truth. And the link here is, what is a biolab, as you were asking? A biolab's just essentially something that does biological testing, right? So, of course, during the COVID crisis, there was a significant rise in the number of these biolabs everywhere, all around the world, and it should be no surprise to anybody that a significant number of these are, of course, owned by Western companies. So Western-controlled biolabs can literally be meant to mean a COVID testing station somewhere. And I'm not wanting to conflate any COVID conspiracy theories with the biolab conspiracy theories, but it's typically something that's used. That you can Google biolabs Ukraine or Western biolabs Ukraine, and of course you'll turn up a huge number of hits if you do that. Yeah, that was all.
I love the bird behind you in the background, David.
Yeah, it's a good place.
Thank you very much. Joanna.
Yes, so I'm back to you. 12 about the external foreign policy of the Russian state. By this treaty, Putin recognized the authority of Moldova, Republic of Moldova, on the territory of Transnistria. And as I said yesterday, he practically cancelled this treaty. There is an answer from the Republic of Moldova. We took notice on the decision to cancel the decree regarding the foreign policy of the Russian Federation. We will analyze the content of the new concept, and we will express our opinion about it. In the same statement, they asked Russia to retreat the military forces that are on the territory of the Republic of Moldova, meaning the country, of course. So that's the treaty, 7th May 2012, and he cancelled it yesterday, among the other things, I think. So maybe it passed a little bit unnoticed by the Western media, but in Moldova there is a concern about it, and of course in the
Thank you very much, Joanna. Let's go to Per, please.
Hi. No, actually, I just wanted to briefly get to the biolabs thing. David said exactly what I want to say. I have worked literally in biolabs for like 15, 20 years. Biolabs means just biological work, analysis, cancer research, could be virus research. I mean, I think this biolab has been co-opted. Biolab means just biological lab where you do biological experiments. But so bioweapons, that's a different thing. Maybe virology labs, but still virology, you study viruses and try to make vaccines. So I literally have a biolab right next to, just down the street. So you would find biolabs everywhere in the world, and they are overwhelmingly just for studying biological phenomena. So it's kind of, so of course you find it in Ukraine everywhere, but of course they will say it's a biolab for making weapons, so that's all I want to say.
Absolutely, and it's one of the things that makes me think Putin has a point, because right here in my hometown of Tallinn, right in Freedom Square, formerly Lenin Square, formerly Peter the Great Square, formerly Trotsky Square, there is an enormous biolab. It's a great big white canvas tent with COVID testing station written on the side. So, you know, we really are moving those biolabs alarmingly close to Russia. You know, St. Petersburg is only a 4-hour drive away, or it's about 7 hours by tank. So, yeah, I mean, these are aggressive moves. These biolabs are very, very aggressive moves by NATO. So thank you very much, everybody, for that. We now know what a biolab is and why it's a load of nonsense. I just dismissed it out of hand as a non-existing conspiratorial thing, but perhaps there is a very small kernel of reality to it, even if it is just a COVID testing station. So I see Abdullah's coming up. Abdullah, very warm welcome.
Hey, greetings, Tim. Welcome back from Ukraine. I just wanted to ask you, first thing, when will your documentary be released? It'll be a good opportunity for us to maybe make a donation as well. I don't know what avenue you'll be using to release that.
Thank you. So, as most of you know, I have been busy in Ukraine for the last month or so, filming a documentary on behalf of the MriyaReport. Oh, sorry. Did I just mute everybody? Yes, I did.
No. It was my fat finger, Tim. Sorry for that.
Not a problem. So I've been in Ukraine on behalf of the MriyaReport, filming a documentary for which I've received much kind encouragement from our audience. I would remind you that it was not my sole effort. I was the chap on the ground incompetently pointing a camera at various people, but very much a team effort. So in the background, we have the whole of the MriyaReport team, particularly Axel, Doggy Donovitz, and Victoria Lee. So must give them the lion's share of the credit, despite me being the one who actually did the filming. So we have been filming a documentary centered around Ukazaliznytsa, the Ukrainian state railway system, but also looking at various other organizations and people who keep Ukraine in the game and keep Ukraine running. So it was a heck of a long month. We got a heck of a lot done, learned a heck of a lot, met a heck of a lot of interesting people. Exactly when it will be coming out remains to be seen. So we don't have a definite date on that. What we are doing in the background is our editing team, led by the ever-able Donny Dogovitz, we are putting together a series of teaser trailers, a series of snippets, which kind of summarize the interview, give a quick teaser of the interviews one by one. So there'll be several of those coming out in the coming days and weeks, and we'll also be editing the interviews into definitive segments, probably about 20 minutes long, just so you get a kind of deep dive into each of the interviewees. And we will also be putting it together into hopefully a medium length film as well. So we need to work on the narrative structure a bit, and hopefully there will be a kind of a somewhat shorter than feature length film coming out, which basically summarizes the whole trip and tells a compelling story. But sorry to be completely useless, Abdullah, but I honestly don't know when this is coming out, because this is an amateur effort and we're relying on people to donate their free time and their skill to helping us edit the videos. So no definitive release date at this stage, I'm afraid. Sorry about that.
Tim, just a question. Was visiting in Ukraine. The Russians made an intercontinental ballistic missile test, and apparently that didn't go well for the Russians. They failed.
Yes, this was the apparent test of a Samat super heavy intercontinental ballistic missile, which apparently didn't work. How spectacularly did it fail? Did it nuke Yekaterinburg by accident or something?
No, that doesn't. The post doesn't say that. There is no further information. Only that it failed.
So they can't even do a successful nuclear test. I mean, this stuff really isn't rocket science, is it? Oh wait, yes, it
Well,
is. That's exactly what it is.
Yes, but it's a bit like I suspected. In the way that how we see the material on the battlefield, and we have seen more failures, accidents with their missiles making a 180 U-turn. It's a bit what I was expecting to. Going to see if they wanted to launch a missile. I think the maintenance of these missiles and a nuclear missile has a time span of 30 years, and then they have to be replaced. And I think there is a big, huge problem there.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mr. M. Robin Schwartz.
Good morning. Tim, you're doing a great job. I really appreciate getting to know you a little bit, and I can hardly wait for the Okozoliznytsia story to come out. I'm really looking forward to it. I keep MriyaReport going at night, because that way, if I wake up in the middle of the night and I hear you guys talking about pineapple on pizza and strong and things like that, I know there's nothing going wrong in the world. I just wanted to mention also, someone spoke about Timothy Snyder earlier, and I highly recommend him. I wrote the first book of his that I read is called The Road to Unfreedom, and it's a virtuosic discussion of the Nazi and literally Nazi and fascist underpinnings of Putin's whole worldview, the Ruski Mir, and it certainly opened my eyes about exactly what a danger Russia poses to Ukraine and to the rest of the Western world. So I really highly recommend it. And that's it. Thanks so much, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from you, Tim. Take care.
Thank you very much, Robin. Thank you for your words of encouragement. Now, Robin's just raised a very important point. Now, my own country, the United Kingdom, operates a continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent, and this is there in the event that basically their doctrine, their chain of command, comes from the King through the Prime Minister to the individual submarine captains. And the way this works is that they are given a sealed letter with orders in it, which is put in a safe in the submarine, and they are to open it in the event that the British government, for whatever reason, ceases functioning. And the way they know that the British state has ceased to exist is that the BBC's Today programme will go off air. So the Today programme is a news and current affairs show on BBC Radio 4. And if that goes off air, they know to open the letter. And this is also true of the MriyaReport. So if we go a whole day without talking about beans, pineapple on pizza, or surströmming, then you know that Western civilization has fallen, and you should grab your go bag and head for the hills. So this is one of the services we provide. So if there's a total lack of discussion of disgusting food for a whole day, you know it's got really serious. Tallinn's definitely gone. London's probably gone. Slovakia definitely gone. Oklahoma City, total ruins. Holland underwater. It's all, it's all just totally screwed. So it comes directly through the MriyaReport from our shadowy Mossad handlers. What
about our neighborhood, Tim? What about our neighborhood in Dubai?
In Dubai?
Yeah, yes. You guys are all welcome into the Gulf if that happens.
That's the plan. Is that why you build so many skyscrapers? It's to accommodate all of the MriyaReport co-hosts in luxury penthouses for when it all goes horribly wrong.
Yes. Marhaban. Yes, you're all welcome. You're all welcome.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. With that silliness over, let's go to Florian, please. Florian.
Hello. And you have forgotten Switzerland. We are neutral. We will survive it. And you also forgot to tell that then the NATO fellas will open their letters too and act accordingly. More on a serious point, the ICBM failure was at stage 2. It lifted up, but the second stage didn't fire off. That's why the West could clearly see it and report on it. It was not an explosion on the start side. It lifted up, but its second stage didn't ignite, and then the thing fell off. And there's another thing I wanted shortly to mention. Daniel Affire sent me a link to Chris Owicki, who reported on a very comical scene in Moscow with the police cadets. I don't know if somebody else has read it.
Yes, I saw this. I was about to mention this, but Florian.
I mean, this is comical beyond belief. So, the police cadets were called in for a rehearsal of a graduation ceremony, and when they came up, the military enlistment officers came and handed them the conscription orders, and then they refused to sign them. So then they were held back in the hall of the police academy until they sign it, until one of the cadets called the police to free them. I think the police comes to free the police cadets from the police instructors because the police cadets didn't want to enlist in the Russian military. But this has a ring of the upcoming civil war. That's what I'm reading in this. If the services start to fight among themselves, that is good news.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I think a particularly good part of this was that the police cadets, they were attempting to be conscripted by the army. They had to call the police to come and stop themselves being conscripted, which is just extraordinary, the level of dysfunction that speaks of in the Russian state. It's absolutely unbelievable.
I mean, a comedian couldn't write that.
And what's interesting, whenever there's a really stupid decision made like this, you know that somewhere there was a meeting where the stupid decision was made. So a room full of people, let's say maybe 8 or 10 senior military blokes, and perhaps a politician or two, perhaps the regional governor, they sat down, they had a meeting, and they said, right, we need more manpower. Where can we find several hundred fit young chaps who are at some stage of training in something? And they say, hey, how about we go into the local police academy, mob-handed, and force everybody into the army? And nobody turned around and said in that meeting, actually, Sergey, that's a really shit idea. Nobody said that. Nobody suggested that this thing that they were suggesting they were going to do was just patently absurd. And they reached a consensus in this meeting that this patently absurd thing was in fact a good idea and a good way to to expand the manpower of the armed forces. It is just absolutely extraordinary stuff.
And it also shows that the whole power vertical doesn't work anymore, because it's clear that with the military is so much more important than, and it's in Moscow, the police cadets. It's not somewhere in some small city in Siberia. It's in Moscow. The power vertical doesn't work anymore, because otherwise the Ministry of Defense would have called up the Ministry of the Interior and said, we need more men, now give us half of your cadet, a third of your cadet force, something sensible. And if the military would be in charge, the Ministry of Interior would simply say, yes, now go and choose and find some rational process and then motivate the guys for the sake of Russia and so on. But they try to sort of steal the police cadets. I mean, that's, and as you said, I mean, this is incredible that nobody comes to the idea. This is a really shitty idea that one part of the armed forces or the power structure steals the manpower from another part.
It's not, sorry, Tim, it's not only the police cadets, Florian. There was also other students from, name it. Every student in Russia is now going to be conscripted if Russia get its way.
Yeah, I know, because under the Russian system, every male student goes to this whatever 10 days officer course where they sit around some room at the university and play military. But now they get conscripted for real. And as far as I know, maybe somebody knows it better, but as far as I know, this way you avoid the normal conscription because you're a student. You go to this strange fake officers course, but now they get conscripted for real. I heard that. And that's why a lot of students also fled.
Absolutely, but I would say something you've got a little bit wrong there, Florian, is the notion that the military somehow outranks the Interior Ministry.
Yeah, I may be wrong on that. Correct.
The opposite is true in Russia, and quite deliberately so. Right? Russia is not a military state. Russia is a security state. So Russia, the highest, the top dogs, the people at the top of the pile of the state bureaucracy are the people who do internal security. At the very bottom of the pile is the military. And this is quite deliberate, simply because basically the military is the biggest threat to the Russian state. It's the only part of the state that is not totally co-opted by the central regime. And it's the only thing that has the manpower and the resources and the organization to threaten the security of the state. So they're deliberately kept down. They're deliberately under-resourced. They're deliberately dicked around a lot to ensure they don't rise to a point where they can, where they're able to overthrow the currently constituted Russian state. And it's been like this for a long time. It was like this under the Soviet Union as well. And it was like this under the Tsar as well. This is a country that quite deliberately doesn't respect and honor its military in any practical sense as a matter of state security policy.
As a short reply, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. But given a wartime situation, you would expect that the need of the military is more respected. It's good it isn't, because also that doesn't attract very capable people, neither in the short nor in the long term, which is also good because that why it makes the Russian military such incapable force.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Thank you very much for raising that, Florian. I was gonna get to that tweet myself, but you were ahead of the curve. We do rely on our audience here. They do provide us with content. They do come up and ask interesting questions, and above all, they amplify the space by retweeting it using the little purple button at the bottom right of your rectangles of doom. So, with that in mind, please do retweet the space. If you have a question or a topic of conversation, please do come up and discuss it. We are very, very nice most of the time. So, with that in mind, let's go to...
Tim, I have some bit of news. We know that MriyaReport was hit yesterday, and there is a confirmation that a Russian MOD munition depot has been destroyed near the airport central district of MriyaReport.
And by a strange coincidence, I'm outside on the balcony having a cigarette. Would you look at that?
Smoking a Atacam brand cigarette, Tim?
Exactly. They are very, very long range indeed. Let's go to Lie Sniper. Lie Sniper, nice to see you.
Yeah, hi, thank you. What Florian just said, I have to make a small correction. He said that could be a movie script, this whole shit show with this police academy. I think, well, it could, but there would be no producer willing to make a film because it would be so bizarre and completely unbelievable and unrealistic that anyone would well, anyway. But what I wanted to come back to was this sorry, I mentioned them again, biolabs. I found some weeks ago information that in fact USA, for example, has had scientific cooperation with Russia with this similar biolabs which they now claim to be some weapon labs in Ukraine. So basically, Russia should know what is going on there, because they have the similar cooperation with US, for example, US also. So basically, this whole biolab thing is complete rubbish. That's no surprise for us all. But I think I just wanted to mention that it's not just Ukraine and USA, but it's also Russia where that has taken place. And I don't know, the Russians, they have Novichok and all kind of nice things, but I don't think that the US has been participating in that kind of, how they say, air quotes, research. Okay, thank you.
You mean on the biological weapons side?
Well, if you count Novichok as biological weapon, then sure. But I don't think that the Russians have had cooperation with anyone else. But they have had scientific cooperation in biolabs with other nations, including the US. Thanks.
Well, there are a number of Western countries that do significant research on chemical and biological weapons. The UK is one of them. The United States is one of them. South Africa is one of them as well. The South Africans did have a nuclear program that was in very advanced stages in, I believe, the 1960s, which they abandoned in favor of chemical and biological weapons, and they were one of the leading until it all changed in the 90s. They were one of the leading biological and chemical weapons states. So yeah, I mean, this kind of research is fairly common among the major powers. The extent to which they cooperate,
Tim, if I may correct,
really
can I correct you on this?
Of course, yes.
Novichok is a chemical.
That's
weapon.
also true, but there was a convention in the 1970s signed against biological offensive weapons, and only defense biological research was allowed. And the Soviet Union didn't stick to it, while the West, including Switzerland, has labs, for example, to counter biological weapons, like finding vaccines against it. So the US...
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, the US did not violate that, nor did Britain violate that, or the Germans or others. So they stick to the convention, not producing offensive biological weapons, but everybody has research labs to protect their population. And they were open to inspections. And the Soviets did inspect them, also before the 1990s, in the 1980s. And in the 1990s, a senior scientist of one of these biological offensive research labs fled to the West and talked about it. And it was then put in the late 80s on the table by most of the Americans and the British in the negotiation with Gorbachev. And then they admitted they had this offensive biological research labs, including two accidents, two major accidents. I think it's Sverdlovsk, in the late 70s, where they had an outbreak of what is the black stuff called? But a major outbreak of that, and it was even noticed in the West that an outbreak from one of their research labs. So that's why there is defensive research, like how to protect our population, but there was never offensive programs to defend the British government.
Yes, of course. Sorry, that is what I was getting at. Apologies if I wasn't clear enough. The UK and the US operate extensive defensive research into biological and chemical weapons. The UK at RWE Porton Down. I'm not sure where the US do it, but there are defensive research efforts ongoing. Let's go to Laughing Tommy. Laughing Tommy.
Yeah, hello, Tim. I just wanted to make a quick note that in my estimation, I agree with you that the interior forces of security in Russia outrank the military on the influence and social totem pole, but I would also point out that such a boneheaded move by military recruiters points to the how should I say, not simply lack of coordination, but the way that power functions in Russia in parallel structures. So the lack of coordination is a byproduct of the idea that power structures within the country are supposed to compete with one another and thus prevent focusing their effort on the central power and central government, which is typical of dictatorships, such as Iran, for example, with its 5 different security structures that all have sort of overlapping responsibility, the same way that Rosgvardia is part of the basically military, but it's internal forces, and it functions different than the police, and so on and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an important point. And as you rightly say, this is very characteristic of dictatorships. You know, they will often have overlapping and competing agencies and bureaucracies doing exactly the same thing. Whereas democracies tend to have quite clearly delineated areas of responsibility between the various organs of state security. So yes, thank you, Laughing Tommy. A very good point. Lee Sniper. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Thank you. Coming back to still once more to this biolab or bioweapons. Chapter 34 in Russian criminal code also forbids the development and of weapons of mass destruction, including biological and chemical weapons. So basically, the Russians obviously don't even follow their own rule of law. So that's there's plentiful of other points also. Basically, the whole chapter 34 of Russian criminal code is something that the whole regime could be put in jail for 10 years at least. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee Sniper. Okay, shall we continue our little roundup of Putin's speech yesterday? We went down a biolab rabbit hole, but that's what we're here for. We're here to explain, inform, and entertain. Possibly in that order, I don't know. Anyway, so there was a lot of nonsense in the speech about biolabs, as per usual. There was a lot of nonsense about Nazis, especially the Ukrainian adoption of the Edelweiss device for its mountain troops, which is a tradition in Germany and Austria, as well as Poland. They will, their mountain troops, as a rite of passage, will climb a mountain, pick an Edelweiss flower, and affix it to their uniforms. The flower is also used in their military symbolism. Florian, you want to talk about Edelweiss being an Alpine man?
No, I wanted to allude to the part of Putin's speech where said that the 4 regions they occupied or annexed will ever be Russia. Because I think this is a very important political signal, and it was an important signal to sort of our negotiation fraction that there's no negotiations. And we can point out that there's no negotiation. The hardcore position has remained. So I mean, the position that Russia is not giving up any of its war aims. And he clearly said it. And he did not offer anything somebody could negotiate with Russia, which is important to tell. Negotiate or nothing to negotiate about under the own words of Mr. Putin.
Absolutely. I mean, this is important, but I'm not sure it tells us anything new, right? Because the position of the peaceniks in the West is that basically we should let them have their territorial desires, right? That's kind of the starting point of their call to negotiate, is that Russia has to profit from this war with territory. Which is not the way we understand warfare to work in the 21st century. If you fight a war with a war of aggression, you should receive precisely 0 reward, and you should have a heck of a lot of downside as well. That's the basic morality of the thing as we understand it as modern democratic powers. So it's interesting that he didn't offer any olive branch at all, but I'm not sure it really helps us, because the position of the peaceniks is, well, just give them what they want and hopefully they'll go away. Does that make sense?
And there's a little bit nuanced position, especially in the German debate. They say there must be a compromise somehow. But Putin's not even offering a compromise, like whatever, I keep the Donbass and Crimea and you get the rest back. And I think this is important because I can point out in my debate and say there is no compromise from the Russian side. They want to even have more because they don't. He mentioned explicitly Kherson again, so he wants Kherson in total back. So, and I think this is important because to point out the whole idea, regardless even of the situation on international law, that you shouldn't give an aggressor a single piece of land. But even if you would, there's no compromise even being offered. There's nobody on the other side to negotiate, and not by any back channels discussion, but the explicit official state by its president.
Sure, but again, this is no surprise. This is how Russia does things. This is how the Soviet Union did things. They always and everywhere take a maximalist position.
Yeah, but this is known to you as a student of history who knows that. And usually you cannot make this large argument about history. I can simply point to the speech and say it is what it says, and that's why there's no point to negotiate.
Sure. Yeah, sure. But for the I think that's fair comment. I'm kind of aggressively agreeing with you at the same time as disagreeing. Yes. And I think for the benefit of the audience, I think it is important to stress that Russia doesn't negotiate. Russia demands. So any compromise with Russia comes from your own side. It doesn't come from theirs. They always take a maximalist position. They always make an unreasonably large demand in the hope that you will, the purpose of it is to basically bully you into compromise. So if they demand all of Poland, perhaps they get half of Poland. And if they get nothing, well, they've lost nothing. So it's always compromises. A compromise is shall we say, a compromise is a telescope for Russia. You can only really look through one end of it. And the compromise always comes from the other side, not from their own side. So what the peaceniks and the vatniks say when they say, oh, we should compromise with Russia, they mean that we should compromise with Russia. And we should give Russia at least some of what it wants, if not all of Ukraine. We should give them just a little bit of Ukraine that they're claiming, right? And the mere outrageousness of the claim in the first place makes it's a form of bullying. It's a form of trolling, where you demand an outrageous thing in the hope of getting part of that outrageous thing. So yeah, thank you very much, Florian, for that. That's an important thing to stress. Continuing on with Putin's speech, there was a lot of puffery about the supposed resilience of the Russian economy, the Russian society, and of Russian culture. Putin made a number of references to the development of the newly occupied territories of Ukraine. There was sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. Okay. Yeah, he's much talk about much talk about what Putin didn't say as opposed to what he did say. So many people thought that this speech could be Putin's announcement of a general mobilization, therefore war, as opposed to a special military operation. That was not forthcoming. There was nothing announced in terms of policy. There was nothing announced in terms of initiatives to improve their performance, their dismal performance in what should be a fairly, what for a superpower at least should be a fairly painless conflict. There was very little of any actual substance said, and it struck me that they were essentially marking time here, right? They were trying to, rhetorically speaking, he was trying to create a feeling of normality, and that this what is happening in Russia now and what is happening in Ukraine now is normal, and therefore it will last for some time. Like he was setting the rhetorical stage for a protracted conflict and a protracted atmosphere of war, an atmosphere of abnormality. Florian, what do you think?
I think it's also important. He stressed that the West is talking about the strategic defeat of Russia, how resilient Russia is, and Russia has never lost on the battlefield. And I think the discussion has gone from 3 days in victory in Kiev last year to we haven't collapsed yet. I think that's what I read in the speech. It goes from we win this very quickly to we are still in the fight.
And this is interesting as well. It makes me laugh. This was something we discussed with Dr. Nick yesterday. They've gone in the space of a year, under a year, they've gone from, wow, we're this global superpower, all tremble before us. They've gone from that to, well, we haven't collapsed yet, despite this apparently limited police action against a much weaker state, literally right at its border, right? What a peg that they've taken themselves down from this global superpower to, well, at least we're not collapsing. It makes me laugh so much.
I heard first about the speech in a summary in Swiss radio where the correspondents talked about the speech, and even the correspondent of Swiss radio at the end said to its listeners, when he said Russia has never lost, he mentioned Russia collapsed twice in the 20th century, in 1917 and in 1991.
Absolutely, and to say Russia has never lost is demonstrably false as well. There is a small, and elite club of countries who have beaten Russia in wars on their own territory, on Russia's own territory. Members include the United Kingdom, France, Turkey, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Germany. Poland, also Poland, and if you count Lithuania as Poland, or Poland as Lithuania, to get that the right way around. So there's a small club of countries that have beaten Russia in wars on her own territory. So to say Russia has never lost a war is, shall we say, is grasping at straws. But let's go to Laughing Tommy. Laughing Tommy.
Tim, of course Russia's never lost a war. That's why when the Americans invaded Afghanistan, the Russians were there defending their own territory. But I wanted to say something regarding the maximalist approach to negotiations. It's not a technique that they only use when negotiating, but Russia uses it as a technique in any sort of discourse. You can see that when you argue with a person about something, an argument is productive when we agree on the facts of the issue. But Russia doesn't do that. Russia goes for, well, how should I explain? Let's take Crimea for example. So the coup operation, or whatever you want to call it, happens with the little green man, and all the countries that call up Russia are like, well, what are your soldiers doing in there? And, hoping to start on the process of defusing the situation and so on. But Russia doesn't say, well, our soldiers are there because blah. They say, well, those are not our soldiers. And so they take away the center of the argument, the focal point, and they transfer it into a whole other room, so that by the time you get to the fact, you have to make concessions to them so that you can even get to reality. And it's like a favorite example of mine. There's a social convention in Russian society that if somebody asks you something, you don't answer the question, but you answer, why do you need to know? Which changes you from the person who is answering the question to the person who's demanding an answer from the person questioning.
interrogation tactic.
Precisely.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Nothing Tommy. Nick, welcome up.
Hey.
Hi.
Oh,
Sorry.
Nick. Sorry.
Well, maybe not the wrong Nick. Maybe I think I was first.
No,
No, you probably were. I just wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll call you Dr. Nick and Nick just Nick, even though Nick is also Dr. Nick.
Yeah. Ammunition. I'm reading that a tweet today suggesting that it's not that Wagner are short of ammunition; it's that they're now at the same level of ammunition as everybody else, having previously had deluxe supplies of ammunition. And so the suggestion seems to be that Russia is generally a bit low on ammunition. Now, back in June, when the artillery war really started in Donbass, and before HIMARS, we were assured, or we were told, that Russia had essentially infinite, at least artillery ammunition. You know, people were talking about millions of shells in stock. And I presume that small arms ammunition, you know, at a national level, barely never runs out. So is the issue that they're now having that, in fact, we either got that wrong, or they've somehow used or had blown up many millions of shells? Or are these ammunition problems at the front line more to do with logistics, but there's still millions and millions available if they could ever get the logistics sorted out? In other words, were we wrong at the time in terms of how much ammunition they've got stocked away in various bits of Siberia? Or is it or are the problems that, assuming the stories are true, that we're seeing more to do with logistics, or sort of what percentage of each would you say is in the mix relative to, as I say, the situation back last June, where basically the Russians were kind of taking a bath in ammunition?
It's probably a bit of both, and one certainly feeds the other. Now, if you talk about millions of rounds of ammunition, it's still not infinite for the purposes of Russia's aggression, right? Russia fires at peak was firing around 60,000 rounds of artillery ammunition per day. So 6 million rounds will last you 3 months.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's a lot.
And
yeah.
that's a lot. And if you think about spoilage, if you think about you think about losses in transit, you think about Ukrainian forces interdicting and destroying the dumps of these shells. You're going to get a great deal of wastage between having a shell somewhere in Russia and actually firing a shell through a gun. So even if they do have many tens of millions of rounds, it's actually not that many given the rate at which they're firing them. And
Tim,
yes,
I really doubt that they have. Yona has some information, I think, about it. Yona, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I would like to hear from Tim to finish, and then
Okay.
I think you are talking about the tweet from Chriso.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the numbers, even if it is many millions, is not a huge amount given the rate they were firing them at. The other thing is the logistics. Think about a 155 round weighs, I believe it weighs about 40 kilograms. They tend to come in wooden boxes of 2, so that's an 80 kilogram box. So that's a lift by 2 strong men or 4 weaker men, and this is in turn dependent on a highly inefficient and highly outdated system of logistics. So the NATO forces, they have highly palletized and automated logistics systems. So they have pallet stuff comes on standardized pallets. It gets forklift trucked between modes of transportation. It is all modular. It is all very efficient. It is all very slick. And so it's all quite quick and easy to get from place to place. Russia relies on railways and it relies on manual handling of the ammunition. So there is an inherent inefficiency in their supply chain that means that even if they have millions and millions of ammunition, rounds of ammunition squirreled away somewhere, it's not going to last very long at the rate they fire it, and it's also going to be very difficult for it to deliver it to the front. But if Joanna and Mr. M have some more detailed color on this, I'd be very glad to hear it.
Yes, so I don't know exactly what Mr. M was referring to. I had a very interesting thread from Chriso, but it was rather about mobilization, not really about ammunition. So that's why I'm not sure about it. It was a thread about how the Russians attempted to forcefully mobilize the cadets of the Moscow Police College, and apparently they lack people to mobilize. You can see this on wiki on Chris wiki. And about ammunition,
What I meant, Joanna. So that was from Mask 22. The artillery reserves in Russia have decreased with 30%. The remaining missiles are almost exhausted, and production is min 40 cruise missiles per month, or is at 40 cruise missiles per month. That was what I meant.
Yeah, I remember we have seen this, I think the first time this estimation was towards the end of 2022, when there were those kinds of missiles, and there was a calculation about the estimation of stocks for this, and also can go for these, and apparently the number was around 40 per month, which is basically one wave of missile, or not even, because they used to do waves of 70 or more. And this is about missiles, not really ammunition, but also about ammunition. I remember I was trying to search it. I remember that there were some satellite pictures with fields on which apparently the Russians were storing ammunition in preparation to bring it to Ukraine. So it was beyond, it was in Russia, but close to the border. And on the satellite pictures for a period of a few months, you could see how that large storage, open air storage, was depleted of ammunition. So basically, from one very large lot of ammunition, it was about 10% that was still available somewhere a few weeks ago. So yeah, indeed, I like dumb ammunition, but for the more specialized or more technical ammunition, I do think that they have problems. I will search and maybe come back to you with more information.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, Joanna and Mr. M. Dr. Nick.
Dr. Nick?
Dr. Nick?
Sorry. So I just am going to have to be technical here and throw in one more case where Russia lost on its territory. And you know I'm going to have to say it, and it's going to have to be Chechnya, first war. I know it came to a technical truce, but Russia didn't really deem it as a truce or a win. I mean, they kind of saw it as a truce, but the people felt it as a loss. And Putin definitely saw it as a loss, hence the second war and all of that, given the size of Chechnya and the whole thing. They really felt that one as a loss. And so, you know, I'm going to have to give that one to them. So just got to say it. Just got to say it. Just throwing it out there.
Handed to you by Chechnya of all places. Some handed to you by Chechnya of all places.
So, I mean, given that they got that status out of that, you know, they were given their de facto independence, recognized by Russia. That is a huge loss for Russia on that one.
Absolutely. Laughing Tommy.
Yes, Tim, I'm trying to find a thread because one thing that's very interesting that Austin's person mentioned was that estimates of Russian stockpiles of shells are often based on production numbers and so on, and stockpiles that they supposedly have with since Soviet times. But what he had done was compile a list of warehouses that had basically burned down, exploded, and stuff like that due to some sort of accident or potentially sabotage, who knows. But basically confirmed explosions of Russian ammo depots. And I'm trying to find the thread, but Twitter is not being cooperative because his name doesn't pop up even though I type it. Anyway, I'll come back to you with the thread if you want.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Florian, please. Florian.
I was wondering how many washing machines they need to import for each cruise missile.
This is a very good point. You know, we assume, possibly falsely, that Russian forces stealing washing machines from Ukrainian civilians is a form of looting. This may not be an accurate understanding of what is going on. It may very well be the case that the highly advanced electronics and guidance systems inside a Hotpoint 3000 are vital to the production of Caliber cruise missiles in the presence of Western sanctions.
What about?
I think they are.
Presumably, they are using the toilet flush mechanism as some kind of carburetor.
These are all valid ideas, yes. So it may be this theft of washing machines and other household appliances is a matter of state policy rather than low-level looting from a people who don't have lavatories and apparently don't have washing machines. With that silliness, let's go to Mockers.
Yeah, just quickly. Something I saw earlier on today was a statement by Budanov. That's the chief of the GUR. He gave an interview to Forbes, apparently. And he stated that the Russian offensive was ongoing in such a way that it's pretty much happening, and it's not very visible because they're not making any progress, or not much progress. He also said that new units, 90% of the newly mobilized were sent to the front almost immediately, with many Russian units being formed from scratch as they are taken out by the Ukrainians. They are going in without proper equipment in some places. In Ural and Kamaz trucks, they no longer have enough BMPs or armoured personnel carriers. There are no confirmed cases of ammunition supplies from North Korea. From a military point of view, holding Bakhmut is a winning strategy for Ukraine, because it's deterring Russians from going anywhere else, and it's causing catastrophic losses. However, then he went on to state that Russia is capable of producing about 20 Caliber cruise missiles per month, and much of what is burning and exploding in Russia is probably not an accident. And those were his words. So I just wanted to confirm that.
This
Have
is
you
this
seen?
is
Sorry, sorry for the interruption, Tim. Marcus, have you seen the fires? The videos of the fires? There are several fires at this moment in Russia going on.
Oh yeah, I keep an eye on all the things going boom. Don't you worry.
Carry on, Tim.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Laughing Tommy for sharing that thread to the nest. There's an interesting thread up here of where the Russian ammunition went, and a list of various explosions, as well as some color on how it is stored and how vulnerable it is. So thank you for that, Laughing Tommy. I was just going to say, Mockers, you are talking nonsense, and so is General Budanov. We all know that the destruction of Russian ammunition dumps is due to smoking accidents, and smoking accidents alone, courtesy of the Attackens brand cigarette company. Thank you very much for that, color, Mockers. That's really interesting. Randy, welcome up. How are things in Poland?
Okay, I'm actually in the States right now. I noted, unless I'm mistaken, I saw some pictures of Russian artillery rounds that were newly manufactured. And the suggestion was they're firing new production stock because the old stuff either got blown up, what may be sold on the black market, or is defective. Their practice of storing ammunition is abysmal, and any of the old stocks would be. I think there were a lot of cases of misfires. Certainly have been with older missile stocks they brought out, where they go up in the air and turn around and blow up on the launcher. So I think the ammunition is more serious than we think. And the fact, and when you talk about stories about in the Donbass, that's an enormous difference because Ukrainian rounds are quite frequently precision rounds. And generally, with artillery and aerial bombardment, precision munitions cause 10 times more damage per shot average than dumb rounds. So it's a very serious situation for the Russians, I think, with artillery. And that's the only thing they had going for them is line up the guns hub to hub and just flatten everything in front of them. And it appears now that may have a shelf life.
Absolutely. And did you say they'd reached parity in rounds fired in Donbass?
Yes, I heard that. I heard that in one account. I haven't seen it verified, but they were saying they were firing about the same number of rounds back and forth now. If that ends up being verified, that would be a tremendous change.
Absolutely. This is down from quite the dichotomy. So during the height of the artillery campaign by Russia in the summer of 2022, there was an average of 60,000 rounds being fired by the Russian side versus 9,000 rounds by the Ukrainian side. The Russian rate of fire has apparently reduced to 20,000 rounds a day. Now, Ukraine's problem, to my understanding, was actually a lack of guns. It wasn't a lack of ammunition. Because Ukraine does produce Soviet caliber ammunition. It's also being supplied with a lot of Western caliber ammunition, particularly by the United States. And the United Kingdom is busy flying its fleet of Globemasters around the world, buying up all of the Soviet era ammunition it can lay its hands on. So we've seen the Royal Air Force bouncing around between Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus and Romania, just flying what is presumably Soviet caliber ammunition around the globe on behalf of Ukraine, and apparently buying literally anything it can get its hands on and delivering it to Ukraine. So I would be surprised if there was much of a shortage of ammunition on the Ukrainian side. As I understand it, it's more a problem with their relative lack of guns. But if anybody has any more information on that, I'd be very glad to hear it. the meantime, let's go to Ming the Merciless fella. Ming the Merciless.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, no, going back to what Randy was saying there, and also what was being discussed earlier this morning about the Wagner PMC and Prigozhin complaining that he is not being given the tools, specifically mentioning artillery ammo. And I don't know if you've seen it, but there's this photo of a pile of dead Wagnerites that the Wagner Group published, specifically blaming lack of artillery ammo for their losses. There's a separate Russian mill blogger who's been where the report was tweeted by Noel, the Noel account, saying that these problems are not exclusive to Wagner, because the regular Russian army also is lacking artillery ammunition, which admittedly both are anecdotal, but would indicate that there is a problem on that front at the moment with the Russians.
Thank you very much. But of course, when it comes to Russia, of course, we mustn't discount the politics. If you know, Wagner starting to run out of ammunition may not be indicative of a wider problem. It may be indicative of political disfavor.
No, absolutely
right?
true, Tim. But both can be true, is my point.
Absolutely, absolutely. I certainly wouldn't disagree with that. Fortunately, we have a logistics expert coming up. We have Freight Monkey joining the panel. And it looks like he may be cycling. And there he is, Freight Monkey. Welcome to the panel. Very nice to see you.
Hey guys, I have a question, and apologies if you've broached on this, but talking about guns and ammunition, I've been at work all day. I haven't been able to really listen in. So my question was, are we seeing some reactivation of capacity to production capacity in ammunition in the West? When I'm talking about ammunition, I mean especially artillery shells. Is this happening? I did see a snippet on I think it was Sky News about this. And the second question I have, and this might be a little bit naive, is can we produce Soviet caliber ammunition in the West, maybe especially in former Soviet Union countries like Poland, or maybe there's still something left in the once East Germany, or places like Slovakia, etc.
I believe that a number of NATO countries do produce Soviet calibers, particularly the Czech Republic. But Randy's hand went straight up, so I'll let him answer that one.
Yeah, the Poles produce a standard 155 round. Their production is way up. U.S. production is scheduled in the next 60 days or so to go up by a factor of 3 or 4 times. There's a massive increase in artillery ammunition production underway. The Germans are increasing production by more than 2 or 3 times. There was a story. I'm thinking about doing a thread on this, and I probably will in the next few days. A thread on ammunition, artillery, and missile production increases. But everybody's ramping up. And the reason is everybody thought, of course, that we were in an era of low intensity warfare, and the Russians proved that high intensity warfare, for those who were stupid enough to try it, is still alive. And NATO and its allies has to be ready to fight this kind of war other places if necessary, or for a longer time. So yeah, it's ramping up enormously. So you're basically running the entire European and American industrial base against the Russian industrial base. And I don't think there's very many people that would be betting on the Russians.
Thank you very much, Randy. Freight Monkey.
Thanks, Randy. That's a very comprehensive answer. I look forward to reading that thread if you do if you do end up posting it. And perhaps a follow-up question. I've not been very focused on all these issues in these past few days. I did follow the 3-hour-long droning speech of Putin before sort of giving up, because it was just maybe you have to understand Russian to understand exactly the tonality, but it just felt so stale that actually it reminded me of watching historical Soviet Union speeches, or something that you'd see maybe in the Chinese or North Korean parliament. It just went on forever and ever. But one thing that I've been reading in the news about is the Americans warning China not to, or warning China about consequences of arming the Russians. And I did see some of the typical state-sponsored or affiliated Chinese accounts doing their usual trolling on that. Do we know of anything like that happening, and is it likely? I mean, I'm guessing if you look long enough in the future, then the probability always goes up. But is this something that we're likely to see in the near future?
My take on that would be China overtly arming Russia in this way is unlikely, simply because they have far more to lose by prickling their relationship with the West than they have to gain through the ideological satisfaction of supporting their fellow tanky shitholes. That would be my take. I mean, you look at the balances of economics, you look at the balances of trade, you look at how important the goodwill of the European Union, the UK, the US, the Anglosphere, you look how important they are economically to China versus how unimportant Russia is. I don't know. I think ultimately the money will talk. And it's simply not worth China's while to risk upsetting the West on this kind of scale by going down that route. Freight Monkey.
I completely agree with that, which is why I was. I mean, I've got the impression that these Chinese Twitter accounts, they seem to, they're just basically Chinese trolls. But if you do look at the reality that for, at least from what I understand, I mean, China is incredibly reliant on not only the West to buy the products, the cheap products that they make, but also on just about the whole world to feed itself and to fuel itself. So that's something that I think it would be a mistake for China to close itself up. They're definitely not ready for that. But it's always interesting to see these trolls working in the background and being retweeted by all the Russian propagandists. It certainly makes for worrying, but also sometimes fun.
I think we just lost Freight Monkey. Can everybody hear me? Am I still okay?
I'm still here.
Fantastic. Right, your
I can
audio
hear you.
cut out. Okay, let's go to Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick.
I was gonna just kind of comment too on what he said about the speech. That yeah, it was absolute drudgery, and you know, it really was like one of those old Soviet speeches, and I ended up watching it. It's something I normally wouldn't do, but I ended up watching it on somebody's Twitch stream just because I just had to this time because it was just too much. And the guy said, you know, the speech will continue until morale improves. You know, and I just had to laugh because that really sort of encapsulated the whole thing. Because it really was just that horrific, and you know, the audience was even, kind of tired of it. And staring into the middle distance, trying to look awake, and trying to look alert. It really was awful. The first, I guess, third of it or whatever it was about the war, and the rest of it was all these economic things that I don't know. I can't even imagine how they're going to pay for all of these things, or how it's going to work given the state of the economy. But it was really interesting. But anyway, I mean, interesting from that point of view. I couldn't even keep up with it. It was just absolute drudgery. And that was the other thing. Somebody, I forget if it was Reuters or who it was, said that Biden and Putin gave dueling fiery speeches on the eve of the anniversary of the war. And I thought, did did you guys watch the same speech I did? Because that was not fiery. It was horrific. It was one of the worst speeches I had seen him give. And it was right up there with one of the only other thing I could think of that might compare in history was oh gosh, what was his name? I can't believe I've forgotten it. The American president who stood out. Of course, none of us saw it because none of us were alive, but who gave his address, out in the cold and all of that, and then he ended up dying. William Henry Harrison or whatever. Um, and got pneumonia and ended up dying. Like I said to my husband, I was like, good thing he wasn't outside or anything, because he probably would have ended up getting pneumonia and dying. Good thing for him anyway.
Wasn't that James Garfield?
No, I think it was William. Maybe I thought it was William Henry Harrison, but somebody will Google it and correct either of us. But anyway, yeah. So.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is really turgid stuff, isn't it? And it's like one of those forgotten Soviet leaders, like, I don't know, Yuri Andropov or somebody like that, who make these just utterly just these really
He
lumpy
liked
speeches.
Andropov. He apparently was, kind of a fan of Andropov.
That's like trying to have an opinion on lace curtains. How can you have strong feelings about Yuri Andropov?
I know, right? Yet here we are.
Yeah, yet here we are talking about Yuri Andropov, poor old Andropov. Yeah, it's like it was Soviet era stuff. It was turgid. It was lumpy. It was incredibly boring. And I don't know. I'm starting to think that's the whole point, right? Is that you can. It's a form of ritual humiliation for his court, right? It's
right.
like it's like Louis XIV forcing his court to watch him eat breakfast in bed for 3 hours every morning, right?
Right.
It's a way
Yeah.
of just kind of dicking them about.
Right. It's a lot of Back to the Future nonsense, but without the centrally planned economy, though we might be, stumbling upon some of that, though not intentionally through their design. I don't think. I have a feeling that they're moving towards some, oh yeah, I'm not getting this word out. Octo, oh, you know what the word octo, AK.
Autocracy?
Yes. No, not auto, not, it's AK, where the self.
Autarky.
Yes, thank you. It didn't want to come out of my mouth. I could see it and it just didn't want to come out of my mouth. Yes, I know. I have a feeling, based on Ruski Mir and that ideology and all of that they've been, and what I've been seeing with some of their economic moves prior to the war, that they have been wanting to move in that direction, but I don't think that they plan on it being this soon. But that's not quite the same thing as essentially planned economy. But I don't know. We'll see how this is all going to work out. But that's, I don't know. Anyway, moving right along.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Yeah, it was one of those speeches that was just obviously a form of ritual humiliation for his audience, and I think the proof of that is in the pudding, in that there are so many pictures of people's eyes closing, people really, really struggling to stay awake through this nonsense, and I guess they all must have missed the golden age of methamphetamine in politics. The 1930s, 1940s, when basically everybody was hopped up on something, and that's how the politicians managed to go, 18 hours a day, full on. From a number of them were at it, shall we say? But yeah, lots of droopy eyes in that speech, poor bastards. But then, they are participating in one of the greatest crimes in history. So I hope they all fall out of windows. Dickheads. Martina.
Wait, it was William Henry Harrison, and yes, I agree.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got
anyway.
several DMs about that, and I've also got people who are fans of lace curtains upbraiding me in the DMs.
Yes, you offended the lace curtain contingent.
Exactly. That's a corner of Twitter you don't want to mess with. Crikey. Let's go to Martina.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Tim. Thank you very much for covering for Domen. I want to you be the host very much, so thank you. And I have a question. I don't know if you have already discussed it in the space, because I cannot listen all the time, but I saw reports that Prigozhin, or what his name is, the Putin's chef,
Prigozhin.
Yeah, so the Wagner group guy, he posted like a picture of a pile of dead Wagner terrorists, and like an official formal request he had for ammunition, and he said that he doesn't get enough ammunition, and blamed Jaranov and Shoigu. So I was thinking, so do you think it's because they don't have enough so that they can't give it, or is there really some other things going on so that they don't want him to be successful or whatever?
Well, that's an interesting question. We have discussed this this morning. The general view is that it could be a kind of symptom of a number of things. One of them, it could be sorry, I'm just going to mute your mic because you're hot micing and walking very fast at the same time. And I'm also filling a coffee machine, so bear with me. It could be a symptom of Russia's general shortage of ammunition. And it could also be a symptom of disfavor, of political disfavor of Prigozhin. We know he's not been flavor of the month recently. He's had a number of privileges stripped away from him, possibly related to his apparent failure to take Bakhmut. And it also could be simply a system of normalization. As Mockers pointed out earlier on, this is not so much Wagner Group having a shortage of ammunition as Wagner Group having the same amount of ammunition as the rest of the Russian army. This is not, this is the situation that the regular Russian armed forces are in, and that Wagner was privileged in the supply chain somehow in that it had enough ammunition to actually fight with. Unfortunately, it's not very good at fighting anyway, but at least it wasn't short of ammunition. Does that answer your question, Martina?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess not such a good situation for them, good for the Ukrainians, obviously. And yeah, we will see what the next steps are. Thank you very much, Tim.
What can I say? My heart is breaking for the little darlings. Casual Steel, welcome back up.
Hello, all. Dr. Nick, are you still listening? Dr. Nick, are you still there?
I am.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because this is for you and anybody else in your Habermasian sphere. Yes, I'll use that. The reports from my wife and her father, who is still among us at the age of 85, remembers bygone days when certain premiers would pound on certain tables in front of certain august bodies. And she had him listen to it to confirm her go Orwellian in his speech. He is using old Kremlin doublespeak in parts of his speech. Lavrov was the target of it. There were several instances of it, but he's trying to, well, he's trying to use that mantle. So read into that what we will, but he was trying to do it.
Oh, sure. I mean, I be quite honest with you, I didn't hang on every single word. Um, it was putting me to sleep. But what were some things that he was saying in there? He was talking about let's see, one of the things that he said that caught my attention was that kind of made me laugh, was that this was that the anti-Russian position was a revanchist position or something like this, right? Which, that in and of itself made me laugh, because obviously he is the one that's engaging in that war. Um, you know, sure, he was targeting, different people, but I mean, that's to be expected, because he wants to get his people to get on board and do what they're supposed to do. But any of his speeches that he gives aren't really for our consumption, right? They're for the consumption of the Russian people, right? And for his particular, um, you know, uh, his particular set of uh, advisors, and but be they political, be they economic, be they whoever, right? And for the Russian people themselves, they're not for anybody else. And if you notice Lavrov's face at a couple of spots, he didn't look too happy either. Um, so, that's definitely goes without saying. Same with Shoigu. So, you know, definitely, you could definitely say that. So, sure.
Yeah, that was I noticed that yesterday. And I speak very little Russian. That's not my lingua franca. My wife, however, was raised there. She was very she was very amused too. She was howling basically because she had when her father worked there, she had to go listen to a couple of those as a teenager. And to this day, she's amused incredibly by that stuff. They did you also notice how the the broad strokes of the speech were broken up into at least 3 different chunks, one for the masses, one for the party, and then one for the Politburo?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I don't even speak the language. It was, I mean, the nonverbals, the groupings, I mean,
Right.
and he's that far down in favor.
He's you know he was you know he's a guy of the KGB. He always has been, and that's the space that he's comfortable in, you know. And so that's how he operates, and you know, so that's
The thing that my wife noticed was it appears as though he wrote personally the bulk of that speech. That speaks to something also, that the style and the vocabulary. Just how scared is he?
right. So that's something that I mentioned yesterday, right? That he's really terrified of you know, of having another Arab Spring, right? And so that's one place. And so he's doing everything he can to not do that. Okay. He's trying to, you know, to, get people on their own to find, to find ways to be patriotic. He's trying to, mobilize on the sly, by, having Wagner, raid the prisons by, arresting certain people, by doing various things. And, you know, because he realizes, or at least he thinks and suspects, that if he were to call a full-scale war, that might actually really upset people, and that could potentially lead to some big protests, right? At the start of this war, there were some pretty big, at least comparatively speaking, protests. And that really terrified him and led to those massive crackdowns initially. And, we really saw this shift in Russian politics, even for Putin, towards a more totalitarian shift, where even calling this a war could land somebody in prison for 15 years or something like this. And, he's really scared. That should really tell people something too, right? He is terrified. He's terrified. And, uh, you know, he's scared of the young people. Right before this war, this newest phase of the war anyway, the young people, Levada Center had done a uh, um, polling, right? And it had demonstrated that something like, I think the number was something like 70% of the young people did not support a war in Ukraine. And so, and those would be the people that would, be most likely to be mobilized, right? And so, um, and those are the people he terrifies the most, that he's terrified of the most, is the young people. If you look at, the Arab Spring, those are the ones who went out in the streets. Those are the ones who, like went out and like were pulling Gaddafi out of his little spider hole or whatever. Those are the people that killed Gaddafi. That's the thing that he scared of. That's what he watched over and over again, during the Arab Spring. And he really is terrified of that. And so I think, and he thinks about that. And I think that it isn't an overestimation to think that that's something that he thinks about. So that's just my opinion. I think that that's one reason why he isn't hasn't yet called a mass mobilization. Because I think that is a fear that he has, that there could that could be the thing that sparks mass protests. So I think he's doing everything he can to avoid that. So that's just my opinion, because I think he is really scared. So that's a good observation. But anyway, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Dr. Nick. And I like to go to some hands. I don't know
It's Christopher
order.
next.
Okay, Christopher.
Yeah, hi. I had a couple questions, not really on the topic of Putin's speech, if that's okay. But I was just monitoring my my kind of regular YouTube digest of pro-Ukrainian, pro-Russian sources. On the pro-Ukrainian side, I've heard reports of the Wagner boss openly complaining about being starved of munitions and air support in particular. So I wonder if somebody could comment on that. And then my, I guess, least favorite Russian, pro-Russian source was talking about the lack of Ukrainian losses of tanks. Apparently, like he's always reporting on, the Kremlin version of Ukrainian casualties. But surprisingly, and I find it interesting to monitor these sources in particular for kind of unique things. But lately, there's been a lot of mentioning of the fact that Ukrainian tanks have not suffered any losses. So I was wondering if someone could comment on that as well. Thanks.
Well, there are about the comments on Ukrainian losses of tanks. Apparently, Russia can destroy tanks that aren't even in theater yet. So I won't go for such. If there are losses, the Ukraine gives information about them themselves, and other messages about losses in Ukraine. I should, if I was you, should not take it for granted. Take it with a bit of salt.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, the comment was that there have not been any losses of, or not many losses of Ukrainian tanks, like a surprisingly low amount of losses of Ukrainian tanks from the Russian sources. So the question being, why?
Apparently, the Ukrainian army is better as the Russian army, and Ukrainian army has less losses because they are better trained as Russian military. So that's a simple answer for that.
Now, yeah, to go into a little more detail on that, it's been variously reported by the IISS, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, that Russia has lost between 40% and half of its operational tank fleet. So around 2,000 vehicles out of 4,000 in total. The issue with estimating this kind of stuff is it's fairly easy to estimate the losses. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense estimates and publishes those. We on the MriyaReport have reached a consensus that yes, these numbers that the Ukrainian MOD releases are not propaganda numbers. They are broadly accurate. For various reasons, we think we find them believable. When it comes to Russian tank numbers overall, that's where we have to be very, very careful, because that's where we start relying on Russian figures. Now, Russia thought that she had 1.5 million complete sets of winter uniforms. Turns out they had all been sold. So whoever was in charge of stockpiling them and maintaining those stockpiles had sold all of these uniforms, all 1.5 million uniforms, presumably for their own private gain. So I've seen little evidence to suggest that Russian armored vehicle numbers, self-reported, are any different. The numbers will be inflated to start with. Those vehicles will probably have been improperly stored, improperly maintained, if they've been maintained at all, and a great many of them will have been stripped for parts, sold for scrap, or had various other corrupt Russian things done with them. So it's very difficult to estimate how many tanks they have in total. The tanks they're operating, predominantly the T-72M, is proving to be not a desperately effective vehicle. It's extremely vulnerable to modern Western anti-tank guided missiles, so such as Javelin and the American Javelin, the British NLAW, which are being supplied in 5-figure quantities to the Ukrainian armed forces, and you tend not to fire one of those unless you're actually pointing it at a tank. So we're inclined to believe they are, they are being fired, and they are destroying tanks as they're being expended, rather than having a high wastage rate. That's difficult to say. Wastage rate. So yeah, it does seem likely that Russia is starting to run out of tanks. ISW reports that IISS reports that it's about half of their current operational fleet. They may have a greater stockpile, but it depends how far into the bucket they want to reach. Right, a lot of their stockpiled tanks will be obsolete. Things like rubber seals and things on them will have perished. The optics will be hopelessly outdated, and they'll just be a somewhat mobile armored lump that can't really stand up to what the Ukrainians want to do to them. Add to that the fact that Ukraine is about to get is in the process of receiving modern Western main battle tanks in the form of British Challenger, American Abrams, and German Leopard 2. It's not looking particularly good for Russian armored forces at this point, because these modern Western tanks, they are in a class above the T-72s that are the workhorse of Russian armored forces. Battles involving those two systems on opposing sides will be very, very short indeed. Does that answer your question, Christopher?
Somewhat. I mean, again, the claim, and again, this is like Russian sources, so obviously, again, big fat dose of salt, is that Ukrainian tanks are not suffering hardly any, if any, losses. In some fronts, like 0 losses. Again, allegedly from these Russian sources, so caveats, right? But my very to provide fire support. And they're not being targeted as much by Lancet and other kind of standoff Russian munitions. That they just pulled back a whole bunch of tanks in order to prepare for an upcoming offensive. Yeah, I'm kind of less inclined to believe that it's just a function of better tactics and strategy. I mean, over the course of the war, there's been numerous Ukrainian tank losses. So I'm just trying to figure out, is it more a function of, sorry, then the third option is they just don't have as many tanks and they're kind of waiting for new tanks to come in and replenish the stockpile of tanks. So I just wanted to kind of figure out why this messaging is coming through. It's unlikely that, given the grossly inflated numbers and sometimes just completely fabricated, claims of destroying Ukrainian advanced weaponry, that they would all of a sudden just stop declaring tank losses on the Ukraine side, and the Russians would stop declaring Ukrainian tank losses. So again, I'm just trying to kind of pass the kind of metadata of what information is coming through and what isn't. So yeah.
I think it's probably the latter, right? So Ukraine, I think, is probably going to be very cautious with the tanks it has. And it has been a consistent complaint by the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense that they do not have enough armored vehicles to mount serious offensive operations against determined Russian opposition, right? So you think about the big gains of territory, notwithstanding the Russian failure to take Kiev earlier in the war. These have been encouraged. These have been withdrawals by Russia encouraged by Ukraine. This has been, these major offensives by Ukraine, enormous combined arms operations which sweep all opposition before them. They've been few and far between, and it has been a consistent demand or consistent complaint from Kiev that they don't have enough armor, they don't have enough main battle tanks, they don't have enough infantry fighting vehicles to mount major offensive operations. So I would be inclined to believe those Russian sources. My general policy is when it's good news for Russia coming from Russian sources, it's not true. When it's bad news for Russia coming from Russian sources, it usually is. As a rule of thumb, that does seem to stand up to some scrutiny. So I'd be inclined to believe these claims that Russian forces are reporting just not destroying any tanks, not finding any tanks to target, not seeing any destroyed Ukrainian tanks on the battlefield as they pass by. I'd be inclined to believe that, but I think it's probably more a result of the Ukrainians being very cautious with the armor that they actually have, and as you say, using it in more of a support role than an offensive role. I think that would make sense, but I'd be very glad to hear from anybody who knows better, because this is not something I've really been following particularly. If only we had one of our many armored warfare specialists, including George, including Raver, ATG 122. I'm looking through the audience. No, none of them are here.
I think they are all sleeping, Tim.
Are they all sleeping? Well, idleness. That's what it is. Idleness.
Let's go to Freight Monkey.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to help with tanks, but I'm definitely going to listen until one of our specialists do come back, because I'm also quite curious about the answer. I had a few points. One is, for some reason, I know that Garfield was assassinated, and that's because we were playing a game which is fantastic, because you can find on Amazon. It's called I Should Have Known That. You should definitely buy that game. It's a card game, sort of modern version of Trivial Pursuit, and there it was a question about assassinated US presidents, and I did not know that about James Garfield. He was shot. So that's one thing. A fate that hopefully can also bequeath Vladimir Putin. But one thing I wanted to really...
Freight Monkey, thank God you clarified it was President James Garfield. I thought somebody had poisoned his lasagna or something.
Yes, exactly. I mean the president, Garfield. One thing I wanted to say, it really perked up very quickly when you said this, Tim. I mean, this is a while ago, about 20 minutes ago. You mentioned that the speech Vladimir Putin gave was a sort of ritual humiliation of his court, and you mentioned Louis XIV. Now, I know something about Louis XIV because my father was always obsessed with French history, and I was forced to go to Versailles many times as a child. And it's interesting to look at the parallels between Louis XIV and Vladimir Putin. I'm not going to go full Peter Doran on you, because I know that I'm nowhere near as eloquent as he is. But if you want to shorten up the story, Louis XIV took power, or was given power, because he didn't take anything. He was too young. But he had the right sort of, he was the protege. I mean, he had the right people around him to help him conceive, to help him take power. And what he's credited with in France is change France from a very feudalistic state, which had a lot of nobles with quite a lot of power and a lot of fights, a lot of rivalry. And he managed to to bring them all to Versailles and make them focus more on other things, make them focus more on, you know, who's the better dressed person, who's the favorite of the king, who has the most mistresses. And so if you compare France before his reign and France after his reign, you have this total transformation from a relatively decentralized and weak central state to an absolute monarchy. And it's very interesting that Louis XIV comes up when talking about someone like Prigozhin, because we're saying about how Prigozhin is complaining and he's like posting pictures. You know, Prigozhin has to stay very relevant, because if you don't stay relevant long enough, well, you might fall out of a window. And Prigozhin was the favorite for a long time. For months and months and months, everybody was talking about Wagner, Wagner this, Wagner that. Actually, whenever there was any news about the front, it was always Wagner. Wagner's everywhere. Wagner has 250,000 men, and they're attacking and they're doing this. A bit a similar way as when historians talk about World War II, they like to put the Waffen SS in all kinds of places where, you know, they maybe weren't, and they like to draw them as being something that they maybe weren't. But let's not go into that. But he was very sort of popular in social media. Everybody was talking about Wagner, and suddenly we see in social media, could Prigozhin be the successor to Vladimir Putin? And then what happens? His little toys get taken away because he got maybe a little bit too popular with Russian supporters. And now he doesn't have any more of all the privileges that he had, because maybe he's a bit too popular, and maybe they need to make someone else into the next favorite little protege. It's just a thought, but it's something. It would be very Louis XIV. Another thing that I would like to mention is Vladimir Putin is very well versed in French history. There is a series of books which is kind of Game of Thrones-y. It's called Les Rois Maudits in French. How do you say maudit in English? It's doomed, I guess. The Doomed Kings. And it was reported, this is over 15 years ago, because I remember when I first read the books, that Vladimir Putin had admitted when he talked to the author that those were his favorite novels. And he read them many times because they were not they were allowed under the Soviet Union, because there's nothing anti-Soviet in it. And so maybe, just maybe, he's taking a little bit of he's maybe a little bit influenced and taking taking a little bit of inspiration in French history, which hopefully would bring him to a Louis XVI moment sooner rather than later. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Oh, and last thing, Dr. Nick was looking for a word. I think it was revanchist. I think that's the word that Vladimir Putin had used.
Yes, I'm having trouble speaking this morning. That is exactly the word. I was mispronouncing it, and I knew I was. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Right.
And his house. Sorry, Tim. His house. I say house. His little shack on the Black Sea is somewhat. Parts of it are styled after Versailles, and are heavily influenced by Versailles. So that's another hat tip to the Sun King, and that whole thing in relation to La tête est moi is very reminiscent of Putin as well.
What he said when he, for those who didn't get that, he said "L'état c'est moi." He said, "I am the state." That is a very it's anybody who went to school in French, did any kind of schooling in the French world, they'll all learn about the Sun King, and that is a very, very strong statement that until today stays in French culture and French politics. The French do like a strong man, and they do like a man who embodies the state. Something that Putin seems to be very fond of too.
I was going to before Dr. Nick stole my thunder. I was going to make reference to Putin's palace just outside Sochi, and I think the Versailles analogies don't end there. I think it's very interesting what you say, Freight Monkey, about the centralization of the French state that occurred under Louis XIV. Of course, the aristocracy, they didn't gravitate to Versailles. They were forced to live at Versailles, right? This was not optional. You had to live there. You had to be in the presence of the king. You couldn't just sit in your castle and ruminate and ferment and have feuds with your neighbors. No, you had to leave your estates to their own devices, and you had to come and do politics. Otherwise, unpleasant things would happen to you. Another thing I learned about the Palace of Versailles was that it was estimated, its running costs were estimated to be about 10% of the French national product. So 10% of the entire French economy was spent running the court at Versailles. And okay, so it's not just the electricity bill, whatever it was in those days, candle wax bill, I suppose. But it was, that the palace does represent the bureaucracy of state. It is the civil service as well. It is all of the organs of stuff going on. But given that Putin's palace has cost so far an estimated $1 billion to construct, I think there's also a comparison there, surely, in terms of cost. What do you think, Freight Monkey?
That is a very, very good point. If there's one other thing that I'd say about Louis XIV, he is revered for many good reasons. There are many things that he did. I mean, France would not be what France is today without people like Louis XIV, but also many of his successors. But there's one thing to note is, even though he accumulated a large amount of wealth and made France into the centralized state, it's also very well understood, and he's also accused of spending all that money and essentially bankrupting France, especially in his later years, in absolutely useless wars for completely trivial reasons. So maybe maybe the comparison just won't stop there. Maybe maybe Vladimir Putin is becoming more and more like Louis XIV, but without the patronage of the arts and the great advances that France did do under his, I think, 70 something years of reign. When you think architecturally, when you think also in warfare, the whole idea of the star-shaped fortresses that Vauban was building. I mean, the French countryside is littered with very good examples of that time, and it's of course very impressive. But let's not forget that he did bankrupt the state essentially, and his successors, Louis XV and then Louis XVI, inherited basically a global mess. Louis XV was still a very potent monarch who spent even. But eventually, this all came and bites the monarchy in the backside. So, God, I love history.
Zoot, I love extravagance that bankrupted the French state, but rather his military extravagance. The 30 Years' War probably didn't help either, and wasn't. What was the other one? It was the war of Spanish succession.
That's 7 to 1714, I think. I'd have to Wikipedia it.
Friday, but yeah. So I suppose he marked a high watermark of French power during that period, I suppose. But he did have a heck of a palace on him, put it that way. David, welcome up.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the connection to Louis XIV, and Peter the Great famously, built St. Petersburg as the window on the West, and it's another kind of strand of this this thing of kind of trying to be something that you're not, and trying to be something that you're not, kind of better, better or worse, depending on your taste or point of view. If you ever go to Peterhof, for example, around St. Petersburg, it's like a carbon copy of Versailles with just more bling, and it just kind of speaks volumes to the whole mentality, I think. So yeah, that was kind of the thing I wanted to say. There was one other thing that we were talking about a long time ago now, which was the IT, the attack on the stream yesterday during Putin's speech, and there is a group that has claimed that it's called the IT Army of Ukraine, but they were talking just about a DDoS attack, so a distributed denial of service attack. So I don't know if there was anything else around that people have found out or who know about, but IT Army of Ukraine have definitely claimed that, and they're continuously have operations like that underway all the time.
Thank you very much, David. I'm afraid this is an area of profound ignorance for me. I don't really understand cyber warfare, and it's not something I particularly follow. But Ming the Merciless fella has his hand up, so perhaps he has some color on this.
I don't, I'm afraid, but I was going to just add to what David was saying there about Petergov. The most extraordinary thing there is this sort of building off on its own, I think it's down towards the sea, which was sort of Peter's private dining room. And so private that he had a winch system installed so that the servants would set the table and the food downstairs, and then they'd winch it up, so he wouldn't even have the servants in the room with him. Absolutely extraordinary thing to see.
That is extraordinary. And do we know what his motivation for this degree of privacy was?
I suspect he was up to no good.
I can imagine, but I don't know. Part of me thinks it might have been because Peter the Great was he was sort of the Tony Blair of his day, right? He was quite keen on modernity for the sake of it, and he was this very aggressive Europeanizer of the Russian Empire, and one of the things that is very characteristic of medieval societies, certainly in Western Europe, I'm sure the same was true in Russia as well, was they have this, privacy wasn't really a thing. So the medieval societies were very, very highly communal. And this was symptomatic of people who operated within economic and social systems where everybody relied on each other to an extraordinary degree, to a degree that we wouldn't recognize today. Even in kibbutzim or whatever deliberately cooperative societies, and they organized their social lives accordingly. And so, doing anything in private was considered to be quite rude and considered to be kind of sinful. So, kind of so there would be people would live together in the same room, for example, and it didn't matter what your social class was. You would generally, until the invention of the solar in the kind of the early modern period, so kind of 15th century-ish, a nobleman's house was basically a single room, and his court and his servants would live in the same room as him. And this was kind of there was just absolutely no privacy. Privacy was almost an alien concept to them. Dining alone, or sleeping alone, or doing anything by yourself was considered to be the very height of rudeness and self-indulgence. And one wonders whether Peter the Great was reacting against that tendency with his obsession with privacy. What do you think, Mick?
I don't know. I mean, he was quite an odd man in many respects. I mean, if you look at there's this cabin in St. Petersburg, which was the the first thing he had built for him. You know, it's like a log cabin that he just kicked in, and it's got a really quite short bed because he was famously incredibly tall. But apparently one of his guards regiments knocked it up for him overnight. And from there, he built Petersburg. So he wasn't against, discomfort or, roughing it or anything. I have no idea what he got up to in that weird. I guess it's a sort of dumb waiter with the dumb waiter being a table rather than. I have no idea what he got up to there. But and I'm afraid I actually don't know. I don't remember enough. It's a long time since I did Russian history. Maybe Peter could tell us more.
Freight Monkey.
Yes, sorry, I was speaking unmuted. It's very interesting what you're saying about Peter the Great. I think that's something I'll be reading up on. I was just looking on Twitter and I saw that Trollstoy is saying that a large Russian offensive has begun starting in Krasny Liman and ending with the border with the Belgorod region. Has anybody heard about any of that?
Yes, I have. This was something that General Kirilo Budanov, who is the general officer commanding the GUR, so Ukrainian military intelligence, or something he mentioned in his Forbes interview. He said quite hilariously that a major Russian offensive has been ongoing for some time, but nobody's really noticed because it's been so ineffective. So he mentioned this quite explicitly in his interview, and he says that everybody's been expecting this huge Russian offensive to counter the enormous Russian losses of territory at the back end of last year, and that it's begun and it's been ongoing for some days. So I think days or weeks. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but they have failed to make any significant ground, to gain any significant ground, because it's just been an absolute goat fuck. And you do see the symptoms of this in individual actions. You saw the Battle of Vuhledar, so-called Battle of Vuhledar. I think rather like Omdurman, it's going to go down in history as the Vuhledar massacre. It wasn't really a proper battle, and it was a brigade level offensive by Russia. This was I think it was last week or the week before. It was a brigade level offensive by Russia to take the town of Vuhledar, which is in Zaporizhia Oblast down in the south, and it was totally massacred. So this was an entire Russian brigade. It had vehicles, it had men, it had tanks, it had all of the spiffy stuff. It had an able and energetic commander in General Mudarov, who is a seriously experienced chap. He is a veteran of Chechnya 1 and 2. He is a veteran of Syria. He's a veteran of Georgia. He's got some serious ribbons on his chest. He is a serious military officer. He's had a series of prestigious commands, both of units, formations, and military academies in Russia. So he's no time server. He's a serious soldier, and this battle was an absolute disaster. The Russians lost almost half their men killed, and they lost basically all of their vehicles and equipment. This was a military joke, and obviously the Russian mill blogosphere went absolutely nuts about this, calling for Muradov's head. And if that battle is symptomatic of this recent offensive, then I think General Budanov, the Ukrainian GUR, is probably onto something. What do you think, Freight Monkey?
That's interesting because there's a few things I didn't know. I did not know that it was massive. I was very busy that day when it was getting reported, and I just saw a bunch of tanks destroyed, and I was like, well, that's cool. But I didn't know that it was significant, and I didn't know that it sounds like it was at least an attempt at doing combined arms operations. And if it was so unsuccessful with combined arms operations, I mean, our main, I'm not going to call it criticism because we're rather happy about it, but of the main points that we note is that the Russians are awful at combined arms. Now, if even when they're supposedly doing it right, it turns out to be a disaster, I'm just wondering what kind of feedback this general is going to be giving to his bosses. I mean, I'm guessing he reported that he inflicted severe losses on Ukrainian positions, but unfortunately he was pushed back due to being outnumbered by NATO troops in Western tanks.
Yeah, it'll be that sort of thing, you know, just all of these Navy SEALs appeared from nowhere, and it was just awful. It is one of those things we mention on here a lot. At least I mention quite a lot because I think it's very, very important. Is that nobody in the Russian chain of command can rely upon the information that's given to them, because everybody is afraid of their one-up, right? So they don't want to report bad news up the chain of command because they know it'll get a frosty reception and perhaps even an appointment with a double glazing salesman. So there is this kind of filter of lies. We call it the inverted chocolate fountain of bullshit, in which, you know, everybody at every point in the chain of command, both civil and military, is reporting flagrant untruths to the person above them. And by the time it gets to the top, you have a totally unrealistic picture of what's going on below. And that makes the effective prosecution of war pretty much impossible. Freight Monkey.
Yes, I've been very I've become quite educated in a few of these things. One YouTube channel that I was watching, which this guy did a 45-minute presentation about this problem specifically, is an Australian YouTuber called Perun, and I thought he did a fantastic work at describing how this can go so wrong when it comes to not being able to give good feedback up the chain of command. I see it personally in my line of work, but everybody will see it in their line of work. Whenever if ever you're confronted with a problem, but your boss won't listen to what the problem actually is, and his answer is, well, you haven't tried hard enough, or you haven't tried it the right way because the right way is to do X, X, Y. When you're trying to explain to them, you know, we're not only doing things wrong, but we don't have the capacity to complete the mission. But all the feedback going down is, you know, advance to this position and do this. You end up with people having to lie because no one can tell the truth. But arguably, this is a problem that we should have known had not been solved since the Soviet Union, because we all know that it was a problem in the Soviet military. Supposedly, it had been rooted out of the military following all the so-called reforms that were put in place. But it's interesting to see that hasn't changed. Doesn't change the fact that they've still got a lot of men and a lot of material to spend. So it's not exactly as if everybody's out of the woods yet, but it's good to see that they can't launch an attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's the length of this war is a matter of considerable debate. Personally, I think we're in for at least another year of it. But you know, far better informed opinion than me on the Ukrainian side disagrees, and this is something that General Budanov, the chief of Ukrainian military intelligence (GUR), said in his interview. Was he said he likened it to a football match, and he said we're basically in minute 70 of a 90-minute football match. Is a football match 90 minutes or is it 80 minutes? It's 90 minutes, isn't it? Rugby is 80 minutes. I can't remember. But he said, you know, he was of the view that the major stuff will happen in the spring on the Ukrainian side. He stated that yes, there is a major Russian offensive ongoing. It is floundering. The Battle of Vuhledar is a symptom of that. And as are the ongoing, the ongoing Russian catastrophe in Bakhmut, where they're expending enormous amounts of resources and men and achieving very little around an objective that is largely symbolic in any case. So, yeah, certainly General Budanov said that they're kind of, you know, it's not the end you know, it's not the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning, as Churchill would say. Yeah, so sorry, another in joke. I did a Churchill impersonation in one of my video updates from Ukraine, and apparently it went down quite well. And I've been told that I have to do more of those. So yeah, General Budanov is of the view that the spring will be the decisive period of time for the Ukrainian side. Freight Monkey.
Yes, I watched your impersonation of Churchill, although I think it wasn't even supposed to be Churchill originally. But I don't remember who you were trying to do.
It was supposed to be Sir David Attenborough.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
It ended up being
right.
Churchill.
And I did immediately, as soon as I saw it, I did immediately send you a message saying, I mean, I personally will not rest until you moderate a full hour of MriyaReport in Churchill's voice. I suggest you start getting up to speed with his what they call in French tournure de phrase, which I don't know how to say it in English. But the way that exactly. I mean, he had a fantastic way of using the English language in this very strange, sometimes very complicated, and sometimes simplifying the very complicated. It's impossible to explain, but it's very fun. So anyway.
So you're highlighting that
I don't
Tim
know
should
why
reverse engineer the English language and drop one
Yes.
register from his dulcet baritone to actually finally get into Churchill territory.
He does have a very good command of the English language.
For Welshmen,
So I didn't know he was Welsh.
Well, so he's not here, so we can talk about him. It's quite easy, and I can definitely highlight to you, Freight Monkey, that our friend Alexander Kamishin reiterated yet again earlier today that Tim's capabilities when it comes to imitating Churchill are better than other people he has seen.
Did Kamishin tweet about me this morning?
No, he didn't, but we spoke about the coming days and the 24th.
Fantastic, fantastic. Freight Monkey, I've got a question. Are you, and there's really no kind way of putting this, French?
No, I'm Swiss. I am an absolute fraud. The UK and Australia. Well, Australia only for a few years, but the UK, Singapore, Australia. Most of my working life has been in the English sphere, but I am firmly Swiss. Both parents are Swiss.
Yeah, but
and I also speak English, French, and German.
And Australia, I take it that was Sydney or was it Melbourne?
It was Melbourne,
shipping company.
the only place.
So the only
only
shipping
place
place in the world in Australia.
It's the only shipping place in the world that they can't recruit any people for shipping because
But they have so many Greeks.
No Australian. Well, they do, but you know they have a lot of trouble because the standard of living over there is so high for the amount of work that they do. That no one wants to work because if you work in shipping in Australia, you have to work very late at night because the whole world, you know, doesn't just work on Melbourne hours. So you have to work European and Singapore hours, and you tell that to a 24-year-old guy from Melbourne who can work for the same salary as a barista. He'd rather be a barista and have time to go surfing. So they had to hire external help, including myself. But the interesting thing is, in my 3 years when I was over there, I could not get a visa because the job that I was hired to do did not exist in Australian law. And in order to get a visa for a specialized worker, you need to prove that that specific job is in demand and does not have any local, what would you call it, talent. But they never deemed it necessary to define what the job was. What we call a chartering manager. The closest that they could get to was supply chain manager, but that's not the same thing. And Australia has a lot of them. So anyway, I ended up moving to Singapore because I couldn't get the visa over there. So, but it's a beautiful place. If anybody ever wants to visit Melbourne, I highly recommend it.
Embarrassingly, I've never been to Australia.
Just commit a crime and maybe they'll send you.
Oh yeah, you get a free ticket, don't you? And you get to send you basically get sent to Fat Camp, where you're yeah.
Timmy, you can also double
good
down
for the waistline.
You can also double down. When you're there, you commit a crime and they send you to Tasmania.
Tasmania was the one place you did not want to get sent to in the 19th century. I mean, there's that was a hard life before the modern luxuries. It's beautiful to go and visit, and they do make very average Pinot Noir.
And one of the best sailing races of all time has Tasmania in focus.
Oh yes. This is Sydney. What is it called? Is it the Trans-Tasman?
I think it is. Yeah,
I can't remember.
It's
Sydney to Hobart.
Sydney to Hobart.
Sydney Hobart.
Sydney to Hobart, but they also call it, what's it not? The Tasman Devil's Race something. There's something more. But it's Sydney Hobart, yeah.
Every year, still people die on that race because during the whole race you're in the Roaring 40s, or essentially after you've passed the southern part of Australia, and it's very exciting to watch as well.
Did we lost everybody?
No, we're done with the Tasmanian Devils and Sydney Hobart and mediocre Pinot Noir.
Not
Okay.
mediocre, average. If you want mediocre Pinot Noir, you have to go and drink Yarra Valley Pinot Noir, which is from around southern Australia. The soil and the climate does not work at all for Pinot. So you have, God, it's a shame Doman isn't here because he'd love this conversation. You have what I call a cooked Pinot Noir. It looks like some kind of juice, and it's disgusting. But for some reason, they love to sell it everywhere, and it's cheap, and some people even drink it.
Isn't that the classic filler for a Tetra Pak?
Wait, other people don't buy their wine in boxes? Is that just me?
Do you need a sort of permission from someone and we'll get it in a glass, or?
Yeah, it's kind of frowned upon. We don't get the glass bottles in Wales. We only just got the indoor plumbing. Everything filters down a little more slowly than it does. Kind of lands on London and then gradually filters out. I think Newcastle gets everything last. Newcastle and Hull definitely last.
The great University of Hull.
Absolutely. I didn't Doman go to Hull?
No, Doman learned all his English at the University College of Woolloomooloo.
Great monkey.
Woolloomooloo, the Australian one?
Woolloomooloo?
And actually, it's pronounced Woolmaloo. I didn't know that, but it's pronounced Woolmaloo. But talking about that joke about the University of Hull, I think that was a Blackadder Goes Forth joke when they have to try and find the German spy, and the way that they do it is if Blackadder mentions that there's 3 great universities in England, Oxford, Cambridge, and Hull. And the spy does not react to that, so that's how they find that he's a German spy.
Well, as Sir Humphrey Appleby said, both universities.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that was Yes Minister, I think.
Correct.
Nailed it. If you look at the subtitles for French people, or I saw some Asian subtitles, they actually specify when it said both universities, they specify in brackets, Oxford, Cambridge.
They are French. So. Right, Tim. Let's go back to programming. I take it there is a war to win.
There is indeed a war to win. So today we've been talking about all sorts of things. We have been talking about Mr. Prigozhin and his apparent fall from grace. He has been starting a mudslinging contest with the high command of the Russian army because he's had his supply of ammunition apparently busted down to normal army levels. Rather than his apparently privileged supply.
As somebody said that this might be just part of the classic Russian kabuki.
Yes, we thought it may have been stage managed, but he does seem to be saying some fairly forceful things. So who knows? He has
like
also fallen from grace somewhat.
Like Strelkov. There's always one court jester and one contrarian at the court. It's kabuki. It's a specific design of how you run your court in public.
Yes, so stage managed opposition. But yeah, I mean, he does seem to have been the whipping boy of late. He has lost a number of his privileges, including the right to conscript prisoners into PMC Wagner. So he's, I don't know, perhaps circling the drain, perhaps not. Perhaps it is all just theatre. Who knows? Daniel, welcome to the panel. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I hear you. Quarter hour ago, you talked about Vuledar, and I want to inform you they made it another one in Kremina, 17 tanks.
Oh, very nice. So a disastrous offensive in Kremina then.
Yeah, I was on Telegram. I saw something on Twitter also. They tried to push in the forest, and there are a lot of tanks burning. They said they tried to attack strong, and they receive another Vuledar.
Yes, I'm just seeing a report from Ukraine Form. Sergei Haidai, who is the head of Luhansk Regional Military Administration, who I've met, by the way, just saying, he has said that there was an attempted breakthrough in the Kremina area involving a company of infantry and a squadron of tanks. There was a fierce but short battle in which Russia lost several tanks, and the offensive is stifled, and the front there is now stabilized once again. And this comes after another unsuccessful attempt in Svatovo, which also resulted in significant enemy losses, and also smaller offensives in Kuzymivka, Dibrovka in Luhansk, Fedorivka, Yahidny, Berhivka, Bakhmut, and Kurdyumivka in the Donetsk over the past 24 hours. So this does rather reinforce what General Budanov was saying. The expected Russian offensive has in fact already started, but nobody has actually noticed because it's going so badly for them. Mockers.
Yes, we were talking about ammo earlier, and I just wanted to highlight something that I've seen recently. Produce ammunition. They work day and night, keeping up with the needs of a contract, which obviously we know who that contract is for. And then the second one, the most recent one I've retweeted, is examples of Russian ammunition delivered to the front lines. And, well, as I'm sure you can see, they are of a slightly different quality. And may have been in storage for some time. I'm sure that's not the only ammunition that they're receiving, but obviously that's the best of the worst is what they're finding. Yeah, I just wanted to point out the vast difference in those two things just there.
That's not ammunition. That's a heap of rust.
Exactly.
Now, these look like what are these? 30mm rounds, something like that.
I can even not see what it is, Tim. This is this is not good.
Well, one of them just looks like Weetabix that's been left a little bit too long under the milk, and another one looks more like a kind of more of a tomato base, like a lasagna, perhaps perhaps a bolognese. Yeah, it's really not good. Dan, I've just nested that tweet. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that, Mockers. That's a good find. Daniel.
Are we prepared for their defeat? I want to say something like this. Imagine everybody overstays. Everybody lies. Everybody steals. Everybody sells to the black market everything. They overstated the shares. They overstated the tax. They overstated their economy. They overstated their power. They overstated Starman. You know, my theory is very published on MriyaReport. End of March, beginning of April, probably Putin will be shot, and just this thing will finish. We are prepared for their defeat. We are prepared to see the last human wave attack, and after that, policemen taking teenagers from the streets to put them in the army, and Ukrainian asking Russian mothers, keep your children home, I don't want to kill them. We are prepared for this. Because I have a feeling we still overstate them. We still look at them like, you know, big bad wolves. And I don't think they are big bad wolves. I think they are just a charade. Potemkin. The Prince Potemkin, he just stole from Kherson. Same idea. They put a great facade of power, of strength, but he's just boxed in the face of Putin.
Yeah,
Maybe
but Daniel, it's better to overstate your enemy than to underestimate your enemy, because that's
Totally agree. Mr. M, I am agree with you. I am agree with you. It's very bad to make a Putin mistake, but also we are prepared for their total destruction, because you know what I saw and hear in Warsaw from President Biden, he's prepared. And the discourse was very, very simple. It's what everybody asked for. You know, you don't make deals with dictators. You destroy them. And you put them like an example. You know? It is something which somehow people have difficulty to see and understand. Look at the Chinese foreign minister. He goes to Moscow. He published some blah blah. Russians don't publish anything. Russians probably beg. Chinese look at them and said, "You just fuck up. We destroy our strategy." And usually you see pessimistic view, like, "Oh, it's terrible. Russians are too powerful." You see people optimistic like me who said, "Oh, Putin will die sooner than later." But I don't know if we have the mental exercise to see the infighting, to see the small squabble becoming civil war. I don't know. Maybe we need to exercise a bit this idea. Total collapse. Remember when the solution of Soviet Union coming was something like, what? How this can happen? Exactly like this.
Morris.
Well, kind of along that theme, really, of things happening that shouldn't be in Russia. Cadets at the Moscow Police College reported an attempt to forcibly mobilize. They were locked in a hall while attempts were made to get them to sign up to join the army. In the end, they called the police to release them. So, according to the Russian Mobilization News Telegram channel, the cadets were assembled under the pretext of rehearsing a graduation ceremony. But then representatives of the military enlistment office came into the meeting. They said that they were detained for over an hour and a half in the college by their teachers, department head, right, I'm not reading the names because blah, 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 and two representatives of the military enlistment office. The students were handed mobilization orders by the military registration and enlistment office staff and were pressured to sign them. However, they refused, leading to an impasse in which they were locked in the hall while their instructors refused to let them out. Mobilization News reports that one of the students, who was 19, called the police asking for help. The boy said he was a cadet in the police college and he and his classmates were locked in an auditorium being forced to go to the front. The police students were then released after the police arrived and the police college was instructed to free them from the hall. The incident likely reflects another example of their quiet mobilization tactics. And, that went down like a lead balloon, obviously, but they obviously thought that police cadets would be a good place to go. They've obviously mobilized all the other people and they've thought, here's some people who are partially trained in something. They'd be a good people for the army. And these lads obviously weren't up for it. They're in the police college because they don't want to be in the army. I think that's more like it. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, this is something we touched on earlier on, this was who was it who brought it up? Somebody came up to the panel and brought it up. May have been, was it Dr. Nick? No, it was David. It was anyway. I can't remember. Today's been a bit of a haze, it was something that struck me was that this is just an absolutely extraordinary way to organize things. You know, somebody somewhere has had a committee meeting in which they've said, right, chaps, we're in the shed. We need a ready supply of fit young men who we can conscript into the army. And somebody else piped up and said, how about we raid the local police training college for conscripts? That's got lots of fit young men who can be conscripted. Nobody in that meeting said, actually, that's a terrible idea. You know, nobody piped up and said, are you serious? You know, you want to go and raid the manpower of another part of the state, not in some backwater, not in Vladivostok or Murmansk. You want to do that at the police academy of the Moscow militia. You really want to do that. That's just absolutely extraordinary.
Well, also their police force, they're very sort of like, they're not gentle, are they? They're not taught the art of gentle policing. So they would already have some sort of training of, beating people with batons and things like that. I'm sure that sort of thing gets taught. But one of the reasons why I believe they joined the police academy is it's a choice other than going to the army. I think that they can go to like early on, they start by going to like a police training college thing where they, you know, learn like college stuff, and then they go on to actual police training. So it's like they're brought all the way up through this system. And so, yeah, if you've chosen that rather than going for your proper conscription to the army, I think that gives an idea of where your choices are leading you. You'd rather beat people with batons than be beaten up by your army buddies. I think that's where it goes.
Absolutely. Although I assume beating people up with batons doesn't require an enormous amount of training. Beating them up without leaving a mark maybe requires a bit of training, but I don't think they're going for that. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel.
Okay, this topic added by Ioana and Florian Herzog from Swiss. I can say you something more interesting than you fellow Brits. See, first, who are the heads in this institution? Shoigu, and we can say the Daddy Patrushev. And the Daddy Patrushev, I will be laugh out loud when I will be on old spot reading the book. He was the mole of CIA in Moscow. When you look a bit, let's say on Slavo Ukraine into a new Ukrainian car, okay? When you are Daddy Patrushev, you are probably the most powerful guy who can put a very sharp knife behind your dear leader. Shoigu is an old mole. He is a classic apparatchik, homo sovieticus. You know how to deal with Prigozhin, and exactly this is doing. Him and his friend Gerasimov. Patrushev on the other side, no power in Russia is something so spreaded, so like Italian said, la piovra. You know, the mob bosses, the oligarchs, the guys with guns, former KGB generals and colonels, we call them so dearly Siloviki. And Patrushev for me is an enigma because contrary to Putin, Patrushev is not, let's say, Putin is not stupid, but he's not paint a new reality. He doesn't live in a different reality. You can say anything about KGB, the Soviet KGB, and now the FSB, but they don't believe they fight with aliens and American admirals and, you know, predators and I don't know what stuff they invent. They know how they stand. It's their job to know. And I have a strong feeling is something there in this closed doors. Because Putin plays like I'm the Father King, I'm the Tsar, I'm the guy who everybody remembers, I lead this country. But somehow, even authoritarian regimes, even dictators like him, they don't exist in a vacuum. They don't stick their fingers and say, do this, if the guy who is given that order doesn't take it. It's the entire apparatus of power, apparatus of servitude. For example, for servitude, he has the Federal Security Service for Defense of President, if I translate approximately 40,000 guys who play judo with him, who kick him, who wipe his ass. You know, classic serb style, but also with guns. army dedicated to the great leader. On the other hand, you need to put SVR, GRU, FSB, Rosguardia, all these guys in competition, because if they collaborate, we can make a new pole of power. And imagine who is the head of all the security in Russia. Who gives the orders? Who plans? Who controls? That is Patrushev. And in a bloody match like this, you go to recruit future policemen for army. Patrushev will take personally, because you take the tactic of Prigozhin in Moscow with the elite guys. That's teenagers, because they are 19. They were not defended in the principle. Don't get the future policemen to put in the army. Problem is, who goes to police academy? I will explain this. If you are a policeman, you are FSB, you send your son to the academy. Because you'll say, my grandfather was in Cheka, my father was in NKVD, I was in KGB, be smart, enter in FSB. Understand now? They don't touch just cadets. They touch the sons of untouchable. Walter Nagan. This is a Nagan situation. They touch what they don't need to touch. And believe me, you don't want to pit Patrushev.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Let's go to you, Anna.
Thank you, Tim. So we talked this morning about Prigozhin and the Wagner Group, and I just wanted to maybe we can discuss a little bit the bigger picture, because Wagner Group is not the only private military company in Russia, and although normally it's illegal, the law does not allow for private military companies in Russia. Surprise! There are a lot of them. It's not just one. And we have seen recently that, for example, Gazprom wants to make its own military group, Kadyrov, who wants the same thing, maybe even Shoigu. So for me, this is a symptom of vacuum of power. I'm not sure about it. That's why I wanted to discuss it. Basically, the fact that Russian military proved to be not so second army in the world as everybody thought, and the fact that some of the groups were allowed by the leadership, the Russian leadership, to take certain initiatives, let's say, on the battlefield, and also the fact that they are involved in economic practices like racketeering and things like this, and they want to obtain certain economic objectives wherever they go. In general, it was abroad, not in Russia. It was in Africa and other countries. But right now, probably they want something from Ukraine. Also, there was speculation about the salt mines, about the metal factories, and so on. So, what do you think? What is it a symptom of a vacuum of power, or how do you see this, and how do you see this evolving in the future? Because there are a lot of ways in which this can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ioana. So in other news, we have discussed Putin's speech at some length today. There were a lot of questions about that. The general nothing burger that it was, and the kind of lack of content, the lack of new announcements, the lack of well, the way it seemed rhetorically positioned to signal that the current situation in Russia is normal, was something that jumped out. And so it felt like Russia is gearing up for a longer war than perhaps was advertised, you know, the great 3-day offensive against Nazi Kiev, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a kind of a distinctly Soviet tone to it, a distinctly turgid Andropov-esque tone to the speech. And of course, the audience was no more appreciative because they were all falling asleep. Pictures of which are all over Twitter, much to be laughed at there. So we went through that in some detail. Something that did come up earlier on, Axel, was we had a question from the audience about what the EU3 are up to. And as has been reported today, there have been calls from a group of an ad hoc group of EU member states, who, including France, Germany, Italy, and the Baltics, which have stated that countering that 2023 there must be a key effort in 2023 to ensure the effectiveness of Western sanctions on restricting the supply of Western-made arms and components to Russia. Which, as we know, is still an ongoing thing. These things are still making their way through the spider web. Axel, do you have any updates?
Focused on the logistics, which is fine, and so it should be. Germans should generally focus on what they're good at. Logistics is one of the things. And everybody is focused on ensuring that the passive aggressiveness of the current government does not show through as much, because now they're unhappy that not everybody is working the way they are working when it comes to tanks. To an extent, you could say that it's justified, but on the other hand, it's not. The planning for that was just absolutely abysmal. And it could have been avoided. And everybody knows that somebody needs to do something for Greece, and the Greeks can't solve it themselves. For that, the Americans need to press the Italians. They may or may not have done that, we do not know. And the Germans simply need to forge that coalition. For that, however, they're waiting for the Finns. The decision the Finns are supposed to have made was supposed to have been communicated either yesterday or today, we do not know. And thus, we're waiting avidly for signs of work. But I tend to believe that Rheinmetall, Krasnov, FEB, all are actually working diligently and with quite some intensity, given the fact that they've been contracted for. That's what we could say. The rest is just, mediocre political, humdrum.
Petty humdrum routine, as Sherlock Holmes would say. Joanna.
Yes, so I guess everybody knows, but I wanted to bring you some news from the Romanian press about the big meeting that Putin organized today on the biggest stadium in Moscow. So they brought about 200,000 people with buses from the work and from the universities, forcing them to come. The students were exempted from classes today, and they were promised some presents, like, for example, even credits for the classes that they have, and food, drinks, and other presents like blankets and flags. Food that was like campaign food, military food. There was tea, but it finished quite quickly. And let me tell you some other details. Putin came to the stage around 3 p.m. Local hour. He spoke for about 4 minutes. He repeated some of his yesterday discourse. The stadium was protected with several Panzer I systems, anti-air systems. Putin claimed that everybody loves the Russian soldiers, the children are writing letters, Russia is defending itself, and so on. After that, there was the national anthem, but a lot of people that came there took the presents, as I said, blankets and flags, and left because it was very cold. The tea was finished, and the food was not very good, and some of them stayed in the toilets because apparently there it was kind of warmer than in the stadium, -15 apparently in Moscow. So people did leave, especially after Putin speaking, and they didn't stay to listen to the very known singers that were invited to the event. And yeah, some of them were paid. Apparently, the payment was about $7 to come to the meeting. Yeah, good meeting. After seeing President Biden yesterday, surrounded by people and a lot of smiles and hugs and kids and flags, and everyone was very happy and looking like hope, with hope and with really a lot of love. I can say love and determination, and you know, it was very uplifting seeing the people today. I have seen some videos, a part of two ladies which were obviously filmed, and they were kind of smiling. Everybody was kind of free, and I can understand. And let's not forget that the soldiers are freezing and dying on the battlefield right now because of this crazy little man. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Okay, so a very good afternoon to everybody who is just joining us. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour information space focused on providing up-to-date analysis and expert opinion on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have been running 24 hours a day since the day before the invasion, which I believe is actually tomorrow. So we'll be having our 1-year anniversary tomorrow. Do we have anything planned for that, Axel? I'll take that as a maybe. We regularly host expert panels of experts, including military figures, including political figures from both the West and from Ukraine itself, think tankers, and a whole host of other experts who come and opine on their particular area of knowledge. If you like our work, we would urge you, as an all-volunteer organization, we do not accept personal donations. We would urge you to donate to MriyaAid, mariaaid.org. The URL is in the title of our space. If you would like to help us, and if you like our work and you would like to support us, please, we do urge you to chuck your pennies over to MriyaAid. MriyaAid is a Canadian registered charity which provides non-lethal assistance in the form of equipment to the Ukrainian armed forces and various other organizations involved in Ukraine's heroic defense of her territory from Russian aggression. Including, but not limited to, optics, drones, medical equipment, generators, and the like. If it's non-lethal, it's useful, and Ukraine want it, MriyaAid will provide it. On that bombshell, I am going to drop down and hand you over to the ever-capable speaker panel we have here, including Mr. M, Axel, Mockers, Joanna, Freight Monkey, albeit not in the co-hosting team, is making an excellent contribution today. Ask him about Louis XIV. He will say very, very interesting things. In the meantime, I will go to Mockers. Mockers.
Yes, you asked about people who may be coming in to speak with us on the 24th, and I do know we have indeed a fantastic lineup of people that are going to be dropping in and giving us their thoughts and 1 year on takes, and of course takes for what's coming up in the future. This will actually kick off at 1 AM Kyiv time, a little bit early, but it's the best time for us to catch General Mick Ryan, who is of course living in the Upside Down there. So General Mick Ryan will be with us from that point. Sorry, just reading through my notes, and my writing is awful. During the day, we're going to have some interesting guests popping in dropping in to see us. I haven't got any exact times for some of those, but I do believe the CEO of Ukrazheleznytsia might also be popping in. There we go. Let me co-host invite now. So who have we got here? Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Right. So then we have a quick appointment at these are all going to be Kyiv times. So this is 5:40 p.m. Kyiv time. We should be speaking with Mr. Benjamin Tawis. At 6:30 p.m. Jakub Karsbo, maybe. He's from Denmark. That's I'm going with that.
Yeah, it's Karsbo.
Thank you, thank you. At this is 7 p.m. Kyiv time. We will have a drop-in from Malcolm Nance, and the excellent Thomas Tyner will be joining us. And we will also be hearing from the Voice of Odessa at 10:30 p.m. Kyiv time. We're going to ask her what the mood of Odessa is like. I'm sure she's never been asked that before. So be prepared for the 24th. We are going to be speaking with lots of people who are in country, in Ukraine itself, and who are obviously very involved with what's going on in Ukraine. And I think it's going to be an incredible day of people coming in and giving us how they feel 1 year on, and also what they're expecting for the future. I mean, this is we're taking a positive outlook that we're going forward here. We're looking forward to Ukraine taking back all of their territory. So
and I can add one more. Marcus, to your wonderful list, I can add one more. Alexander Scherber has confirmed, and he will be here right before Benjamin Tallis.
I'm going to try and add into my list then. I have no idea how to spell his second name, but I'm sure
I'll hand it to you. Alexander Scherban was the former ambassador of Ukraine to Austria for many years, and is one of the more well-known political activists and advisors to the current government. So we shall be very lucky to have him here back again after his segment, which I think was in December when we interviewed him here in quite some detail.
I'm sure we're going to have a jam-packed day. So he's on my list. He'll go on the calendar very shortly. Ioana, my lovely, please go ahead. You've got your hand up.
Sorry, troubles on miking. Yes, Marcus, if you are so kind, I know that you are always prepared. We had a very eventful night this night, and I was wondering if you can do a short summary of what happened during the night, and maybe if we have some insights into what happened, because, well, I was staying late, so I've seen that things are happening, but I don't know the follow-up. So if it's okay with you, can we do this? Thank you.
Yes, I think I can probably figure something like that out for you. Just bear with me one moment while I just bring up my favourite source for this sort of thing. So I'm just going to look for where it starts, because there's quite a lot happened, so it goes back a bit. Here we go. Get into it. Right. So today's Wednesday, isn't it? So we'll go through what we didn't, quite a bit to catch up on from yesterday of booms. So apparently yesterday Russia launched some missile launch from Belgorod, and they appear to have spectacularly failed, with almost all the rockets exploding virtually as soon as they were airborne. you know, that's something. So that was the first thing that happened. Then there were some booms in the evening, and I'm just scrolling to grab those because there was quite a few booms, and I don't want to miss any out. Apparently this person writes very long threads. Oh, of course, yes, and of course, because of Biden's speech, this thread is like 17 times longer. There we go, found it. Right. So, several explosions were reported in occupied Mariupol. People were confirming things had been seen flying over the city. So that was the first report of it. However, Russia claims it shot down 10 HIMARS missiles. I'm sure we all believe them, don't we? Several occupied towns appear to have been attacked almost simultaneously. So here's some more. This is Makivka in the twin city of Donetsk. The twin city of Donetsk, just to the east. Donetsk itself didn't escape either. There was some seriously interesting video showing air defense at work, but I'm not sure what actually happened. However, there was in Donetsk a fire by the Lidevka mine in the western Kirovsky district. The video that's been released is thought to show a gas pipeline. So there were more booms. So let's get back to today now, because there were more booms today in, again, Mariupol, I believe. Let's just have a quick look. There was no official news on the actual damage caused in last night's Mariupol strikes, although they are thought to have been fired close to the southern port. So we believe that the southern port may have been hit. There was apparently a mistake by Russia today, or at least they admitted to this mistake, that there was an awful lot of Russian radio stations from Belgorod to Kazan listening to announcements and air raid warnings cutting across their radio stations. Just a little bit of fun in the middle there. So there were 4 missiles launched from Belgorod this morning. Unfortunately, they didn't explode in the air, and 4 rockets are thought to have hit Kharkiv. I heard about those first thing this morning. Yes, I'm just getting to, there we go. You see, I knew something had happened in Russia today. I just had to find it. We all enjoy Russia on fire, don't we? And there was a massive fire in Krasnoyarsk earlier on today. It's at the warehouse of a refrigerator plant. They've got a lot of, outside refrigeration going on at the moment, so that this should be all right. Let me just check if there's anything else. Oh, yes, there was a photograph from the occupied Debaltsev, which was shelled by Ukraine last night, and it's what appears to be a pinpoint strike on a building, which was identified as a base for Russian soldiers. And I can safely tell you that that building barely exists. So that's something to exploded in Mariupol. And I'm just going to check to see if we've got the actual details of what went boom. No, it's Kharkiv. Here we go. Yeah, no, not yet. It just says new explosions are reported in the area of Mariupol. Now, what we do know about these strikes in Mariupol is they're supposed to be quite far away. And it would be risky, I think, to pull HIMARS up that close. But there's every possibility that Ukraine may have just received some new toys, some extended range type toys. And this may be the start of those appearing on the battlefield. I know Thomas Steiner has a theory about what they might be, and I'm sure you can imagine that he's enjoying seeing Russian things blow up, because he does hate the Russians. Raver, you've got your hand up, my friend. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Mockers. So there was also the hotel fire in Moscow, apparently. Apparently had people trapped in it, like flashing SOS out of the windows with flashlights and whatnot. I don't know any more details than that. If the strikes on MriyaReport were the Gidlibs or the daggers, they're going to be really hard to intercept. Steel case bombs are much more robust than soft skinned missiles. And even if the Russians get a missile close to them, they're probably not going to have a whole lot of impact on making that bomb decide to change its mind on where it's.
Oh, sorry, Raver. There, I was talking to a muted mic. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to go on to Lexicon.
Oh, I now have a couple of questions, but one's off this topic. On this topic, I just wondered, I'm thinking about these ground-launched small diameter bombs. What distinguishes, so they get shot like a missile, what distinguishes a bomb from a missile and a mortar? And I don't know what other, and a shell, a mortar is a shell. Can somebody there give us a sort of quick description?
I think Raver can, actually. His hand just shot up, so let's go back to Raver a second.
Okay, so a mortar is generally designed for short range but very high angle plunging fire. Small mortars will often have their charge in the base, like a bullet or a tank shell, where some of the bigger Russian stuff, I think, uses a separate charge. But they're all trying to get a shell to go in a really high arc so it can come down almost straight. Howitzer shells have a little bit flatter trajectory. They're still arcing. Cannons tend to fire on a flat trajectory like a bullet. Missiles are generally one-way aircraft. They can maneuver. They know where they're going, but they're very soft-skinned. Their punches in their warhead or their speed. Rockets are a lot like missiles, except that they're unguided. And then the ground-launched small-diameter bomb uses an old launcher of a now-retired HIMARS rocket, but instead of a warhead, it's got this small-diameter bomb. When the rocket burns out, the small-diameter bomb detaches, spreads out its wings, engages its navigation, and then glides to the target. And it is a bomb, not a shell, so it's steel-skinned. It's very robust, and that gives it some extra penetration to make up for the lack of speed that a missile would have. So I hope that helps.
Yes, indeed. And I just wondered if I could interject a tangential thing. Often, from time to time, people say we have been here. MriyaReport has been here since the 23rd, the day before. And I wondered if somebody would recount a little home history about how is it that you start, how did you know each other, those who started it, and how did you start it, and was it different at the time? I mean, we were all waiting on tenterhooks for the invasion, but how did you know?
Well, I arrived probably some 2 weeks into it, but they tell me with some, yeah, I can say this quite with quite good knowledge. They tell me that on the night prior to the invasion, somebody put up a space. One of them put up a space. One of the original people, and was generally, you know, just voicing their concerns about what was going to happen, what they expected to happen, and all the usual suspects that you usually find here, like Axel and Yehuda and a number of the others, all were there. also, you know, concerned and started talking about it. And of course, the invasion happened, and most of them didn't go to bed for about 3 days. And it was decided that they wanted to keep an open channel to keep on talking. And it grew arms and legs, and here we are 12 months later. So that's the short potted history, basically. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that in all of human history, going back to the first caveman to today, this is the longest running, single, continuous, uninterrupted human conversation ever. It has been running nonstop except for Twitter crashes since the day before the invasion. And it makes it the longest conversation that's ever been had by anyone, anywhere, at any time.
Up, don't we? See if we can get ourselves in there.
I tried. They didn't respond to me. You know, I was a low follower account, but maybe somebody with a more robust blue check mark might be able to get their attention. But yeah, we've definitely set a record that will probably never be broken.
Well, we might have a word with some of those well-known blue check mark folks. See if we can get their backup for that. That should be something that we try and do maybe in the future. But right now we are very much focused on Ukraine. Now, I've just seen a lovely picture of what Ukraine is starting to call mobile barbecues. It is a Russian tank, and it is in Crimea, and it is flaming some good. So I can only say that wherever I see Russian tanks, they're either just about to blow up or they're already on fire. And so I think that might be a sign of what's to come, shall we say. You are aware that there is some sort of patriotic rally going on in Russia at the moment. It looks fabulous. It's a military themed patriotic rally. Apparently there are 200,000 in attendance, and one of the awesome highlights is this guy dressed up as a soldier who's singing terribly. Well, the capacity of the stadium is only 80,000. So that might give you some ideas to how they like to inflate their figures. That makes me chuckle quite a lot. That they have 200,000, but no, there's a stadium that only houses 80,000. So maybe they're all crowded outside and they just couldn't get them in the shot, perhaps. Jerome, you've come up to speak. Go ahead.
Few things from America here, United States. It is Ash Wednesday. I know that's everywhere, but so it seems the Russians will not repent. So hopefully they will return to dust. And I did see one video of one that maybe was literally returned to dust. It looked like they claimed a HIMAR, I have no idea, but pierced through the roof, the levels of flooring, and down through the basement. I guess it was a dud. That maybe it's already been discussed, but I just wonder if anybody had input on that. And just again, from a perspective, United States, we're having our own flare-ups, no pun intended, with train derailments and just some criticism on Biden for that, which I think he's actually doing a good job in sending people to cover it. But so there is that bit of news in the U.S. But I just wanted to know if anybody else had seen that video of that particular missile and any input on that. Thank you.
I have not seen that video, actually, and if you can find it, would you send it to me? Because I'm quite interested. I mean, Obviously, that every piece of ammunition has the possibility of maybe not exploding, but just the fact that you say it's gone through a number of floors of the building, it just makes me wonder if we've got an idea of what that actually was, because that could be one of these bombs which is designed, you know, to penetrate rather than just go boom. It penetrates and then it goes boom. And obviously, in this case, it sounds like it may not have even done the second part. But certainly, the kinetic energy there to go through a number of floors, that tells you, I suppose, that the speed and the, you know, trajectory that it's going to be coming down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd like to have a look at that.
It almost looked like a large bullet hole through the floors, but I think it actually struck a soldier. Direct hit, if I could make out the video correctly. But okay, with that, thank you. As always, thank you, guys. And yeah, with Raver, that longest conversation. I hope it's still going. So thank you.
Yeah, it's just that we're the participants change. That's all. We just keep going round. Martin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Markers. Slava Ukraini, and
Slava, my friend.
Thank you. I wanted to bring to people's attention, in case it hasn't been mentioned earlier, that the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner's Office, and I get regular updates from them, sent out a media statement today, and it's called "Targeted Destruction of Ukraine's Culture Must Stop." And I'll just read part of it, if I may, Mockers. Is that all right?
Yep, go right ahead.
Thank you. The deliberate destruction and damage of sites, institutions, and objects of cultural, historical, and religious significance in Ukraine must cease, UN experts said today. They expressed deep concern at the continued denigration of the history and identity of Ukrainian people as a justification for war and hatred. The experts warned that attacks against Ukrainian culture, history, and language by the They said, among other things, in our communication to the Russian government, we cite several examples of documented destruction of cultural sites, libraries, and places of worship. Properties of this nature must be protected and preserved at all times. We express great concern at the extent of damage and destruction and the destruction will have long-lasting effects, undermining prospects of peaceful coexistence and future post-war recovery experts. And again, they emphasize the experts have contacted the Russian government and have not received a reply to their questions to this date. So I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, that, this is all part of the, this is me speaking, my editorializing. This is all part of the genocidal war that the illegal invasion against Ukraine by the Russian hordes is having on that country. But I'll end off there and say again, Slava Ukraini and MriyaReport, the one indispensable source of absolutely essential news on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I feel so thankful and blessed, truly, to have been listening for almost a year now to the ongoing conversation and dialogue on MriyaReport. Oh, one more thing, if I may add. Sorry, I'm blabbing. Last night on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's The National News, of course, they've been having this really amazing coverage on the ground in Ukraine to mark the 1-year anniversary, and what a dubious anniversary it is. And one of the reports last night was about how Canadian forces under Operation Unifier have been training Ukrainian forces since really the beginning, and that was in 2014. And one of the people interviewed was Colonel Melanie Lake, who we know began Maria Aid, and it's eventually led to this wonderful MriyaReport. They didn't mention Maria Aid by name, but they did mention towards the end of the interview with her how she's also involved in this humanitarian effort to send non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So I wanted to mention that as well. People should maybe look at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation website. They might be able to see that report. So again, thank you, Markers and everyone, and I'll drop down to listener.
Thank you very much, Martin. As you reminded me of that, I've just been and hunted that down on my timeline, and it should appear in the nest shortly. I have tried to share it to the nest, so if it doesn't work, I'll do it again in a minute. Oh no, there it is. It's popped up. So there is a tweet there by Anda, and she's put a link to that in the tweet. So anyone who wants to go and have a look at that certainly can do. And thank you very much, Martin, for bringing that up. Rava, please go ahead.
Yeah, Martin brought up something that's really, really important. If we look at the statements of Putin going back over time at his talking heads inside the Kremlin or Russian media, if Russia wins, what we are looking at is more than just a genocide. If we take the Russians at what they say at face value, we're looking at a Holocaust redux over the very same land that much of the last Holocaust was conducted on. It's a civilizational war. Ukraine isn't asking us to send our sons and our daughters to fight for them, but she is asking for the tools to do the fight. But it is our fight. This is a civilizational war. Russia has joined forces with death, and their goal is extermination. So I started referring to this whole thing as Holocaust redux because that is Russia's goal. The destruction of Ukraine as a people, as a society, as a civilization, as a culture. They're literally saying we're going to kill all the adults and raise all the kids as Russians. It is absolutely disgusting, and we have a moral duty to stand up to them.
You're absolutely right, and we've seen the the looting of all the historical items, the destruction of historical monuments that they don't want, and the taking of historical monuments that they think should be theirs, and relocating them into Russia and things like that. And I mean, that is just a small part of it, taking away the history of a place. I mean, what is a place without its history? And yeah, I find that particularly insidious, not mentioning the fact that they're stealing the flipping children and wanting to raise them as good Russians. That is the most sickening form of genocide that I personally can think of. Taking communities away and forming them in other places in a different form, all of this is just horrific. They have managed to return some of the children, but it's an absolute drop in the ocean to all the children that have gone missing. And it's something that I think we really need to, bring out in the open a lot more. We need to shout about it a lot more. And any news organisation who is bringing that into the light and showing people that this is what it's about. It's not about oil. It's not about resources. It's about genocide. And it is absolutely about taking over a whole country and shaping it to somebody else's will. And when that country is vehemently opposed to that situation, this is what we end up with. And it's absolutely understandable that Ukraine has now formed an opinion that they want nothing to do with the Russians, and I do mean nothing. Something that's been brought to my attention today is they are now prosecuting members of parliament, even. A member of parliament from the Servant of the People party, he's called Trukin, was accused of attempting to bribe patrol police officers. He's actually pleaded guilty. It was a corruption scheme involving the payment of $500 quarterly and $150 monthly for a place at the capital's fairs. So it's not anything that's ridiculously underhand, but it is allowing somebody access to somewhere that they haven't won out of their own abilities. They've literally paid for this place. So it was found that those who refused to pay these funds were then met with artificial obstacles in order to prevent them from selling their products in the capital. So it's also fleecing people who are hardworking stall owners. So it's just a part and parcel of what you would find happening in Russia on a daily basis, the sort of systematic corruption of, if you want something, you have to pay for it. As a result of this investigation, documented relating to all the events and draft records were seized, and there may be detention. However, Alexander Trukin himself has agreed to plead guilty in attempting to bribe police officers. The court imposed a maximum fine of 68,000 hryvnia. Additionally, he must transfer 6 million to the United 24 for the Army of Drones project within 30 days. Furthermore, he will have to give up his parliamentary powers. So that's the that's the sort of thing that's going on while they're still at war. They have also, here we go, sentenced 4 collaborators who were found guilty of adjusting shellings on schools and hospitals to 12 years. The SBU detained the collaborators in Kyiv and Donetsk regions, and they had been gathering intelligence on the deployment of the defence forces and the technical conditions of energy facilities. So these are things that they're able to do, and they're able to continue to do to make their country a less corrupt and much safer place to be. They're rooting out collaborators. They found one guy hiding in the Orthodox Church. Goodness knows why he would have gone there. Place of sanctuary, but also a place of the FSB, I think. That rhymes. Funny that. David, please go ahead.
Good morning, Marcus, and I suppose good afternoon where you are. Good evening, good night to everybody else listening. It does rhyme. FSB have a funny little habit of popping up almost in every sphere of what passes for society in the Muscovy lands. I'm not surprised. I did want to come up and speak to and say hello, salute my friend Mr. Raver, and how he spoke about the genocide of a nation by ethnic cleansing, killing the adult male and females to obliterate language, culture, and fertility, no more progeny if the mommies and daddies are all dead, and then stealing the children like cuckoos and raising the best of Ukraine as their own, because let's be honest, their own demographics are collapsing. And what do I mean by that? I mean they're not having enough children and haven't had enough children for quite some decades. And like any rapacious imperialist society, they know they need to consume to stay themselves going, which is the Muscovy way. I mean, look, I've heard you say it here, mockers, is look at the map and then wonder, you know, what size did the Muscovy people start off as, because they take up quite a sizable portion of the map now. And it wasn't by invitation. They are an imperialist nation and revanchist. But the thing that struck the chord with me was, or Raver mentioned, the children being stolen, and how it was mentioned in the president's speech when he was speaking in a very momentous moment, given that this is the week that genocide has been found to have occurred on the territory of Ukraine, perpetrated by Russians. Ethnic cleansing, specifically stealing or displacing of populations, is a genocide. Just because Stalin got away with it and wasn't prosecuted didn't mean it was illegal when he did it in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and the 30s and 20s. Well, the 30s, but it was definitely in the Declaration of Common Human Rights, which I think was written by a Ukrainian attorney after the Second War. And it struck a chord with me because, and this is not to proselytize, but just to share something of culture. It's not going to be news to people who know Irish people like me or culture of my home island, Ireland, but the people who don't, this will be informative. This impacts like heavily on people from my part of the world, and I include the other island, Britain, Wales, Scotland, and England in this, and you know, generally the European nations I've been lucky to visit, in that we truly cherish children. Like all children are held very, very, very belovedly in the societies I've known to live in. And one of the things I've been lucky to do would be actually to stand as a father for a child who was baptized into a faith, which is to say that should anything go wrong, we'll step up and act as that child's father, as if I were her own father. Now, nothing like that's going to happen, please God, but it's this significance of it and the weight of it, and that this is not a religious thing, but a cultural phenomenon. And it affects us deeply because perhaps all our different countries used to have terrible bloody wars against each other before we came to our peace. But it's still within us, that absolute terror of a young person not fully formed, maybe not fully able to protect themselves, being wrenched away by what are monsters. They're human beings, but monsters. So I wanted to say thanks to Raver for bringing it up, and for the space being held and hosting. If you're moved like I am as a listener, please retweet and share the space. And that's my alarm. It's 10:45. And pop along to MriyaAid.org and reach into your pocket. And don't just feel bad, do something about it. Don't just feel good when good days come for Ukraine. Do something about it. Donate to MriyaAid and share the space.
Thank you, David. It was very
Here, brother.
It was very powerful what you shared, that indeed we treasure and we and I just wanted, because we are talking about genocide and because maybe there are people who don't know that, I just want to list the 5 points of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide for everybody to see how Russia is doing this to the Ukrainian people. Every point of it, every point. First point, killing members of the group. Not only killing soldiers, but killing civilians, bombing them in their apartments, in their schools, in their theaters, everywhere. So killing members of the group, this is the first point. Second point, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. I guess we all seeing this, how people are harmed, how people are injured, how people are stressed with all the air alerts and so on, how families are separated, how children are kidnapped, and so on. Then deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. What they are doing with the missiles waves, what they are doing trying to target civilian infrastructure, destroying the energy infrastructure, leaving the people in conditions like not having light, not having heat, not having water. This is exactly what they are doing. Then forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. We have talked about it. There are at least 16,000 cases that are already taken into account, and but there may be more, much more even. They are doing everything. They are pretending to take people in camps. They are pretending to evacuate them. They are pretending to do whatever, but in fact they are kidnapping and forcibly transferring the children to another group, to Russia. And last, imposing measure intended to prevent birth within the group. This is more complicated, but imagine the conditions in which people are living. Imagine the families that had to go over the border, the refugees, the mothers with kids. Imagine all the husbands that have to stay in place either to help with the war effort or to fight. Imagine the conditions in which they are living and the bleak perspective of a near future. And this is intended to prevent birth within the groups. So what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now is checking every point of these 5 cases of genocide. And it's just one of them is necessary to attest that genocide is going on. They are checking all 5. So sorry for speaking so long, Daniel, and then Torixis.
Bye. You know my position because MriyaReport, right? I'm almost Greek like George when I talk about MriyaReport. But I will tell you something weird. Is total different perception on the other side. And I don't mean Bakhmut, I don't mean Serbians or Indian shields or, you know, all the crappy people of the world who support the regime because they hate the political system in liberal democracy. I don't care about that. I want to talk about Russians. And I will explain. Yes.
Just you sound not really very good. Can you just get close to the mic or something?
Very easy. I will stop my.
So let me explain what I want to tell you. Most of people know in Russia the television are owned by states, and they are spewing propaganda like nothing you can imagine, right? From 140 million of Russians, 100 millions watch Russian television. You will tell me, okay, but it's a time of modern development. It's the time where internet is everywhere. And I will say, yes, most of the young, most of the educated are split. So we have the guys with imperial dreams, with total racist attitude, which are full of them on VK or Telegram. We have the small cosmopolites, St. Pete and Moscow guys, or Ekaterinburg, Kazan, who are on YouTube, because YouTube is very, very big in Russia. But majority of the Russians watch television. And the message is something like this. Russia received 3.5 million refugees from Donbass. We talk, and some of us we remember they think Ukrainians like bastardized Russians, some Russians of the fringe, you know, how they look at people in very, very away cries and republics, you know, who don't have the nice accent of St. Petersburg, for example. And they feel something like this. Donbass is Russia, totally Russia. It is old, ancient time Russia, because nobody read history, in fact. Same for Crimea. 3.5 million refugees, they come from there. Remember, early February last year, they put a lot of falsified things with car bombs and bombing by Ukrainian regime and things like that. Yeah, the Nazi attack, and people need to be rescued. And if you remember, they recorded heavily buses full of women and children refugeeing from Donetsk, refugeeing from Lugansk. In the narrative of almost every Russian who watch TV, they see something like this. The Kiev regime, because this is the idea, they are the Nazis, you know, who oppress the Russians who live in Ukraine, because Ukraine always will be Russia. And the people who stand against this emanation of the West, people from Donbass, because in Crimea they were protected by Mother Russia, they were refugees in Russia. And the children you talk about, stolen from Ukraine, because that is fact, that is legal. Yeah, when you take population from a country and move it in another country against their will, you just commit genocide. Relocating populations is definition of genocide. But for the Russians, in their mind, in their narrative, in their messaging which they receive past 20, 12, 15 years, they are good people. They are empathic. They save the women and the children of Donbass. I saw a lot of interviews in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and some guy said, I'm from Donetsk, I'm from Lugansk, I'm a student here, and I'm a refugee because the shelling, because Kiev was attacking my city or my village, you know? And yes, Joanna, don't imagine, don't try to apply facts. Imagine is a reality, whereas Russia is a nice country. Everybody knows Russia is good, and everybody knows Russians are open, with open arms, warm hosts, you know?
Yeah, I know the narrative that Russia
That is
promotes.
not a
We all know
narrative.
it.
I want to explain to you, is not a narrative just spewed by official propaganda of Moscow. Is the perception of 100 million Russians watching TV, because they didn't saw in Mariupol women's children killed because they're cooking in the front of the apartments. They didn't see that image. They know Irpin and Bucha was a total conspiracy by Americans and NATO and Nazis to blame the great Russian soldier. They didn't know what is happening real in Ukraine, because they didn't see the images we saw.
Yes.
I don't forgive them for it. I would still hold them accountable, and I would
Totally
further
agree,
say
David.
that
Totally agree.
you've identified exactly the problem that they have is a lack of love, right? That they've not in their society, never mind in their structures, but in their society, interpersonal relationships from which we build our societal structures, they have no place for love or respect or self-regard for the individual, for the person themselves, have none for themselves. And so they don't afford it to anybody else. in their society, and why would they expect it in any other nation? You can see it in how they behave and how they speak. All that, everything is triumphant and one-upping, and haha, I have humiliated you. And if you think of that as a sentence, even, it is such a weak sentiment to have to take joy in the perceived humiliation of another, which is how we know they're not a real power. Probably haven't been the superpower since maybe the Cuban Missile Crisis. Maybe if they weren't bluffing.
David, imagine something like this. We have a pursuit for truth, and we stand against oppression, genocide, and any stupid country who decide to invade.
It's love.
Okay?
I think it's love for oneself and fellow.
Problem is this. What I want to explain to you. When British and Americans took Germans and sent them to the death camps, all the Germans were horrified because they imagined, okay, Jews are undesirable by state, we follow the state. But they didn't imagine they were just killing en masse people. You can blame people because are evil or because they project a reality which is different. But the fact is, probably most of Russians don't know what is really happened in Mariupol. This I want to explain to you. It is a problem of they are totally isolated. What is happening for real?
Oh, I got you, Dan. I'm
Okay,
aware.
so
I'm just
There
not
are 20 million
just not
Russians who have
I'm just not
relatives in
moved by their
Ukraine.
ignorance to the
okay, guys. There we have other hands. Daniel, I understood exactly what you want to explain, and I know that they are exposed to this propaganda for the last, I don't know, at least 20 years, if not more. There was propaganda before there is now. I guess who wants them in to find the truth? And I know that not many Russians want to find the truth because they are very well as they are. They prefer to believe the regime that oppresses them, in fact, instead of finding the truth and finding out that Russia is not good, that we are the bad ones. It's very difficult and very painful to realize that you are the bad one. So even those who have the means to know, maybe they don't want to know, but there is no excuse for that, and we know what is happening. And sometimes there will be a realization in Russia, and sometimes maybe there will be a redemption, but until then we have to deal with what we have, and the free world is supporting Ukraine. Sorry, I will pass to the next hands because we have hands, and I know, David, you had your hand up, so after Torixas and Lexicon we can come back to thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm in the car.
Yes.
Okay. So I agree with all what was said. Just let them rot away for at least 20 years and see what happens. But I had something very different to ask. It's a totally different subject, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I went to sleep with all kinds of reports of, well, lots of activity, maybe extended missiles. I woke up to a lot of reports and then I missed all of the day. So I was wondering if someone could summarize what was actually the result of what happened last night.
Would you like me to do that again? I've got maybe a shorter version of it now. Bear with me 1 second while I just bring it back up.
Thank you.
No problem. So, last night there were big booms, all basically along certain areas, such as Melitopol. Here we go. Found it now. Yeah, so sorry, there was so much Biden news yesterday that it takes ages to scroll through all of that to get to the actual booms. So here we go. So there was indeed hits in Melitopol up to a 11. However, there were other places attacked by the armed forces of Ukraine at the same time. Kakhovka, Oleski, Debaltseve, Ilovaisk, Makivka, Donetsk, Volnovaka, and Katarsk. Explosions were noted in all of these locations, and there's been some more explosions in Melitopol this morning. So all of these places were, are occupied areas, as it were, and yeah, they seem to have had a tough night.
Yeah, it wasn't an ordinary night, was it? It felt a bit, well, they were building up to something.
Well,
yes, indeed.
you
There
don't
were.
know. Go on.
No, I just wanted to say that indeed there were explosions in lots of places, as Moko said, in Mariupol, and other ammunition depots and concentration of Russian troops, and also Ilyansk or something like this, which is a railroad connection that is quite important for the Russians. So yes, indeed, it wasn't a regular night. And something also to mention is that apparently the Ukrainian used some type of missiles that were not used before. There were some reports about this. There was some speculation, either the GL SDBs or the JDAMs or something, because apparently the range was quite extended, and also the sound was kind of specific. We don't really have confirmation yet, but I guess if you stay in the space, later on we will probably have military persons that are able to explain better this. And do not forget that on 24th we will have Thomas Steiner here in the space.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much for the update.
It's Mokas.
Well, both of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I always like to try and keep a note of the most recent booms on hand, just because I like reading them off.
I even like how you say boom, but just to me. So, but thanks anyway. Bye bye.
So I see Lexicon is no longer here. I'm sorry. David, you raised your hand earlier. You had another point?
I see Lexicon here still. Perhaps my app is not refreshed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's my fault. Mokas, back to you, because probably I have some issues.
No, it's not you. It's David. No, yeah, sorry, David. You're broken one.
That's okay. Well, not for the first time, shall be the last. I just wanted to say that I had looked forward to Lexicon's comments and remarks. Hopefully managed to cycle up and come back up or whatever if they still want to speak. To Mr. Daniel, that absolutely. Although I did cross talk on him, I apologize. It was an enthusiasm, not disagreement. And it is an anti-truth, which is, the idea is for us to lose faith in one another, and that truth is discernible, independent of anything that might be told to you, that it can be found and exists, and so should be sought out, which is the purpose of this bullshit propaganda, the flooding. Just doesn't matter that it's a lie, doesn't matter it's clearly a lie. In fact, the more extravagant the lie, the better, because it'll leave people confused. And that's their basic tin pot propaganda. And it's wash, rinse, repeat, because it's worked for them since probably the Tsar times, but more notably to us, the 1920s. Literally 100 years. The same pushing of nonsense and trying to shatter folks' belief in one another, and the fact that we are in fact able to rule ourselves, and we don't need any tyrant, or we don't need any empire, and we certainly don't need a country that doesn't believe it has no borders. Is it the ground launched small diameter bombs that were suspected have been in use? I don't know if it's the same munition, but I also noticed on some of the recorded videos from behind the lines in our occupied territory of Ukraine, that some of the munitions were making a distinctive whistle or cry, which might mean it was either spinning, turning, or had blades like wings or whatever, as it got like makes a unique sound. So they could be not too connected. Those could be two different munitions, the ground launch small diameter bomb, or they actually might be the same thing I'm describing. And again, I am the confused one. Please retweet and share the space if you're listening.
I believe these ground launch small diameter bombs have little wing things that pop out on
Aha,
them.
so it's the same. Gotcha. Okay.
Now, Zigoman, your hand went up first, but Daniel put his hand up when David was replying to him. So I'm just going to see if Daniel's got a response first, if that's okay.
No worry, let's the other guy.
Oh, there we go. Gent, please go ahead.
Yeah, so no matter what, something changed. Like we can speculate on, to me, the two obvious things that could have happened is one, the Ukrainians are operating HIMARS much closer to the front line than they have previously. And frankly, that's a good thing if they're that confident that they can get HIMARS that close to the front line and then move them and not lose them. So it's either that or the GDLSB, which has the range that we're talking about. So one of those two things happened, and frankly, either one of them is actually a good thing. So something changed, and like I said, either one could be a good thing. And yeah, it's a winged glider, so it may make a different noise, so that could be some indicator. But either way, something changed for the good. That's really the bottom line in this thing, frankly.
Here, here. Thank you very much for your knowledge. Appreciate it. As ever.
And we note that it would appear that they've gone for port, airport, and warehousing facilities in the strikes in MriyaReport. So that is, sorry, I get MriyaReport and Melitopol mixed up all the time, so I have to be really careful which one I say. But yes, it was MriyaReport. So that's something which you know for a fact that Ukraine have had these targets mapped out already, and they've just been waiting to hit them. Absolutely certain that these targets have been sat on a map with somebody looking at them going, soon we're going to get you, and that soon is now. So Daniel, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Is a clear line on Elba from people who understand propaganda in Europe and people who doesn't. And I don't mean the very elegant, very eloquent, very smart, which is now called advertising and public relations. I mean the bullshit stuff. You maybe not realize that, but when you live under the belt, you see world different. And this is not empathy for me. If you want to see a Russian lover, you don't see at me. But I want to understand the phenomenon. And people usually took a wide brush and are ready to paint when they have no fucking idea. Sorry to say to you, Makars, for example. Because, the enemy will become your mother and your father if you live in 40s under Stalin, for example. The enemy can be, I don't know, these bloody Hungarians, or not, the bloody Russians, was our case in Romania under Ceausescu.
And do you know anything about the history of Ireland and our relations with Mockers, wonderful
I know
people?
very well, David. It's
I
not
would just
funny.
say maybe just take it, take it down a notch. We are all pointing the arrows the same way.
No, no. I want to explain you something like this. For me, it's very easy to blame Russians. It's very easy, you know,
But would you
because
rather we
they.
blame ourselves? I don't know what you're driving at.
No, no, no.
What is
David,
it?
David, try to imagine something like this.
Daniel, let me stop you right now. We both lived under Ceausescu in communism in Romania. We both know what was okay, in the newspapers, on TV. We didn't have social media then. We didn't have any other source of information. We were fed with communist propaganda, and we knew it was wrong. We knew that is not the reality. We knew about the stealing. We knew about the persecutions. We knew about everything. We knew, Daniel, and you lived in my country, in the same country under Ceausescu, and we knew. And the Russians know. They just don't want to accept it.
I'm not so sure. And I will explain why. Because last years of Ceausescu was very, 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 very bad in Romania. That is the reality. The regime has no trust of Romanians because last 8 years were hell in Romania. We freeze in our houses. We starve to death. I was just bone and skin. I remember very well, I was rachitic. So I know very well what happened. And if you ask your mother and your father, they will explain, this was not all the time like this. Because in 60s and 70s was the golden years of communism in Romania. We must not forget. In the 80s was horrible, was hell in Romania, but not in the 60s and 70s. And what we forgot about comfortable truth, when it's delivered, is much accessible. It's much comfortable. Why to search for the truth when you are delivered with spoon in your mouth every day, every day? You can distrust the institutions. No Russian trusts the institution. No Russian trusts the elites. Everybody wants to be rich, and they will try anything to be rich and to be, I don't know, live better. Jingu is here. He has the Chinese case. It's similar. Problem is, I bet most of the guys who stay on the couch and say, these bloody Nazis must be destroyed, their children must be killed. They say these slogans with no fucking idea what they're saying. It's comfortable. It's very easy. For them, the genocide is against Russians. The perception is we are under siege. And who are our enemies? The enemies of my father and my grandfather, the bloody Americans, the Western Europeans. Who are our friends? Look, the Chinese, the Indians, who always fight against Americans. You understand what I want to say? For them, it's not a genocide in Ukraine, it's a liberation. And they are the good guys. It's very hard to understand this. They think they are
psychological way, because in a way I think they kind of know. Maybe not all of them, maybe some are really brainwashed, but in a way they kind of know. And it's not no golden era in Russia right now. Apart from some who live well and are not the majority of the population, you can see what is happening in Russia. You can see the roads, the infrastructure. You can see that they have no indoor plumbing. They even don't have gas. They sell gas to all the world, but they do not have gas in their houses to cook. So it's not a golden era right now. And the last 20 years, Putin promised them prosperity and stability, and he always waged war. And well, where is the prosperity? Because he cut all the links and he cut the exports. And I don't think that all the Russians are stupid. I think that they are complacent. I think that they may hope to get away somehow.
Exactly. They are
Yeah,
complacent.
but they are not stupid. Anyway, it doesn't help us. We know the truth. We know the truth. So
But
it
that
doesn't help us.
doesn't need to help us, Ivana. Imagine something like this. They have just 2 periods in time where they'll feel it, I don't know, is it good to be Russian? One was Khrushchev, when they start building the blocks and everybody get an apartment. And second was the high rise of prices of oil, and coincidence was Putin in power. Is a normal association for their mind. I think this war will be ending, Ukraine will win, and there'll be a bitter border, and probably we'll see shelling for years, or maybe not. Maybe they will took back the defeat very grumpy and they will stay there. But I think we'll see slowly Russians coming to see Kharkiv, because Kharkiv was important for them. For them, it's Kharkov. And they will see what they did in Kharkiv. And probably Ukrainian government needs to sell tickets to Mariupol, to send them to the cemetery.
Yeah, no, let's not. Mariupol is a tragedy. We cannot talk about Mariupol like this. I understand what you want to say, that it's very important for the Russians to see it, but not in this way. So until then, what I meant earlier is it doesn't help us here in our conversation to just talk about their propaganda lines and about their motives. And we will have Tom Zimbardo in the space soon, but I have to bring him up. And in the meantime, let's go to Brandon and then George. And after that, I'll come back to you, Daniel. Brandon, please.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me good?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Yeah, hello from the United States, Atlanta, Georgia, to be particular. So yeah, no, I guess I was going to talk about HIMARS really quick, but I'll tie it into a little bit of what Daniel was talking about and how the Soviet Union has took the concept of paper milling and adapted it to social media. And it's been used. So yeah, if you want to look into paper milling, that's kind of what the classic strategy is called. And then it's been kind of co-opted into this fire hose of falsehood strategy that they're doing now. And so I just wanted to mention in relation to HIMARS, one of the things that's just so cool about them is a 8-pack of Gimlers, could be a 2-pack of Prisms, could be a single pack of an Attack MS. Thing is nobody's going to know what's in it. And so it's just such a cool missile platform that's mobile that really leaves the opponent wondering what the heck's going on. And so it's super cool. But yeah, I'll stick around for a second. Thanks.
Yeah, I have a question for you. The GLSDBs, it's still they can be launched by the HIMARS, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, they can hold, I think it's either 2 GLSDs or 4 GLSDBs, but those are an interesting creation because they are kind of like a Frankenstein between an old Boeing bomb or missile system, and they've combined it with other Lockheed tech to create a glider missile, essentially.
Thank you. Sorry for the noise. George, and then Tom.
Yeah, so the problem is now you saw those idiots pack into the stadium, and then we saw that they left early because the free food and hot tea that was supposed to be there for everyone ran out early. I wonder why. And they all started pouring out of the stadium like the sheep they are. And let's face it, they have bought into this whole narrative that they're this superpower and that they're invincible and they're on their laurels of World War II, but they're pretty much screwed, and they just don't want to face it, and they're not going to face it till the Ukrainians send another 300,000 of their best and brightest and youngest back in little mason jars or boxes.
Yes, so about the show today, I don't know what to say. Some of them were paid, some of them were brought with buses. Some didn't even stay for Putin's speech to hear it. And it was a weak speech as usual, 4-minute speech. He repeated some of the stuff that he said yesterday. By the way, the colors yellow and blue were interdicted on the stadium. I understand that they interdicted 1984 or some other books, and I understand that they want to modify the history and that they want to change the maps and the school books and everything, and they want to wave. I don't know, wave, yes, their propaganda into everything, but interdict colors, like, what the hell? It's the color spectrum. What are you going to do? Interdict everything that is yellow and blue on this planet? The sky is blue, for God's sake. The sun is yellow. So it's going up to there, So yeah, it was a weak speech, a weak demonstration. It was I don't know. People did not smile. People did not engage. We have seen yesterday how Biden was received in Poland, and how the crowd reacted. I have seen some videos from today, and a part of two women that were filmed, and that was obvious that they are filmed. Everybody was bleak and grim, and they went home because it was cold, and yeah, they didn't have tea left, and the goodies that they should have received, blankets and flags, ended up soon, very, very soon, and the flags will be on the garbage probably near the stadium. But I want to go to Tom, and I hope Tom is here. Oh, I'm sorry. Did he left?
He'll come back, probably connection.
Oh, I'm really sorry, I talked too much. I'm really sorry. Yeah, so now I have
connection.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw him come back, but he's disappeared again. So might have been his connection. Never mind. We'll come back to him. I'm sure he'll come back if he's got something he wants to say to us.
Markers.
Yes, my love.
Where's the cis boom ba report?
Are you talking about the Boom report?
Yeah, I call it the cis boom ba, report, because the Russians are sheep, and that's the last sound they make before they wither away.
Well, we did go over very briefly where it had been hit with regards to the strikes, which were generally within the occupied Donbass. There was approximately 10 arrivals in Mariupol. Some say 11, some say 10. So these places that we think they're HIMARS, but some of them may have been these small diameter bombs. Sorry, I keep forgetting what they're flipping called. It's just the long characterization. Yeah, exactly, them. So here we go. The AFU attacked multiple places at once: Mariupol, Kakova, Oleshki. Now, these next two are places where there were, in 2014, I think, there were some really strong battles here, and this is a place where there were massacres of Ukrainian forces who were given a green corridor to leave and then killed before, as they were leaving, basically. I believe, or Ilovaisk, one of them. So those two places.
Ilovaisk.
Thank you, Ilovaisk. So one of those, both of those two places were historically very significant for this particular battle, I would think. Also explosions in Makivka, Donetsk itself, Volonovka, I think, and Katarsk. I'm going with that. So yeah, there were quite a lot of booms. The video of the area over Donetsk, where the whole sky lights up at one point, and you can just see trails of rockets. So that certainly was a night to remember, shall we say, for the Russians. And also this morning, there appears to have been more booms in Mariupol, and these are places which a lot of people were saying, I didn't think that Ukraine could reach these places, and it would appear they could. And there's some lovely videos of things going pew-pew. If anybody wants to see them, you can probably scroll my timeline and find pretty much all of them there. I got very excited this morning when I woke up and saw all these videos, and I was like, yeah. Well,
yeah, that's because the U.S. sent the reach out and touch someone package for Americans. Remember that commercial, reach out and touch someone? Well, that's the reach out and touch someone package. And I'm sure right now there is a lot of guys looking at ammo dumps sitting to the right or left of them and saying, oh shit.
yeah, exactly. They've got themselves in a sticky situation, and the Ukrainians have obviously received some toys that are proving to be useful, shall we say. Brendan, please go ahead.
Yeah, earlier I kind of used a slang term of paper milling, and some folks had messaged me saying that they weren't able to find anything related to that. So in my timeline, I posted a declassified doc related to paper mills and fabrication. And so if anybody was kind of curious about what I was talking about earlier and how it's been co-opted into the use of social media and forums and just basically the internet age and how it's adapted, you can check out where it started on my timeline with that doc that I just posted. So there's that. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Brandon. That's really helpful. Now, I'm going to do a little PSA for everybody. On the 24th, on Friday the 24th, starting at 1 a.m. Kyiv time, we will have General Mick Ryan popping up to give us his 1-year anniversary take. We will also have daily drop-ins on the 24th. We're going to be having a drop-in from Alexander Kamshin sometime in the afternoon, in the European afternoon, when he can make it. And then now these are all in Kyiv time, I'm afraid. So from 5 p.m. we have Alexander Sherman. He is a former Ukrainian ambassador to Austria. At 5:40 we have Benjamin Tallis. I don't think I need to tell you who he is. At 6:30 we have Jakub Karsbo. At 7 p.m. we will have the lovely Malcolm Nance and also Thomas Steiner. He might stay with us for a little bit, as you might imagine. And then at 10:30 p.m. we have the lovely Oscar Domesticated from Odessa, who's going to be telling us about the mood in Odessa, no doubt, 1 year on. So just wanted to bring you that information. We may indeed have more people coming and additional drop-ins of people we know during the afternoon. So just keep your eyes peeled for that information coming out. Daniel, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I put my hand up because I think past conversation, I think I'm not very popular because I put a perspective which is painful. Um, maybe we need to not refrain ourselves, but reflect a bit. I never said anything less than let's be a bit aware the road where we're going because it's very dangerous for us. I don't want to see same topics like 78 years ago when American citizens with Japanese descent were in camps for years because we're perceived like an enemy. I don't want to see what Germany saw when they were invaded by Soviet troops, Americans, and British, mass raping. We need to understand we are still in 2023, and sometimes I'm driven by passion and I hate so much what they do, and I want so much to pay somehow, which is natural, is normal, is human. But also we need to understand we need to see other people who are different than us to understand them better, because when you understand your easy solve some issues. And I think somehow, because we are driven not just for victory for Ukrainians, not just for surviving or our values, our perspective about world, because that is a reality, is a clash of view about entire world, about civilization. Somebody puts me, oh, you know, the how they say about family, traditional family. And I say, okay, maybe I'm very straight, but I love people to enjoy what they enjoy and love and pray. And, you know, maybe I consider myself enlightened and I saw the other guys, the Russians, no? The people in darkness. But maybe we sleep a bit, forgetting they are humans. They are human people, bad driven, with different ethics, with different morals, different values, but they are still human. And I am not here to save them. I'm not Jesus. I don't think in this. But I'm afraid for us, we go with our passion and our desire and will to victory, and we can be in a danger to forget about humanity values, you know, empathy and understanding. Understanding doesn't mean forgiveness, doesn't mean cross the sins. We are not here to forgive someone, but we need to understand our adversaries. We need to understand them deeply, because I hear the President Biden discourse and I was so touched because he put the finger where he needed. It's not just his merit, it's his team, his entire people who work to send the clear message for us and for them. And we don't need to go there and dehumanizing them. We can make fun of them, especially about politician leadership and who have power in Russia now. Is essential because they don't like to be laughed off, to become funny, to become some clowns. But also, we need to make a distinction from the evil which has a root there, and the other people who are just blind, stupid, or their ethics lack because education lack, because it's a social pressure, because they lie every day, because they need to cover their faces with different masks when they exit in public, because that is authoritarian regime. But let's understand our enemy, not stay there and just acting like we are not yelling monkeys. We are human beings with enough sentiment and rationale to, I don't know. I'm sorry if I go
You're
too far.
okay, Daniel. You know we love you. I've got other hands up, but I get your point. Yeah, that we're all just people when it comes down to it. Some evil, some not. I have no idea who was first. I'm going to go with Brendan because he's just there on my left. Brendan.
Yeah, just to kind of add on to what Daniel was saying, in that his concerns are very real, and I think everybody should kind of be aware of that. But another thing that we all need to really understand is that Ukraine is on the front line of global democracy. And so, sure, all of us in Western nations or wherever we are, we have, happy democratic institutions, we have our democratic norms, and it's really important that the rule of law prevails. And I think that's really important in recognizing when emotions might get high. Sure, it's easy to do things that might be unlawful or unconstitutional or just deviant in general. But really, just Ukraine is fighting for global democracy. And if we let things go south with them, it's going to be in our backyard next. And another thing, too, it already is in our backyards. We already have far-right politicians in probably all of our countries. And for some reason, all of that money tends to go back to the Kremlin. And so, I think it's just democracy's, the main underlying foundation of democracy is good public education and the prevailing of truth. And so it's really important that we always stick to what that truth is. And just that is the foundation of democratic ideals and democratic norms, is truth and education. And from there, we'll all move forward.
Yeah, truth and education. I totally agree with that. Lexicon was next.
Yeah, I'm sure Jingu is going to talk about this. I was sitting here wondering, keep putting my hand up and down again because the conversation moves on. Let me just say this, and I'm sure Jingu will come in on it. I was living in China in the 70s, and I had never encountered a space where information was controlled so much. At the same time, I was among a group of teachers, living with the Chinese teachers, and it was a very collegial bunch, and you could sit and talk about a lot of things, and there weren't really limits. But anyway, Mao dies in late September, end of September 1976. And then a week after he dies, the authorities come and somehow arrest a group of people led by Mao's widow, the Gang of Four, Sirimbang. It's called, you soon learn this phrase, and everything starts to transform. And particularly all these kind of rigidities that existed that didn't let you talk about or criticize any leader. But what is most amazing, more amazing than the fact they managed to arrest these four and everything starts moving, is that everybody you knew, everybody you know, everybody you meet says, that's right, they were awful. We knew that all along. I mean, it was astonishing. On the one hand, it was very controlled. I mean, I've seen worse places since. Burma, awful. But North Korea, awfuler. But anyway, I think there was something else I was going to talk about. I'll come back and talk about it later. But Jingu probably has some of that experience. I don't know our relative ages. But just when people say that the Russian people know, as Joanna says, they know an awful lot. And should there ever be something, I'm not sure how it was in Russia when Gorbachev came to power and he wanted to have glasnost, openness. I'm not sure. There certainly seems to have been a thaw at that time for a while. And certainly China froze back up again, as did Russia, I guess. But anyway, just to say that is amazing, the way a change can happen out of something, some striking event or few events.
I think that's your cue, Goo. Jingu?
Okay, so yeah, Lexicon it's going to definitely going back. So right now, just so you know that definitely it's the China is going back, and also this also highlights the misunderstanding many people had about China, right? As I said, China is what's running China is a funny correlation between the bankers and bank robbers. Okay, so for the last 4 decades, the institutions more aligned with the bankers, although they lack more morals, were in charge. So it looked like it's going in the right direction, but right now it's reverting back. The bank robbers are saying a little too far. Now we are calling the shots because at the end of the day, the Chinese communist regimes are owned by bank robbers. Now let me go back. Daniel, you made a very good point. There's one more thing to it. Every nation has good people and bad people. Every nation has people that who know the good things. Every people who have people who know the good things but feel nonchalant. Every nation has good people, bad people who know it's bad and they do it. And they're idiots who didn't know better. Every nation has it. At the end of the day, it's which institution goes to the top that matters. In the United States, luckily, we have Harvard, Stanford, Marine Corps. These represent the institutions people align themselves to, and they will rise to the top. Unfortunately, in some countries, it is very nasty institutions, criminal organizations. If you join them, you go to the top. Now, this is exactly how it works. People say, well, the Chinese people, Russian people are smart. They will wake up. No, they will wake up until these bad institutions are busted. Let's say, God forbid, I become a part of, let's say, Al Qaeda, or I become a part of, let's say, Proud Boys, right? Then I start to earn my badges, do crazy things, and move up. Okay, in that organization, I will look at things and say, well, gee, I've been doing the shitty stuff. Doesn't make any sense. But will I give up everything I earned? Then be rejected by a group, by an institution I identify myself with? Not really. Do you expect a mafia who is climbing through the rank all of a sudden wake up and say, let's do something different? Remember the famous movie Godfather. Michael Corleone knew all along he needed to change. What happened to him? A total failure. Institutions have more power than any individual can imagine. The only way you change it is to bust these institutions, take them down. Just like in World War II. What happened? Nuremberg. What happened in Nuremberg? You round up the Nazis, put them in trial, send them to the gallows. That's what you do. Until you bust the Nazi institution, until you change Germany, these institutions could not go to the top. Nothing will change. How did we change Germany? How did we change Japan? We make sure those institutions are outlawed. You can never go to the top by joining these institutions. There's still crazy Germans going to the neo-Nazis. There's still crazy Japanese going to those institutions. But now these institutions could never get to the top, dominating that country. That's how you do it. Now, will that happen in Russia? I hope so. With their very humiliating defeat, things will change. But my point is, educating people does one thing. Tell the young people, don't join them. But once they join them, once they are part of that institution, once that institution still can go to the top of that country and be dominating, things will not change. People will not change just by, oh, I realize it's a wrong thing. No. Think about Marco Corleone. He knew change. He never wanted to become a crime boss. But once he is in that position, once he is in charge of that institution, there's so much only he can do. Very few people are as smart, as skilled, as cool, as calculating as Michael Corleone. He cannot do it. Few people can. That's my point.
Thank you very much. And I think judging by the emojis, Brendan would like to come back. Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, to anybody that hasn't heard Jingu speak on the space before, he always gives really good historical context to a lot of the topics that we're talking about. So I definitely recommend checking out his page. And I just kind of wanted to add on to what he was talking about in regards how democracy can fail due to factions. That's FACTION. And just in Federalist Paper 15, James Madison warns about how one of the failures or ways that democracies can fail is through factions undermining them. Essentially, these types of radical cells that we see within politics. And for anybody that wants to dig deeper into that historical context of what is democracy and why it's so important and why it's important that we support Ukraine in defeating Russia, because they're probably the ones that have been enemies of democracy globally, is check out the Federalist Papers. It's some pretty dry reading, but it gives you a good perspective of the foundations of what's going on here and how can we protect it.
Excellent, thank you. I'm at that point of the day where everybody's spoken and their hands are down. And so I'm going to remind you that this is the Maria Report, and we have been here almost 1 year now, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, since just before the beginning of the invasion. And we're still here, and we will continue to be here until the Russians go home. It's a hard life looking after you all, but you all come here to join us, and that makes a massive difference. The fact that we educate ourselves and we continue to do good things for Ukraine and spread the word to others, because breaking through the disinformation can be difficult sometimes, but like Daniel was saying, they hate ridicule. The NAFO approach has been absolutely incredible, and it's something that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. The disinformation machine of a government being taken down by brain damaged cartoon dogs. I'm so proud of you guys. Keep it up. While we're here, I want to draw your attention to something in the nest, which is about Canada's Operation Unifier training of Ukrainian soldiers in the Donbass. The Canadian forces, led by Colonel Melanie Lake, who is interviewed there, you'll be able to see that video. She was part of Operation Unifier, and she was very proud of being able to assist Ukraine with training up until this invasion began in 2022. And she was very sorry to have to leave at the time, but she is still doing everything she can and works with MriyaAid. And so, people, if you have any spare change in your pockets, you can always donate to Maria Aid. Go and have a look at their website. It's up on our title, and you'll be able to see some of the amazing work that they do. Daniel, your hand's up.
Yeah, because I open a can of worms, let's put some gasoline on fire, because I love this job. Okay, I get a point time to time, but nobody seems unusual. The crypto guys, the most extremist evangelical guys who are not Christian at all because, you know, they don't care about poor or blacks or, you know, and neo-Nazis and the pure communists who imagine, I don't know why communism is so great. They are in the same boat with Vladimir Putin. Is nobody put this thing to the front and watch a bit. What is the connection from the crypto guys, Proud Boys, MAGA movement, traditional family, very, very persistent neo-Protestant evangelical, and I meaning in the worst context is, and the vision about world of Vladimir Putin, how they connect each other. How can you put together this? So
It's simple, Daniel.
please.
It's very simple. It is called divide and conquer. You find anybody who has something against something and you use that person for your means, for your purposes. It's simple. You target every
I
group
don't care.
that has a
I
problem.
don't think so. Joanna, it's very simple explanation, divide and conquer. It is old trope. I don't say this. I see something much more subtle there. And I will explain. I understand everybody has an agenda, have some ideal, and some people are against, I don't know, too big state or too much control. But to jump from the televangelist, for example, right? Proud Boys, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Marine Le Pen, yeah, Viktor Orban, mullahs in Iran, some, I don't know, Algerian anti-French movement. You know, these things are not connected just money, ideology, hate for the establishment, hate for liberal values. Let's call it this way, yes? Democracy, liberty, freedom. Yeah, it sounds very unusual to talk about French Revolution, but that values take it for us because they are great. We are enjoying. That's why people come in our countries, right? Because it's nice. It's nice to live in a normal country where policemen will not arrest and ask you graft and you are put in jail just because you open mouth saying something about meat was less, something like that. But for me, it was striking, and nobody talk about this shit. And let's face it together. Vladimir Putin yesterday talked about traditional family, pedophilia. You know all the first part of discourse, which is the same, exactly the same discourse I hear in English from the governor of Florida or Texas, from our party in Romania, and many political leaders in different parties like liberals or social democrats or our party talking about same shit. You know,
Okay.
the family is made it by man and woman. The
Yeah.
West one, really, this is
Yeah,
a
I understand. I understand you, Daniel. And let me just because you seem to believe that it was very simple what I said. It is simple if we put it in a phrase, but it's not so simple. So there are two different things that I want to address. The fact that we all live in bubbles. We all live in bubbles. Even if we think we don't, we do. We all live in a certain type of environment with friends. Some most of them we agree with, some we don't agree with, but anyway, we still live in bubbles. And in our bubble, we believe in something and we hate something. And Russians are very good to targeting these bubbles, these exact bubbles, with the exact message that helps them. For example, you don't like the vaccines for COVID, they will get into a group that discuss about the COVID vaccine, and little by little that they will instill some Russian propaganda in it. It is very simple, it is doable, they know how to do it. The same with the traditional family, the same with some other thing. And you know the paradox, and this is the second thing, I think, it is called the horseshoe theory. When you go to the extremes of the political spectrum, to the extreme right and to the extreme left, you kind of arrive in the same place, you know. They kind of combine, you know, the extremes, because when you I will try to find something, I wrote something about it, and it's how the values that we have to the right or to the left of the political spectrum are perverted as you go to the extremes. And for example, the patriotism becomes a nationalism, and the healthy preoccupation for the family and for the life becomes, as you said, Proud Boys or whatever. So yeah, these two combined, the fact that as you go to the extreme and they try to make people go to the extreme, and as you target the bubbles, you arrive to be able to instill the proper message to a group and then spread this message inside the group, and the group will spread your message for you. And they are very good at it. They have trained you know, they trained for a long time and they know how to do it, and they take advantage of the social media to do it. And that's why NAFO is good, because NAFO ridicules them. And I will go to Umberto Eco and Il Nomile de la Rosa, in which book he explains how important it is the laughing, to be able to laugh about things. And NAFO is doing exactly the same thing. But I want to go to Brand, and I'm very sorry, but Jing Hoon has left. Every time.
He's back.
Yeah, I could be.
Oh,
Jingu,
yes.
you can go.
Yeah, can everybody hear me? Thank you,
Yes, yes.
Daniel and Marcus. It's actually much easier to understand, Daniel, if we put that into the context of institution, how they behave. Okay, so let's say you're from Romania, right? Let's say there's someone who worked in the Romania state-run company for 30 years. The guy is at his early 50s. Okay, he rose to the top. He was in Romanian state-run institution. He knew everything bad about the communist regime. He supported the change. Okay, then change happened. All of a sudden, he found this. In the neo world, his older organization really didn't have anything. So he went from someone who was a very well respected in the Romanian communist society to someone who belongs to a failing institution, and he became nobody. As a Christian, I know we're all sinners because we all have limitations. Nobody here is perfect beyond those temptations. At the same time, we all have a bright side, we all have a dark side. If I'm in that situation, I might think, well, guess what? I supported the democratic change, but now look at what I get. I don't like it. Then all of a sudden, someone crazy as Marjorie Taylor Greene, Farage, or those right-wing guys come in, they give me something that makes me feel good. So I started to spread their narratives to make people feel that I'm not going to be marginalized that easily. The same can be one person. We're all sinners. We all have the bright side, or we all have the dark side. But because we all belong to some institutions, belong to a social group, that's how it could flip to both sides. And exactly like Iana said, Russians know how these things work because they are in the transformation themselves. It's very complicated. That's what they know how to exploit your weakness. Good institutions motivate you by magnifying what's bright inside you. Like, for example, the very good training programs like Harvard, Stanford, or University of Michigan, where my daughters go, and Marine Corps, right? You don't feel good. You always feel good. You go there to learn your weaknesses. They encourage you to try hard, to do good, then to be aware of your weaknesses. That's what good institutions do. Bad institutions also know how to exploit your weaknesses. Imagine a mafia group, right? The very effective mafia group, if they got you in, God forbid, they know how to exploit your weakness. They also know how to leverage your strength to do evil. But once you start to earn badges and climb up the ladder, you belong to that institution, you start to conform yourself to a certain type of behavior. And then over the time, you feel it's very hard for you to throw away everything you earned. Then even if this is a right or wrong, you will continue to do it. That's what institutions do. Now, just imagine in all the countries going through a transformation, going from authoritarian dictatorship into democracy, there are many, many such institutions in transformation. They may not fall into the right place right away, or many such institutions will simply go away, like in the Romanian state-run company, like a Chinese state-run company, like a Russian state-run company. Many people working in these institutions are good people. They supported the change, but they are also being marginalized inevitably because time change. Also in the United States, right? We have many factories that propel the United States to the pinnacle of industrial power. Right now, because of outsourcing, because all the transformations, they're marginalized. Workers are losing their jobs. Former managers are nobody, right, in front of these new billionaires. And they are very vulnerable for exploitation. So Russians came, Chinese intelligence came. They feed shit into the far right wing, right? So they voted for Marjorie Taylor Greene. We wonder why Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Lauren Boebert could rise to the top. Guess what? Because the Russians and the Chinese intelligence corrupted one major democratic institution in the United States. They corrupted Hungary. They are doing everything they can to corrupt the rest of the world. That's why we say Ukraine must win. Because why? Because if they got it this time, they're going to double down. Keep trying, you get this. And also the other thing, if Putin won this time, Putin will get the biggest award. They will have the biggest say. It will set an example to future Russian younger generations. If you want to move to the top, you know what? In Russia, join those people. So we have to defeat them. We have to send them to tribunal. We have to send some of them to gallows. We need to set examples like we set to German younger generations in 1940, late 1940s and early 1950s. If you join them and follow them, guess what? Think about Nuremberg. Okay? That's what ended up. Is it worth your try? That's how you transform the society. That's my point.
Thank you very much, Jingu. Very interesting. Brandon?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch back on to what Daniel was mentioning into why is all of the messaging sound similar across the world? And I'll let you all in on what the secrets, I guess, game plan is behind all of that. And what I want everybody to imagine is a pyramid. And let's just call this the pyramid of power. And in a monarchy or an autocratic government, power comes from the top down. So from a singular person down to their barons, down to their other state leaders, down to whoever. And I mean, if you go really far back, that person at the top of that pyramid, they got their power from God, so to say. However, as things evolved, we realized that, wait a second, the bottom of the pyramid, all of the people, we can actually have a power structure where the power comes from us down at the bottom and then goes upwards. And so that's why it goes back to that whole nuclear family concept that you're seeing proliferate in all of those far right-wing circles, because yes, once you get society to only accept that structure of a family, eventually that father figure of the family then gets their following from the head of the state, and then the head of the state, it comes from God or something. And that's why you might see that in Russia, he is kind of combining that religious aspect, because I don't doubt that eventually they are going to go that route once they establish, because then Putin or whoever else will be able to say, oh yeah, I get all this power from God and I can delegate it out however I want. But in democracies, power comes from all of the people making a decision and then delegating that power upwards. And if those people above us end up screwing up, we take their power away and go about our way. That's how democracies work. And so just sorry, just
Jingon?
yeah. Oh, it got muted for a second. I was just going to say, yeah, so always think about where the power comes from.
Yes, a very good explanation. Thank you.
I'm just bringing you a little bit of news from the stadium, the Luzhniki Stadium. This concert with participation of President Putin, or at least somebody who looks like him who turned up anyway. There's many rumours abound. However, it would appear that it's not as popular as once first thought. Russians have left the stadium, or most of them, before the end. And the reason being, the woman behind the camera is saying that the free food and tea ran out, and it was that cold that everyone decided to go home. So yeah, it looks like that was a good event up until the free stuff ran out. Just thought I'd bring you that because it does make me chuckle. Jana, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makars. Yeah, well, thank you for the update about the Luzhniki Stadium. I was still going to react a little bit to Jingo, Joanna, and Daniel, because I also had some ideas. So if I can, and then we can go maybe to something what is happening. But yeah, it really triggered me to think, because I have for a long time I had this theory that like communism, it wasn't really about communism. It was really an idea that the Russians or Soviets at the time hijacked to really establish the rule or to kind of control the countries where they were spreading. And it really, really very much resonates with what you, Anna, said. Ivana, I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. Ivana, what you said about really, like, they try things and they inject it into bubbles, because I am certain that they have been following this textbook, this propaganda and manipulation textbook, again, for centuries. because I know from history, and it's sorry, I don't know any like certain dates, but what I know from history from my country, of course, there were a very difficult situation after the war, and people were poor and shattered and traumatized. But in 1948, a communist party won in my country. But of course, it was already all in Czechoslovakia, and it was already all very much controlled by the Soviet Union, and then because it was their sphere of control. But I am certain that the communistic ideas were just to really, hijacked to manipulate people into voting this by promising, by populism, by demagoguery. And there were like things that are happening in the eastern part of Ukraine are really reminding me of that, because there are all these like collaborators and stirring agents and politruks. So yeah, I think this is all the same playbook. Apart from nowadays, they also do it online, which is really, we really have to find a way how to deal with this. And NAFO indeed is one of the great things. And yeah, I think many people often say that they really throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, and then they work with that. And I'll give you one more example. About this hijacking the ideas, whatever that is. It used to be communism. Now it's traditional family. Any bullshit that resonates with people and allows them to manipulate. And my example is, for example, religion, because during communism, religion was a big no-no, because at that time the Soviet Union was following this very materialistic ideas, and it was all about science and engineering and the rotten West. And I'm now trying to like kind of from my childhood remember all these bullshit titles or propagandist sentences. But the rotten West was all, of course, like believing these superstitions, and we were not doing that in communist countries at that time. So it was so forbidden that there were like people who went to church were prosecuted, or even the priests were sent to prison. And I remember when I was a kid, I tried to go to like a religious class because I tried to do some extracurricular activities. And comrade teacher came and written my name on a list, and it was all very scary. So yeah, religion was a big no-no. And nowadays they have this amazing Orthodox religion, and they are promoting traditional family and all that thing. So it really doesn't matter. It can be A, it can be B, it can be Z, but whatever sticks, they will use to manipulate. And that's what I wanted to contribute to this discussion.
Thank you, and you obviously you have first-hand knowledge, so thank you so much for that contribution. Jingyu?
Yes, Jana, thank you very much for the kind words and very interesting example. It all again it goes back to basically the institutions. So if you look at, for example, this is what many people in the West didn't know, or the education didn't touch. The workers' movement, which included, it was almost hijacked by Karl Marx and Engels. So those people who actually wanted to continue got into two camps. The first camp is let's stay in with the constitutional democracy. Let's do it through elections and so on. These are Palestinians, and these eventually evolve into today's leftist party in the West in the legal way, in the constitutional way. Now, the other camp is basically let's start a revolution. That's the communists. That's the Lenins. And they broke out to set up a communist international. Then also, if you go to the very famous novel or movie, Les Miserables, what do you see? If you want a radical revolution, the type of organizations or institutions you mobilize are criminal institutions. That's exactly what happened everywhere. So you need a radical revolution. You start to mobilize the wrong institutions. Guess what? They all say the right things. Okay, be it the Middle East terrorist group, or be it radical jihadists, or communists, or whatever, or right now the right wings in the United States, extreme right wings. They all invoke their allegiance to the God, to higher principle, to all the right things. But what they do is exactly the opposite, because to them, the end justifies the means everywhere. And guess which country has been studying it? Russia, and also, let me say, China. Why? Communist regimes. How did communist regimes come into power? A bunch of criminals, they seized the state. Then the criminals in charge will study how to motivate people, how to run things, how to corrupt different other institutions, how to control people. That's what they study. That's why you see all the connections. If you look at what changed in Czechoslovakia, I'm sure you will see a major changes. What type of people now goes to the top versus before, versus under in Soviet bloc? What kind of behaviors are rewarded? Where would you join? Where would you go? That's the key. So we are saying that people in the United States are capable of doing very bad things. Luckily, we have the structure to keep them away. We're going to send Proud Boys, we're going to send Oath Keepers into oblivion. But you know what? Once the person joins that organization and start to rise to the top, his behaviors are largely controlled by that organization. Just imagine a Michael Corleone in the Corleone family. No matter how much he wants to change, he will go back. He has to, unless he breaks away. The only thing you can do is to make sure the other institutions don't turn into the Corleone family. And if you do, make sure they never rise to the top, right? So Corleone could not transform his family is a bad thing. But maybe to the democracy, that's a good thing. That cuts off a venue for the mafia families to thrive in a healthy democracy. The price it's paid is Corleone's personal tragedy. That's how I read it. So that's actually how the society is transformed. That's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. I want to add something to this about this theory of communism, and I won't go into the details, into the politics of this, but when I studied political philosophy, I had an Italian teacher, and she brought to us a text from an Italian writer. Um, it it was a philosopher, Tommaso Campanella. He lived in the 17th century, and it was called The City of the Sun, and it was about a perfect society, something like this. His proposition of a perfect society, which resonates in many aspects with the communism. And she was surprised that us, the Romanians, rejected the text with like passion, because for us it reminded us of what communism really is. And I just want to make this distinction between utopia written with the EU and utopia written with you at the beginning. The first one is a concept of a good place, of something that is attainable. And I think Campanella thought that his City of the Sun was a utopia written with EU, but in fact it was just an utopia that is a place that doesn't exist. The perfect communist place doesn't exist. It's an illusion. And communism brought to the people the idea that everybody is equal, and things are in common, and everything will work well. Well, it doesn't, because we are not equal. We are different, and we have to to live and to find our path through our differences. We need equity, not equality. And in fact, this equality that was sold to them is like in a fabula. We have a fabula in Romanian about some big dogs that were talking among them and said that everybody should be equal in, in the courtyard, and everybody should have the same rights. And there is a small dog that comes and say, "Oh, that's perfect. I want to be in." And the big dog said, "Yeah, we are talking about equality, but not for the small dogs." And this is the communism. The big dogs are up to the top and they decide everything, and the small dogs is the people, and the people has just an illusion of something that isn't there. And they were offered this illusion of equality, and in fact they were stolen. The communists stolen from them everything, stolen from them the trust, the agency, the spirit of community, the way of knowing that if you work hard and if you study and if you are good, you will reach somewhere. And I think it was you, Jingu, who said that managed to bubble up to the top, to go up to the top. And communism, it's not such a society. But I have spoken too much and I have requests, and I see Daniel has his hand up. So please, Daniel.
Personal experience can be blinding. For me, personal experience to see Spaniard people in Spain. My first trip outside Romania was to Spain 20 something years ago. And I saw them with hammer and sickles, with red flags. And I was outraged because, survivor of the communists. And I said, what's up with you, man? But if you take 2 steps backwards, you understand why. Is Franco regime. And Franco regime crushed the Republicans, which were more communist socialist affiliated. Same in Italy. When you have Mussolini, of course, the resistance is communist. Same in France. For us, it's easy to judge because we lived the communist experience, and it was not nice for Poland, it was not nice for anyone in Warsaw Treaty and Soviet Union. So we know the communist is just an ideology and was not good. But when I studied the communism, I studied a bit what was before. And the success is not just about strength, the communists coming on Soviet tanks. It's about what you have before. Was inequality? Was a problem with education? People live in squalor. We have just a small layer of elite people and everybody living in dirt living condition. This happened in Russia, Tsarist Russia. This happened in Romania also. And the communists, with all their bad, and I do not include North Korea, Cuba, or China in this. They are not communists, sorry to say. Looking bad, but they are not communist at all. But let's say something like this. And Soviet Union was much better than Russian Federation of Putin years. Not in ideological sense. Let's say they have at least coherence. At least they have a meaning. They project a future meaning. They say one thing and they do other thing. This is just propaganda, of course. But at least they had some kind of debate. Of course, Stalin years were more bloody than Hitler years, probably. And Mao Zedong is probably a culmination, taking the hand of Pol Pot. But also, don't forget, they had some difference. When people lived after the World War II, if they can talk with their grandmas, they will say, you know, on the Tsar Nicholas II was not so good. Also, Andropov and all these bastards from KGB made it Russia crash. But it's just an ideology, it's just an idea. People sometimes I hear fighting with ideas. I don't think it's a good idea to fight with an idea.
Yeah, so I don't know enough about the Soviet Union to go into there, but I wouldn't say that it was, well, yes, they had an ideology and they had a purpose. That is true. The Russian Federation doesn't seem to have a purpose right now, other that imperial colonialistic tendencies and oppression of the neighbors. But during the Soviet Union
It's a
time,
mafia state, Joanna. Let's be sure. It's a mafia state.
yeah, but during the communist time, there was still ethnic cleansing. There was the Holodomor. There were deportations. There were a lot of things that we tend to forget about. So I don't think it was such, well, not even compared with today Russia. I don't know. Anyway, I will have to swap with our lovely Anda, who is up here. And thank you everybody for the discussion. It was amazing. Well, see you around. Bye.
Goodbye, Joanna.
Yep, see you later, Joanna, and go ahead, Andy.
So I wanted to in general, when you have an oppressive state which asks something that thinks it's not proper, they will tend to push in the other direction with an opposite force, right? And this happened during the history many times. It's not just with the communism. It's something that happened, for example, in France. If you look at the French Revolution, right? Liberté, fraternité, égalité. They wanted what they didn't have, right? In general, people tend to go to counterbalance what's wrong. So that would be one part of the topic, and the other one. I don't know how to say this. When you change the regime, and this happened in Romania too, and happened in other countries also, people are kind of idealistic. So you have the people who know what's going on, what they want. They have a clear path, where everything's gonna go. You have the people who see the opportunity and take advantage of it, either good or bad. But yeah, they are, let's say, opportunistic. And you have the big mass, the people who actually push a revolution or a regime change. Usually they are idealistic, right? They look at what's the perfect version towards you can push towards. I don't know. I had before the revolution in 1917. They had sheriffs. I think that serfs. I don't exactly know how to pronounce them in.
You mean?
They were people tied to the land, so they could not move around.
Yes.
Yes. So it's natural for you to want to be able to go around and to have your land and be equal, and this was the ideal, right? You have had the people who led everything, who knew what they wanted and they wanted to lead. You had the opportunists, and you had the big mass of people who wanted freedom, right? Who wanted to get rid of being tied to the land and being oppressed. Now, the leaders. So this is why I kind of agree with the fact that theory and the ideal is one. The implemented result is usually different. The way it was implemented was flawed. The principle wasn't fully vetted, right? It had gaps. And then there were the private interests, right? All that you see, like the Holodomor, which Ioana mentioned, that's the interest of some on the expense of others. And usually you it's not on the expense of your own, it's on the expense of others. Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't pretty. I'm not looking forward to bring that back. And I do understand that some people push for some ideas. But let me put it this way. Daniel and I, for example, don't always see eye to eye on certain topics, right? How to approach certain things, how to word some things. But we have a common goal, right? We support Ukraine. So this is the common goal that we have. So I always welcome a different idea than mine, and I think this is the benefit and the strength of democracy, right? When we are alone, we think our idea is great, we are the greatest, and therefore nobody is better than you. I'll say, and I'm here to crash your dreams. I will never forget you with that one. That was epic. Who will come with a different idea, an entirely different idea, right? And we debate it. Sometimes we can reach an agreement, and sometimes we will simply agree to disagree on some topics. But it's important to have this discussion. It's important to push back, because otherwise you end up in a dictatorial regime. And usually when you have a dictatorial regime, and we can see it very well in Putin's lifetime, people start lying to you. And this is one thing that I prefer Daniel's approach to than him coming up and saying, "Oh, you're so great, extraordinary, absolutely marvelous," and not believing that, right? Because I know I'm not in general, right? So I don't know if I made sense. I hope I did. Daniel, I will go to Jana first. I think she's from Czechoslovakia, Czechia, the Czech Republic.
Yes, thank you very much, Anda. And I'm from the Slovak part, but yes, I was born in Czechoslovakia, but I'm Slovak. But it's okay. Czech people are very nice to me, and they adopted me, so that's fine. I don't want to bore the audience with this too long, because I don't want to get into very philosophical debates. I just wanted to maybe reiterate this idea that I thought, like, maybe in my mind, like the the Russians kind of really evolved, like through these generations and generations and generations, where the intellectuals were persecuted or killed, and ethnic cleansing and serfdom. It's kind of like a really alcoholic, narcissistic nation who is really, really skilled at manipulation. And of course, not everybody. I don't want to generalize, but okay, well, this is the idea that I was trying to say. Was, you know, Daniel, I want to gently push against what you said. I don't think the Soviet Union was better. I think it was the same or very similar mafia state, and they were really running according to the same playbooks. And of course, the conditions after the war in our countries were bad. And as I said, people were traumatized, and everything was shattered. And that's why I thought like they kind of hijacked this idea. That, you know, when I hear populists or demagogues, politicians in my country, it can be anything. One day it's nationalism, another day it's getting rich. You know, whatever idea they take to manipulate people so they would vote for them. And of course, the Soviet Union already had the sphere of influence in our regions after the World War II. But yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, they might have appeared better because we were of course taught propaganda in the history, the whitewashed version, but there were like millions of people were killed by them, and they might have appeared better because they were richer, because they stole everything. Like they came to my country and stole everything from people who had like even a little bit what they, you know, created with their own hands. So yeah. Okay, so my what I was just trying to say is like they are really good at hijacking ideas and using them for manipulating people throughout the history, and that's it. Thank you.
Daniel, I'll comment later.
Russians invented anarchism, if you didn't know. The best anarchist, the icon of anarchy, was born in Tsarist Russia. I want to add you 2 points which will sound weird, ugly, and very, I can say, beginning of Russian Bolshevik state is still Lenin in power. In Soviet Russia happens the first destruction. The rich peasants. We'll get at the point next. Was destruction of the family. The sexual revolution started in Soviet Union. And they said the family is an imperialistic Western idea, and everybody must be emboldened, especially women. And from now, family is an anachronism. And for almost 3 years, in Soviet Union, in every factory, you'll see more sex scenes because woman was no more mother. And I don't know if you can imagine, I saw art at this period, 21, 23, maybe 24, when they stopped, because society was crashing. But imagine a very sexualized Bolshevik Soviet Russia, with women not wanting to marry, not wanting children, and making sex in factories. Second thing I want to add for you is why Holodomor happens. Everybody knows about this tragedy, which affected heavily Ukraine, parts of South Russia, and parts of Kazakhstan. Motivation was stupid enough. You cannot imagine. They need money. With Stalin in power, he wants money, and Russia have nothing to sell, just grains, because they can sold the grains of Ukraine. So that's why they starve and genocide Ukrainians. But the motivation was very simple. They want to industrialize Soviet Union, and they want to buy factories from United States, especially, and some from Germany, and they buy it at bulk. Thousands of plants for heavy machines and steel mills, selling all the grains, not excess grains, all the grains, because they didn't have cash. Soviet Union was not recognized like, you know, a normal partner on international stage. This is why Holodomor happened. This is why millions of people die of starvation. Because somebody in Kremlin, and that somebody was Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin, decided this. Sometimes we look a great span of time, 70 years of communist regime in Soviet Union, and you can see these two separate parts, not very far, because you had sexual revolution, Holodomor, and after that, the big repression before the World War II, three different separate acts in a society which was annihilated. The third part, after the Holodomor, when they start to kill everyone, not just elite, not just from KGB, not just from the army, everyone, they start destroying churches, for example. To fight Nazi Russia. So, to fight Nazi Russia. So, Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin called to God, which is huge irony. And Yana is somehow on the point. Others. And they will pursue this idea to not be humiliated, not to make laugh of them. Why the NAFO piss them off a lot is because you make fun of them. They cannot accept. They want to be taken seriously. They want to be feared. And for me, it's just an experiment. Just watch them, how pinchy they are, how sensitive skin they are. Because the history is not an advantage for Russia.
So they are sensitive, but about their pride, right? So
exactly, they don't like to be humiliated.
Or what they see as humiliation, because sometimes, you know, if you are really, really soft-skinned, you can take as a humiliation the fact that someone is setting you right in public. So, or someone, you know, writing you, you did this wrong or the wrong way, and that person will according to the way they were they were raised and the culture, they can see that as a humiliation. Some other people will take it as a learning experience. So they will say, all right, so this was not taken okay. This is the feedback. What can I do to change? So yeah, that's not their culture, right? So that's not their culture.
To be proud is the capital sin. To be humble is the most determined. You must be like a Christian. That is a truth which Vladimir Putin must assess. If he's a Christian, must be humble, not proud.
Well, we all have sins. He has many, and this is one of them. This is one of them. He is a very proud man, proud of his country, proud of his heritage. but proud in a very bad way. So you can be proud. I will give you an example, and how should I put this? This is not a critique. This is a reality. British are proud too. The British family, the British history, the British heritage is huge. And usually, as people, are proud too, but not in the same way. And they did learn, and they did do things differently. They have other values. They have other way, a different way of perceiving life, perceiving others, and standing by what's right than by I don't know, your pride. So yeah, I like a comparison, with two former empires who behave in a total different way these days, like today, what they did in last year and last years, if you count. So
Britain invented the modern democracy, so
a different approach, like I said. Yeah. All right. So I wanted to mention some other thing about a point Jana made, 2 points actually, and then I will go to Brandon and Lisa. Jana said people were the same or behaved the same. If you have the same cloth, I come from a because we talk about tradition. I come from a family of tailors. So sometimes our approach to life is comparing everything to tailoring. If you have the same cloth, no matter what you do with it, it will still be the same cloth. So it takes a changing of the fabric of the population, of the leaders, in order to have a different result. So that would be one of my points. And second, even if some regimes, some political views might be different, I think it's important. It's of a paramount importance to have a freedom of speech, to be able to push back, as I mentioned earlier, and to have your how should I put this, private property, right? Freedom of speech and private property are the things that actually differentiate many of the cultures from east to west, and influence the cultures. The ability of owning something changes you, and the ability to speaking up your mind or not also changes the society and the person. Brandon, you have your hand up, and then I will go to Lisa.
Thanks, Anda. Yeah, we got pretty philosophical and into the history before you hopped up here, but I was gonna just wrap up and then step down. But touching on NAFO as a phenomenon is it's really a lot like when you look at ancient Greece or the Roman Empire. Of the people that were upset about it, they would do graffiti, or they would do coins that would be mocking the leaders. And so NAFO is kind of like our modern version of that type of absurdism, or pointing out and mocking, or mimetic warfare, essentially. And then in relations to populist leaders, as mentioned earlier, yeah, they can emerge on the left or the right. But when I mentioned earlier about that pyramid of power and where does power come from, it's important to always identify those leaders that are not trying to build coalitions of people and they're trying to focus only on themselves, because any type of people that are looking for that power consolidation are going to be a threat to democracy, because as I've mentioned in that pyramid of power, power comes from the people and goes up. And so tying that back, this is why it's interesting or important for us to have this understanding of all of these different things, because when we have those dinner table conversations with other people in our daily lives, it helps us in getting them to understand why it's so important to support Ukraine with everything that they need now, because they are on the front line of democracy. And yeah, thanks for the space, and take care, everybody, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroям slava. And yeah, support is important. And I didn't think at this comparison, but it's really interesting. And thank you for it. Really nice. Mokers, you don't raise your hand.
Oh no, I've just got something to add, and it's not part of this conversation. So just come to me after. Lisa, go ahead first.
Okay, I think I'll talk for an hour, then maybe you'll forget. No, I'm just kidding. You know what I like about this space is that there are so many of us from all over the world, and our common goal is to support Ukraine, but we all have different approaches, but ultimately our one main thing is to support them in any way we can. But I will be brutally honest with you guys. I was oblivious that Ukraine even existed. I know that's sad to say. I didn't even know about it the war starting back in 2014. So this has really opened my eyes to the European history about how things came about. And I'm so grateful that you guys have shared that in various ways. And it's good to agree to disagree and not get into, a big fight about it. I think we're really good, when we talk about things. I think that's the biggest thing, is the respect. But what I wanted to say earlier when we were talking, I think that the Ukrainians are so successful in how they go about their warfare. I don't know if any of you guys bought John Spencer's Connected Soldiers book. And by reading that, it helped me understand a lot about how warfare is won. And it talks about having the same interest, the motivational system. Now, we see that Russia is not highly motivated. In fact, they snatch people off the streets as they're going to work, and then their families don't know where they are, and they're gone. And then the military system, you have to be disciplined, tactical, administrative, organized, and have a command system. And as we've all heard, they're very disorganized. They put guys out there that haven't even been militarily trained. And it's just a mess. And then the effectiveness, the only thing that they've had going for them at times was the numbers. Like when they go into the meat grinder, there's so many of them that sometimes I saw footage where one got really close and the Ukrainians were able to shoot him. But I think one of the most touching things and I'll be done after this, but one of the most touching things, and it made me cry, was a Ukrainian soldier was shot and killed, and someone from a whole different regiment, there was like maybe 4 guys. It was in a video. I don't know if anybody saw it, but they risked their lives to go get his body, and they were being shot at, but they risked their lives so that they could get his body back to his family so that he could have a proper burial. And they just know that term of endearment when it comes to family. And that's something I think in America, our family system has just disintegrated greatly. People don't even eat at the table anymore. They don't eat at the same times. When I was a child, we sat around the table and dinner was like clockwork. 5:30, Dad got home at 5, and we sat down and ate at 5:30. I can't say we didn't really talk, but I did go to my girlfriend's house. She was Catholic, and she had 8 brothers and sisters, and it was so much fun because everybody would share their day, and I love to have dinner with them. But I just wanted to say, just the cohesion, regardless of how we may feel differently about things, when it comes to right down to the point of the matter, it's all about Ukraine winning and supporting them and helping them. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava, Lisa. And you're right. We can come together and we can put aside our differences. And no matter how our lives have changed because of how society evolved, how families evolved, I think it's a good exercise, right? Because sometimes it's easier to forgive strangers when they do something wrong to you than to forgive your own family. You kind of expect more from them. So remembering that having a common goal and working in the same direction is important might change our lives in reconsidering what's around us, what's important around us. Mockers, you said you had something, and I was wondering if you want to go to it or I should change topic.
I just wanted to report that the Telegraph had stated today that the Ukrainians have given some feedback on the Leopard tanks that they've been training upon. And the feedback is that they are like swapping Ladas for Mercedes. So I believe the Ukrainian teams are very happy with the German-built tanks. Just wanted to slide that information in there.
Well, I'm happy. All right. I think they're happy too. Late, but better late than never in this case. I'm how it was an expression. I don't know if you have it in English, but Nick is coming up and maybe he can help us with that. We have an expression that it's very easy to adapt to better, basically. It's harder to adapt downwards. So yeah, I'm glad. I'm really glad. Nick, welcome up.
Yeah, it's a good job they didn't say they were like going from a Lada to a BMW. Otherwise, we'd have known that the indicator lights don't work. Honestly, if you ever want to, I read a book once called Bullshit Jobs, which was amusing for most of it, but then it kind of had a completely different agenda at the end. Don't bother with that book, but it was quite fun reading about all these people with bullshit jobs. And really, if you ever kind of go home at the end of the day wondering if your job is worthwhile, spare a thought for the guy in the BMW factory who has to fit the indicators, knowing that they will never ever be used.
It depends of the driver, right? I know that we have a saying here that the energy, right? The energy from the battery is expensive. Probably this is why they spent a lot on the car, and then this is why they don't use it, the energy from the battery, to signal left or right. But it's all about the driver in the end. So yeah, what's behind the wheel is the problem. In my
The Americans always say the most dangerous component of the car is the nut behind the wheel.
Exactly, something like that. Yes. uh, that's about it, right? And I think there is, we were talking about pride, Nick, like 15 minutes ago, and one of the things that I came to understand is that you see the true colors of a person when they get executive functions, executive jobs. So they have power over people, and you get to see the real quality of a person in how he drives an expensive car. Speaking about pride.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I've never owned a sort of luxury vehicle, but on a couple of occasions I found myself like getting accidentally upgraded to one when I rented it, and I sort of always drove it with a little bit of fear. So I was when my job required me to be a manager, I never really enjoyed it very much. We occasionally get mentioned in here various old British TV programs, and some people may be familiar with the TV series Dad's Army. And I would always describe myself as having a Sergeant Wilson management style, which mostly consisted of saying, I say, chaps, would you mind awfully doing A or B or C? And he got his results, Sergeant Wilson. He always managed to kind of quietly win over the mildly authoritarian Captain Mannering. But I would I wouldn't recommend either of those management styles to anyone involved in a military role. But yeah, it's true actually how people drive I'm thinking of my daughter's boyfriend, who is a terrific driver, and I've seen him drive a whole range of vehicles, and he's just instantly at home in whatever you put him in. He's just a natural driver. But there are some people, I think, who are compensating for various things in their lives, and basically it's like, I need another liter on my engine. And yeah, there's various women laughing here. You'll get the. So yeah, I'm tootling around here in Palma de Mallorca in my little Toyota Yaris hybrid, and I like to play little games with it of seeing if I can get the battery all the way up to 8 bars. That's the extent of my my macho car idiocy.
Well, if it's any consolation to you, my father drives the same car, so yeah, we are not. I'm sorry. I had a boss who once told me that he can say no wearing a suit or wearing a t-shirt. It doesn't matter to him. So yeah, I think it's important who you are and how you behave. It's less important what car you drive and how expensive are your shoes if you don't know your job. And I think this is actually to tie it back, because people might think, why are you talking about cars and stuff here? Because one of the things that were prevalent in Russia, one of the reasons you got to have the oligarchs, and not only, was this hunger to show through things that you are better than others, and to not only be better than others, because it's a very big difference in being and showing. And usually people who are really, really good at something, usually they are really humble. So yeah, this is why we brought this up, and how it's relevant to Russia and Ukraine and what's happening all around, because basically their inability to lead, their grifting led them to a society in which the companies that are run by oligarchs are not run in order to be efficient, and are not run in order to be to improve the product, or to improve the process, or generally improvement. It's not it's seen as a cost, in terms of costs, not in terms of benefits. And this led them to a current society in which they don't have everything they need. Their technologies are old. It's, you would think that it is inadmissible to work with that technology and not know anything about it after 30 years as a country. And yet they do, right? We were talking about the big companies, the big oil companies, which left Ukraine, left Russia, and basically they took the technologies with them, right? And yeah, Russia doesn't have it, and doesn't have with what to get it. So this is all in Ukraine's benefit. So I will not how do you say, when feel sorry for them. But it is interesting to look at the process of the events and learn from that, because progress is based on innovation, and innovation is expensive, basically. All right, Mokers, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry, and then I will ask you something, because I saw something and I wanted to know if you talked about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just wanted to bring to your attention the successful negotiators in this war. The most successful negotiators go to the border guards along the Belarusian border. Apparently, they've been giving some hand signals that would account to come over here, and you might not come back again. They've also, the Belarusian border guards have complained that they've been mining the border itself. Well, shock and surprise there. I think they'll find that there's an awful lot of other things along that border that they wouldn't like the look of either. And also, Mayor Klitschko has made a statement about Kyiv, stating that it is no secret that Kyiv remains the target of the aggressor, and any Russian who can, and if the Russians continue to want to capture Kyiv, Ukrainian forces are much better prepared this time and have a lot of surprises and gifts for any aggressor who attempts to move towards Kyiv with weapons. The defence forces have been training for several days to defend the capital and will continue to do so if required. It's just a couple of things that obviously with the anniversary looming, lots of people have been concerned about what's going on, what Russians doing with regards to Belarus and, you know, with regards to whether they were going to re-enter the north, looking towards Kyiv. I mean, obviously, in an ideal world for the Russians, that would be what they wanted. But I honestly don't think they're even going to try for it. I think their aspirations have reduced greatly, considering the situation with their armed forces. What do you think, Ander?
What are the numbers again? How many dead do they have today? Do we have a 5?
Do we have a 5? Let's have a look.
150. Did we reach? No, it's
145.
145.
Yes, indeed.
So the 5 advances. That's good. That's really good, and I think relevant. That's one part, and second, they couldn't take Kyiv when Kyiv was defended by partisans, right? So yeah, good luck with that. I read something interesting though about Belarus. They are transferring equipment to the border with Lithuania. Have you heard about this? Anything?
No, I haven't. Tell me more if you know anything about it.
So this is a piece of news from yesterday. It was reported by a monitoring group from Telegram, which is called Belarusian Gayun. And apparently the Ministry of Defense from Belarus announced the movement of equipment. So the official statement says that they are redeploying one of the military divisions of the mechanized unit, and this is part of the combat readiness check. They also noted that the military reinforced the air defense units at the border with Lithuania. They are preparing to so they are organizing themselves, right? Preparing protection and defense. This is the statement. Engineering equipment and implementation of rear and technical support activities. So I don't know why they are drinking. Like, I'm sorry. We are on the, this was from the 21st of February 2023, after a year of war, after Lukashenko declaring, I think a week ago, that the reason for which they are training so heavily is because they think Ukraine will attack them. and they are prepared to counterattack Ukraine when the first step of a Ukrainian crosses the border. I think Ukraine has a lot of other problems to deal with at the moment, and they are focusing on these other problems. They haven't done anything to threaten Belarus. They haven't repeated the same mistake twice. So last year, this time, when Russia invaded Ukraine, on the other side of the border with Belarus, there were no troops, right? You didn't see there rows upon rows of tanks, of Ukrainian tanks, waiting for the Russians to cross the border. It was empty, right? So that showed something. You cannot say they threatened me, but there was no one else there. On the other side, or on the other hand, I'm sorry, Ukraine understood that Belarus is not to be trusted. And it's important to have a defense in check, prepared at the border. So when they started doing drills and claiming they are training their troops again near the border with Ukraine, this time Ukraine didn't sit and wait to see if Belarus and Russia decided to enter again. They reinforced the border and they said, you come, you're dead. You stay there, we're good, we will stay here, right? So the armed forces of Ukraine, which are on the border with Belarus and also on the border with Transnistria, because on the other side of Transnistria there are some Ukrainian troops. They are there to ensure that Russia doesn't play the same stupid game twice. And this is it. The heavy part of the Ukrainian armed forces is oriented on the front lines where it should be, because Ukraine has a lot of land to gain back from Russia. To free their territories, they have people there. It's not only about land. It's when you talk about land, it's not about the land. It's not about the houses, and it's not about the buildings, the factories or anything else. It's about the people who live there, and it's about your own people, right? So this is the reason they are fighting. They are fighting for their children. They are defending themselves. And Russia is throwing people at them in Belarus and in other areas. So they didn't stop. They said they will. They said that was the most hideous thing they did. They said, oh yeah, we will cease fire on Christmas. And Ukraine said, I don't believe you, right? You lied all the way. Why should I believe you today? And what did Russia do? Next thing, attack. So yeah, it's same old. They are attacking and dying. I'm really happy about that, because if they wouldn't be dying, they would get cockier. This way, at least they are more reserved, and we saw that yesterday in Putin's speech. They don't plan to end the war, but he didn't say we're gonna win it or easily. You know what? I have to say this. I'm sorry, mockers. I haven't spoken in a lot of hours, so today I'm talking too much. Do you know what I liked best? What I see humor in things. So humor and sarcasm. Yeah, I like them. So one of the things that Putin said that I liked best, it's the epitome of the highlight, the best thing that portrays they are deluding their own people and liars to the core. Do you know what that part was?
Oh, go on.
Their economy is steady, and they are working to enhance and better their economy in the next year. Right. So the reality is, lovely people, they are closing factories. This is the ugly reality of Russia today, a year after the second invasion of Ukraine. Sanctions work, and factories in Russia are closing, either because they don't have enough people, either because they don't have the raw materials, either from other problems like cash flow. Their economy is not booming. And whatever he wants to portray, it's not happening. Like, this counterattack is not happening. Yeah, we will see more. We will see a true counterattack when Ukraine will get the weapons they need, when the Leopards will get into Ukraine, when all the air defense systems will be there. So the air raids will not be able to hit innocent civilians. So those would be things that I want to see, and then we will see a push. Then we will see a push, and with that push, we will know what a counteroffensive means and how it's supposed to work. I have a concern, actually, and because I have a concern, I will ask Axel about it when he finishes joining us, if he is able to
Well,
sorry.
while we wait, so I do have something that I wanted to add on the sanctions. That the Dutch have proposed to create a Europe-wide agency in charge of enforcement of sanctions, which has received support from France, Germany, Spain, and Italy. And the Dutch are really doing quite a lot to push for sanctions enforcement. The government of Netherlands have also agreed to Ukraine's proposal to create a new international organisation in The Hague, the Register of Damages caused by Russian aggression to Ukraine. So we can see that the Dutch have seriously got in on it there. And also, there are Indian buyers who are now starting to have issues getting banks to facilitate their transactions for fuel and fertilizers coming from Russia. There is an example here of a company being confronted by the effects of Western sanctions. An Indian state-owned oil refinery is unable to use banking services because it is refusing to declare the price it has purchased Russian oil at. And, well, as you can see, these sanctions are starting to spread a little bit now. And I'm especially liking that it's biting further afield now. It's becoming a problem for those who are facilitating people getting around sanctions. Nick, you've got your hand up there. I'll let you go.
Yeah, this this register of losses is a good idea, and somebody's going to have to do it. And if the Dutch are prepared to put in the admin, then great. And you know, symbolically in the Hague, the mechanism for tracking the imposition of sanctions is going to be a can of worms. There was a EU proposal some months back to have the possibility of a criminal complaint directly to the level of the EU, to the EU Attorney General. And this is all hugely legally problematic because the EU can instruct its member states to impose sanctions, but it doesn't have, the EU has no criminal prosecution service, and it relies on member states to enforce sanctions with whatever mechanisms they have. And that will be different in each country, and in some countries it may not even be a criminal mechanism. It may only be a civil sanction against countries that break sanctions. So it's great that 8 or 10 countries expressed an interest in that. Apparently, the Dutch government has circulated a position paper on it. I would like to get a hold of a copy of that, but I rather suspect it's not in the public domain yet. Perhaps at some point the EU will make it available as a discussion document. It's a great idea, except that it needs to be implemented. And it will be hugely legally. The problem, I think, is it will take too long to get off the ground. It's one of those things where you hope the war will be over before it's needed. Maybe it will be used for future, because I'm sure there will be bad people in future that we need to sanction. So maybe it will make it easier. Whatever comes out of this will make it easier for the EU to sanction bad people in future. But I really don't think that it's going to have any teeth in the next 12 or 18 months, just because of where we are legally and what the EU can do without requiring treaty change, which would be quite substantial. So it all sounds great. If 10 other countries have expressed an interest, their lawyers presumably know much more about EU law than I do, but just where I'm sitting, I'm not sure this is something that's going to be up and running and sending police round to knock on the doors of bad people directly dispatched from Brussels in any time particularly soon.
Nick, for people like me in the back of the class, could you please explain what are civil sanctions? What's the difference between them? Like roughly, don't get into.
Okay. I mean, roughly, the criminal justice system is where the public prosecutor accuses you of a crime and the government imposes a fine or a prison sentence on you. And the civil sanctions would be that, for example, in the case of Apple, famous thing of well, in fact, it was actually the Ireland. Ireland wasn't collecting tax off Apple, so Apple put all of its sales through Ireland, and Ireland gave them a sweetheart deal to pay basically almost zero tax. And the EU actually said to Ireland, "You should be collecting tax off of Apple," and and there was a fine, I think, or there was sometimes the EU will fine Microsoft or Google, and they'll say your practices are anti-competitive, and you must pay a penalty of $2 billion. But that isn't a criminal fine. That is very much a sort of part of the agreement by which we allow multinational companies to operate in the European Union from time to time, and so we fine them, and so that would be considered a civil penalty. The criminal law is where they can, I mean, I don't know what happens to Microsoft if they don't pay that fine. They just pay the fine, otherwise, their license to operate will be taken away or something. The criminal thing is that they come along and say, you are fined this amount of money, and if you don't pay, ultimately somebody's going to jail. And the EU has really absolutely nothing to say in that matter. We saw this already, for example, with the European Court of Human Rights. The European Court of Human Rights can say to a country, you imprison this person after torturing them. That's terrible. Stop doing it. Change your laws. And we think you should pay that person €500,000 in compensation. Now, if they don't pay that person €500,000 in compensation, the only sanction that the European Court of Human Rights is to kick you out of the European Court of Human Rights. They don't have an army. They can't come around and arrest your Minister of Justice. So the EU, in a similar way, the EU is a group of countries that have got together as responsible adults and said, we agree to abide by these rules, even if they're sometimes a bit inconvenient for us. And the EU's rules were never really designed to deal with a country with a bad faith government like Hungary is. And it's really stretching their abilities quite a lot. And they're coping and they're finding mechanisms. But they keep having to come up with mechanisms that you shouldn't have to do. It's one of these sort of, look, what you'd like to do is take Orban around the back of the building and give him a good kicking, but we don't do that because we're all sort of democratic and friendly. So the EU may or may not have the ability to impose sanctions of a sort of financial nature on a company, but really sanctions are a matter for the member states, and the EU simply doesn't have that competency by and large. And it's yet another example of what we see where people who criticize the EU, very many of those people, on the one hand, they tell you that the EU has all this power and how undemocratic it is, and how it's riding roughshod over sovereign parliaments. And then when they find out that the EU isn't actually able to do something that everyone thinks the EU ought to be able to do, they say, well, the EU should have the power to do that. We go, well, yeah, but you won't let us. In order to do that, you're going to have to take some power away from member states. Oh, well, I don't like that. Well, make your mind up. Make your mind up. So I think that in order for my gut feeling is that in order for this kind of authority to be meaningful, it will probably require quite a transfer of power from the member states to the EU, which people probably don't want. Now, maybe the clever lawyers can find a way to do that without it being a sort of sea change in how the EU relates to national law systems, particularly in terms of the criminal law. But that's going to be quite a challenge. And I wish I could get a copy of this Dutch document so that I could have a look at it and think about what that might mean for the.
I will make sure to send it to you. I will make sure to send it to you, because I think that would be really really interesting. And I think about your point about the ability of the European Union to enforce and have more power, right? To enforce, maybe as a state, not as a confederate state, more like as a confederate state, let's say. Some new laws that need also to be put in place. You have to trust your representatives, right? Because basically the people who will make the decisions instead of the country, the people who will take the decisions will be at the European level. Some of them voted, right, from your country when they will go into the European Parliament. So that will mean that you as a country will have to trust them that they will do the right thing.
Yes. Yeah, and by and large, the European institutions are very benevolent. But if your own national politicians are standing up and telling you that the EU is corrupt, that they are Nazis, that they are Sharia-loving socialists, EU SSR, unelected bureaucrats, champagne swilling, all of the insults that are thrown around, and people buy into that, then that doesn't work. And I mean, this is probably what happened 300 years ago when many of the sort of, the smaller little principalities of Europe became nation states. 300 years ago, there was no Germany, there was no Italy. And, those people in Berlin, or those people are now deciding for us here in, Arschloch am Oder, or whatever the town is called. And, we don't trust people we don't know. As humans, we tend not to trust people. So why would you trust people who are doing that? And the EU, the Parliament and its affairs are conducted for the most part with far more transparency and traceability than national governments, certainly historically. But people say, oh, well, they don't tell us what they're doing. And they say, well, we do. It's all on the website. Oh, well, I can't be bothered to read that. Well, that's not the same thing, is it? And unfortunately, sitting here, we are a fairly self-selecting group of people who, by and large, believe that most democratic politicians, when given a reasonable level of supervision, mostly have the best interests of their country and their constituents at heart, versus the dictators. But there is a tremendous harnessing at the moment by populists of the idea that all politicians are corrupt. And of course, they're mostly talking about themselves. There's a lot of projection goes on, but it's a powerful message. It's a psychologically powerful message and easy to accept. It's very easy. Experiment of the liberal democracies entering now, I guess it's we're halfway through the 3rd century. I mean, liberal democracy, I guess, can be traced back to 1776, and I was going to say 1789, although the French rebooted it in 1871. We're in our 3rd century only of liberal democracy. It's a very fragile thing, and it constantly comes under fire. And the problem is that each new generation that comes along starts with a completely blank view of that. We haven't yet found a way to transmit a love and appreciation for liberal democracy genetically. We do it through the education system, we do it through our media, and we haven't been necessarily doing a good job of nurturing that, while we've been going off buying, watching cat videos and buying cheap cocktail umbrellas from China. So yeah, we need to sharpen up a little bit on the extent to which we protect liberal democracy. And the EU is, for me, a better bastion of liberal democracy than most of its member states at the moment. But that's not always a popular view.
Would you say, Nick, and I promise I go to lexicon then and come back to you, but it's on point. Would you say that a deeply corrupt institution will pick up a name at the helm of the prosecutor office, someone who was renowned as inflexible and really going after people who were bad?
Very unlikely.
So yeah, that was my that was my idea too, that if you're deeply corrupt, you won't seek to have a tough policeman to, not policeman, because she's the girl I'm thinking of. It's not a policeman. She's a prosecutor. But yeah, you won't put her there. And that's,
Am I aware of the details of this example, or is this something to do with your part of the world?
it's from my part of the world. So
okay. I'm just checking. I wasn't meant to understand all the details.
no, I can send you the details. One of our top prosecutors end up in EU level, and she was really tough. She actually did a lot of good things for Romania in cleaning up Romania, and it's not exactly the person you want to have if you're corrupt. You don't want her around you if you're corrupt, because she's kind of inflexible with that. So yeah, it actually gave me hope. And we always hear, especially here in the East, I think, and I don't think it's a Romanian thing, that politicians are corrupt, but there are levels, and I'm not saying they are Snow White, because they are not. But that was one of the ways I see things, right? When you're trying to clean up house, you bring someone who actually knows how to clean up house, and I think this is what they did. Yeah, I'm hopeful. Lexicon, you have been very patient, and thank you very much for waiting.
That's okay.
Good evening.
No, these days it goes faster. Just about this commission or committee that the Dutch for Europe, that the Dutch seem to be spearheading, I wanted to say no worries, if the war should end too soon. This kind of a commission that enforces sanctions will be vital for years to come, because this war is not entirely over when the last tank gets pushed across the border. All of the reparations that are absolutely necessary, the wherewithal to support the rebuilding of Ukraine, and also the bringing to justice and so on, will go on for years. So I think there's a role that such a commission can play, because I don't think sanctions will suddenly disappear with the tail end of that last tank. That's important. And then I just want to say something about the different, the value of different kinds of justice or courts. A civil court as opposed to a criminal court. And we often see that people take, after some crime has been committed and judged, and the guy got off or got sent to prison, that there may be civilian pursuit of that person for wrongful death, I think it would be called in a civil court, for damages. And I think the thing in a criminal court, of course, which is when the state, you don't charge your, the robber in your house, the state does. And so the power of the state to bring justice to bear on an individual is recognized when we say that there must be whatever it's called, truth beyond a reason, found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So that beyond a reasonable doubt is necessarily a high standard, and we accept that. So in a criminal case, there may not be a verdict. The case may be thrown out of court. Whereas a difference with civil, all types, there are many kinds of civil and administrative courts. We cannot have a no verdict. Like, you pursue your erstwhile husband for grabbing your kid and running off. Well, then you take it not to a criminal court, but to a civil court. The judge has to decide who that child should live with. You cannot have no verdict. And so similarly with various civil cases where you pursue someone for damages done, both, what do we call them? We have a couple of names to not only repay against the wrong that was committed, but also punitive damages for demonstrative effect, to show that this person deserves punishment, and there's additional weight there. So I think for those couple of reasons, the kind of court it is and the length of time it's going to take to bring Russia to pay in one way or another, all the ways that it needs to pay, then would need those kinds of bodies. And maybe there are others yet to come. It sounds good to me.
Well, all for the better, I hope. We want to how should I put this? We want to be better, right? We want to be better and go further. Johannes, you want to, I think you came up especially to add to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I would have a completely different topic, so I don't know if you want to continue on what you're talking about now, or you're okay with switching. I don't know. It's just because I right now heard an interview with Michael McFaul of the former U.S. I think ambassador to Russia, taken at the Munich Security Conference by Telekanal Dosh, or Rain TV, the Russian opposition channel, and I was a bit worried after hearing him talk that, well, it seems like the Western leaders aren't really kind of all for Ukrainian victory. So, I mean, what he predicted, what would be a scenario where kind of Crimea gets kind of within reach by Ukraine, and where Ukraine might actually threaten to take it back, and then Putin starts calling Macron and Scholz, and Scholz and Macron start pressuring Zelensky. And as McFaul, to my big surprise, expressed himself to save Crimea, as if preventing Ukraine from liberating Crimea would be saving Crimea. So I just wondered whether, I mean, can anybody say something? What is his position? I mean, how should I take his words? Is he kind of, I don't, if anybody's familiar with him, because he sounded surprisingly like pro-Russian even. Although I thought he was a kind of, I mean, very outspoken critic, but of the Russian mafia state. So I just wondered, what is your sense? Like, how clear is the Western determination to allow, or to help Ukraine really to win this war, like really not in years and years, but really soon and completely. So I mean, sorry, that's a very broad question. I don't know if anybody on the panel is willing to speak to that, but I kind of, after listening to this interview, I kind of got a bit nervous that I thought maybe Western determination is faltering. Yeah, so that would be my very, very broad question. Sorry.
Well, in the absence of other answers,
we will get answers. People are coming up.
Yeah, I was going to say we might have to pin that for the moment. I mean, I know some people have the belief that Ukraine will win this war within this year, no problem. Some people believe it will continue for more and a long time. We're talking, right, more than 2 years. And so I suppose it's the mixture of those opinions. I can imagine it's quite frustrating to come across people who, only see things from their point of view, and believe that they're able to make these choices for Ukraine as well. So So perhaps there's a bit of that coming out.
Sorry, I thought you finished. Sorry, I thought you finished. What? Or are you? Because my phone is cutting in and out. So, what I don't really understand is, I mean, if the situation is such that if the West went in, we went all in by now. If I mean, we do have everything Ukraine needs. So if we would just provide it, then this thing could be over. Like, I mean, really, really soon. I mean, in a couple of months maybe. So why isn't that happening? I mean, I just don't get it.
Well, I have a theory. So this is a theory. I'm not an expert in social studies and not in politics. So take it with a big pinch of salt. But this is my theory. Each country. So someone mentioned, and this is something that my grandma repeatedly told me when I was young. Between countries, there are no permanent friendships. There are permanent interests. So the main thing for each country is its interest. In each country, you will have like thousands of people pulling one way or another. You will have a parliament. You will have a president. You will have a free world in which people get elected, and people do want to be elected again. So very few of them come into power and say, "Oh, I think this is not for me. I'm gonna step down and yeah, let others which are better to take my place." This doesn't usually happen. So people actually come into power and then they want to keep it. And in order to keep it, they have to please the population in their country, which means the voters, the future voters. That will lead to some delays, that will lead to some people going waiting, right? Like Scholz did this past year, waiting to be sure that he is in line with everyone else. So he didn't. What we were expecting from Germany was for Germany to lead. What Germany wanted was unity in decision. So they didn't want to lead like basically like the Brits did, right? So they said, okay, you don't want you don't want to do this. We will send 31 tanks. We will break the ice. France sent the AMX, right? Before the Marders were promised from Germany. So the German leader is not a leader who will march in front of the troops. He will be a leader who is pondering and wants to be in line with everyone and anyone else. So this is why I think this was one reason for which you have seen all the stalling, because we were basically expecting something from someone who is not formed or able to actually take that decision. So it's not in his nature. In Romania, you will say that you want to take water from a dry well. So if it's not there, it's not there. You need to find another well. And actually, I think UK was brilliant at this point. Like at some point, you have to break the ice and show that basically take responsibility for the results, right? It's like when I said, you know, when you stand, when everyone else is sitting down, and you stand up and you say, you know, this is not fair, or I don't approve, right? You're the only one standing, and everyone is looking at you, and all the pressure is on you at that point. And it's very important, if you have momentum and other people rise up with you, or you're left the only one standing. But at some point you have to have this inner core, inner strength, to be able to stand up and say the things that other people are afraid of saying, to take that responsibility. And I'm glad that at some point UK understood this is what's needed to move forward, and they did this step. And after them, US did the same, and basically you got the snowball rolling, and things are gonna happen. What at least what I read at this point, and I will ask Colonel Jeff later about that, is if we have enough ammunition for Ukraine after we give them all the equipment, because basically it's pointless if they don't have the bullets. But yeah, I have hands. I love hands. So I will go to Think Ethical. They came first up, and then Kevin. And we also have Decoding, which I think dropped and tries to rejoin us. So we will go in that order. Think Ethical.
Yes, Johannes, calm you down. I've had contact with Mike McFall for 17 years, and he is nothing but a Russian hater, who understands the nature of the beast. I haven't read what you were referring to, I will get to that. But I can assure you, he single-handedly is behind the Magnitsky Act and Bill Browder, and he really put together the effort to get the Magnitsky Act passed in the U.S. Congress and in other places. So Mike McFall is a true patriot. He probably needs to brush up on his Russian skills, or have a dependency on a translator instead of off-the-cuff remarks, so he isn't infallible. But I will say Mike McFall is a true and proven patriot of democracy, and he completely and totally is given to the Ukrainian effort, and you don't need to worry about Mike McFall coming to the aid and benefit and maybe even diplomatic help in resolving this after the full and total victory occurs. I believe he will gladly volunteer his expertise. As to the fear of why it is that we are in the situation without a ballast, it seems it's because of the weakness of three parties who didn't cooperate initially, France and Germany and Italy, because of their vested interest in the Russian oligarchy. So, but they were pushed and cudgeled into submission, understanding their entire future is dependent on the success of Ukraine. So there isn't going to be an issue with the defeat of Russia now that Joe Biden is walking the streets of Kyiv. Proudly so. I'm extremely excited about the effects it had within the Kremlin, and how they're shaking in their boots because they need to be. The weapons that are coming are weapons that haven't been even used in any conflict anywhere, and it will be a slaughter. And unfortunately, hundreds of thousands will be killed. And there will not be a negotiation before there's a complete and total victory, including the taking of Crimea. So had it been wisdom, this is almost as if it's a karmic event that the U.S. is having to come to terms with the fact that they didn't allow for Ukrainian ascension to the NATO, and that the EU didn't allow for the EU membership to be had in 2008. So I would say this, that now everybody's on the same page, and everybody's got religion, and the religion is that Ukraine is going to win this war. So it's a year late. I grant you that, and I was where you were a year ago, in fear and trepidation. But now I'm convinced Joe Biden's on board. He's got 2 more years, two more years, and 2 years is enough time for this to be put to an end, and for Russia to be crushed, which it needs to be finally after 500 years. So that's my offering. But don't worry about Mike McFall. He's a good man.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joe. You managed to reassure me. Thanks. Oh, you managed to reassure me. Thanks. Much needed.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I have to say this because I try to be as truthful as I can. I don't think it's gonna end this year. There is a lot of territory to gain back, but we can hope, and for sure we can push for that, right? So we push for the moon and the stars, and yeah, we see what we can get. Kevin, you're the next one with the hand up, and then we go to decoding.
Thanks, Anda. Just to follow up a little bit on what Thinker said about Mike McFall, ambassador to Russia from 2012 to 2014, he understands it extremely well. He's a full supporter of giving Ukraine everything they need to win this war. F-16s, tanks, ATCAMs, you name it. He's on board with that. And he supports, the full territorial integrity of Ukraine. Now, the one thing that may have concerned you that I've heard him, I hate to speak for him, I follow him, and boy, he's really battling with trolls every day. He's got, a tremendous number of followers. But the one thing he did stay down through that whole peninsula and recapture it by force. If you basically give Ukraine what they need to win this war, perhaps you could actually get Russia to negotiate Crimea back to Ukraine. Either way, it comes back either through fighting it and slogging through, or by negotiating, because Russia sees no other way of maintaining it. Once you cut off the bridges, Kerch and the land bridge that they're currently using, there's no way for them to maintain it. So maybe he was suggesting that perhaps with the right weapons and the right technology, you could actually acquire Crimea through negotiations instead of having to fight your way through that full peninsula. So, as Thinker said, I think Mike McFall knows everything about the situation, and he is fully on side in terms of restoring the integrity of Ukraine. The second subject about the inertia that we've got here, weapon systems being gradually provided, to Ukraine. It's been, it bothers a lot of people, including McFall and others. It's just that there seems to be a very, very careful approach to doing this. You got to keep the alliance together. You got to keep NATO united. As Thinker already said, you got to make sure Italy and Germany and France are on board. And then there's the other outliers like Turkey and Hungary, that are even maybe a little bit less on board. So you got to keep that alliance together. But again, they want to avoid, I suppose, quote unquote escalation. You give tanks and that's going to be offensive capability. You got to be careful about that. Oh, now we want to give jets. Oh, that's really offensive capability. You got to be careful about that. It's just like, I don't know. It's just their gradualism and incrementalism does not work. It's almost like our leaders have forgotten what we learned through Desert Storm. You've got to hit them hard. You've got to hit them with full force, and not gradually increase it, not turn up the heat on the pot and just gradually boil the frog. That does not work. You've got to basically give Ukraine what they need, give it so that they can powerfully make a statement to show that Russia doesn't have a chance here of maintaining its position. So that's my take on it, anyways. I'll give it back.
Sorry if I interject myself. I mean, this was an interview. He actually spoke in English, so that was with the English channel of TV Rain. And one concern that he had was that Ukraine also won't be able to sustain this forever, because they are also losing a lot of men and women. So if the West just keeps dragging this out, then this might actually be really, really dangerous for Ukraine. So that's why he also, I mean, he strongly argued, as you say, like in favor of going all in now. But he also was very skeptical about whether this is going to happen. I mean, he was basically saying that it's quite unlikely, and that the Ukrainians at the Munich Security Conference behind closed doors said that they were quite worried about running both out of ammunition and out of men. So I just wondered how serious this is as a concern.
Yeah, the ammunition was certainly a concern, and I think they've addressed it in the last package that Biden just announced. We're ramping up production in this country. They're ramping up production of, the 155 and howitzer shells all over the world to try to address the usage, and it's higher, I think, than anybody expected. So I think that's being addressed. In terms of the drain on Ukraine and their army, that's not very well known. Maybe in security circles it is. Maybe they understand, what the casualty rate for Ukraine has been. I think we have a better handle on how many casualties Russia has suffered. Hard to say how many Ukraine has suffered. So it's really kind of hard to address that. But obviously, they're a much more limited population. 40 million versus 125 million. So naturally, there's going to be less manpower there. So again, I think that's why McFaul is all in for the weapon systems. Get them what they need and get it to them now, so that they can make this happen while they still have the capability of doing it.
Thank you. Thank you. Point on what we are discussing. Am I right?
Yes. I was just going to say that some friends of Ukraine still need to be convinced about Crimea. And I have 100% confidence that President Zelensky and those around him are extremely persuasive. Look what they've achieved in a year, from a few mangy old javelins to these small diameter bombs. So I have full confidence they'll persuade these people. We've seen a Damascene conversion from the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. About 5 weeks ago, he was interviewed, and he was asked about Crimea, and he was quite clear. He didn't think Crimea was really on the table. And 2 days ago, I just posted it in the Nest. He was very explicit. Someone got to him, and someone explained to him what we've all heard on MriyaReport, this idea of cutting Crimea off, destroying the bridge, and then watching the Russians be besieged there, and that they may well make the decision to just leave. So someone has got to Boris Johnson over that, and he was really consistently hesitant over the past year, and explicitly hesitant relatively recently that Crimea was difficult to take. We had Luke Harding on here, for instance, who again is 100% friend of Ukraine, And I asked him on the space, some may remember, why he was hesitant about Crimea. And some of the reasons he gave, in some ways, it's a failure of, it's a bit of conservatism, it's a bit of a failure of imagination. And it's also a challenge because the Ukrainian leadership need to show they have a plan. And within days of Luke Harding saying that in our space, there was an article in Foreign Policy from a former Ukraine foreign minister explaining the plan for retaking of Ukraine or for Crimea and for dealing with people there afterwards. And so I suspect Ukraine is on the case. They realize they have to convince people. I kind of agree with ethical. We still have to keep close eye on things. And Macron is a genius at disappointing. Just when you think he's seen the light, he comes up with some really rubbish thing. But I'm more relaxed now than I was until recently. That finally they kind of get that there is no sustainable peace until Ukraine has complete control of its part of the Azov Sea, Crimea, and the Black Sea, and that we can't stop until then. So there will be roadblocks on the way. And I would just add, I don't think Michael McFaul falls into this, but I've recently noticed that there is a species of Russia experts who we, in our ignorance, before we spent a year, really learning about Russia, as we all have over the past year, who are critical, say, of the Putin regime, but they are Russia understanders. I came across one today, a guy called Misha Glenny, who's great as far as I was concerned, but he did a documentary on BBC Radio, which is just pure Russist disinfolklore about their foundation, about Ukraine's subjugation to Russia. And so we sometimes mistake critique of Putin regime for an understanding of Ukraine. And still a lot of people have to do a lot of mental work, and especially people who spent decades immersed in what I call Russian disinfolklore, even critically, but they're inside it, they're trapped inside it. And a lot of people have to do a lot of mental work to escape from this idea. And Crimea, if you ever hear anyone, I'm not saying Michael McFaul said this, but if you ever hear any, Russian expert saying, oh, Crimea is a red line, or Crimea is always part of Russia, then that's someone who's still mentally trapped inside Russian disinfolklore, and they just need to do a bit of thinking to get themselves out of that. And hopefully Ukraine will teach them the error of their way in that light. So I'm skeptical of some people that I valued what they said almost uncritically, because they were Russia experts. They criticized Russia, they criticized Putin, but I realize now they are kind of chauvinists, Russian chauvinists. They're Russian. They're not Putin Versteher, that German word for Putin understanders, but they are Russia understanders, and they haven't quite understood Ukraine. I just posted earlier on that Misha Glenny documentary on BBC, where he just gets people who are completely Russia understanders to talk about the history of Russia, and he's just contributing to this bogus history that Putin declaims the whole time, and this idea that every Russian feels threatened because of some history. It's just on so many different counts it makes no sense, because these people are programmed to think this way. They have no awareness of what happened 2 centuries ago. They're just thinking this way. And for a Western historian, Russian specialist to say, oh, yeah, I want to explain why Russians feel like they have to commit genocide in Ukraine. I'm not explaining the genocide, but I'm just saying, they've always felt threatened by Mongols and all this stuff. It's rubbish, absolute nonsense. But a lot of people are still trapped in that out.
Thank you very much, Decoding. David, I think you had something to add here.
I did. It was the gentleman who was speaking before Decoding. It was a bit of a statement. He went. I thought I'd challenge a little bit, where he said that he thought that numbers of Ukrainians dying was quite high, right? So I thought I'd come on and say no one knows the numbers of other than in official circles the numbers of Ukrainian losses, right? But I thought I'd go through some stats which might help, right? So during the Second World War, the UK, which is of around about the same population, the UK Second World War time, round about the same population as the Ukraine, and the UK lost about 375,000 people. But we're not seeing reports of deaths in those sorts of range, in that sort of range, and that the value in the UK comes out at about 70,000 a year, right? There's a suggestion that some people say they're a lot, but a lot in comparison to what? In comparison to their freedoms and the rest of it, or in comparison to some other figure? As it stands, the UK thousand troops. Now that includes troops. Now that includes Wagnerites. I don't understand why people don't include Wagnerites. They're still troops. They're still people who were fighting, right? And I'll go back to no one knows the troop losses, but quite a few of us know people who are on the front line, and they are not reporting huge numbers of deaths. So I'm struggling as to where we get this a lot came from. So that's my question, really. Where did the a lot come from, and what do we call a lot? And that was to the gentleman who was speaking before Decoding.
That I basically said we don't know. Johannes basically made the point that Michael Mofal said that they were lacking, perhaps, that they couldn't continue to support fighting through Crimea because of the drain on its manpower. That was the thing that Johannes made. I don't know if anyone knows.
In the so just to clarify that, in the interview he said that the Ukrainians are saying, or that they're expressing their worry about that if the war would drag on for long, that they are expressing this worry behind closed doors. That's what he was saying.
Okay, then I think I understand. So any moral and right-thinking country is always going to worry about the numbers of troops they lose, right? Because they're citizens and people that they worry about, right? We know that, and here's the thing: you can't compare and contrast a Putin-style government who just sends people in to freeze to death because they've been robbed by the troops around them and they don't have anything to wear and all these other things, to a moral and right-thinking nation. Every nation, you would hope, would worry about casualties, and casualties is a big thing, but we're not hearing those sort of values that would cause a huge worry. Now, where it comes to a move into Crimea, firstly, we don't know when that may or may not happen, right? So let me put a scenario to you, right? Let's say up in the northeast, the Ukrainians have a campaign. They bring in their Leopards. They've got the other vehicles. They have a little bit of better air. And there is a general collapse of the Russians in that region. And then they start marching forward. What do you think is going to happen in Crimea at that point? So are they going to dig in, or are they going to go, oh my word, I don't want to die like the rest of them. We've got the better part of 200,000 people dead. Another 200,000 to 400,000 people seriously wounded, right? And they'll know, people in Russia will know these things, right? So what do they then do? So we don't know. Everything that we talk about Crimea is just subject to what we think is that as it stands, the Ukrainians aren't reporting tragically high losses, and by tragically high losses, I'm talking about numbers in that might, sort of go up to 50% of what the Russians are seeing. I'm not seeing it. I know people on the front line, and they're not reporting it. So when we talk about these high figures, so I'll go back to, I mean, look, if we go back further to World War One, the UK lost 880,000 people, right? And we had a smaller population at that point. Obviously, as things change in World War Two, and people quite rightly don't like seeing large numbers of people die. We had fewer deaths, but the UK still managed to sustain 370,000 deaths with the same population. So the question is how much I'm struggling for the right word at the moment. How much do the Ukrainians, and this isn't Zelensky, this is the people of Ukraine, how much do they want their country back, and what are they prepared to do for it? I would guess, after speaking to many of them, then they would go quite a long way. And they also know that their training and everything around them is by far better, and as such, their losses aren't that high. If you look at how the things went in Italy and North Africa, and when the Allies started steamrolling and moving through things, morale got better and better and better. We're not seeing bad morale in Ukraine either, right? So I think we need to be very careful when we use the word high, when we don't know what high is, and we don't have these figures. But what we do know is how things such as morale is going, and that would normally be very related to the number of people that you're losing around you. When your friends die, it's a very disturbing thing. So just my 2 pennies.
Thank you for that. Colonel Jeff has got his hand up, so I'll go to Colonel Jeff.
Hey, Mockers, thanks. I appreciate it. I've been listening for a while because I'm sitting in my apartment and it's boring. And I just thought I'd come up. It's interesting. First of all, I like Mike McFall, great dude. When he was in Moscow, he would go toe to toe all the time. Another diplomat that I love from the United States was Rose Gottmuller. She was an arms control expert. Just unbelievably amazing lady, right? Just unbelievably capable. But the thing that I think the thing that struck a nerve with me is this whole concept of why or how Russians, I'm not telling you it's right, but here's how Russians think. I don't need to know how they think. And I'm going to tell you a small story from Austria here, right? So my wife's family lives in Eastern Austria at the end of World War II. That was the Russian occupation zone. The Russians came in, they stole shoes. The Russian soldiers raped women. My wife's grandfather took their entire family and lived in the woods for 6 months because he did not want to subject his family, his wife, or his kids to any of the Russians. So they lived in a mountain, on a mountaintop in the woods as a family by themselves, staying out of it. And the stories are atrocious. They cut down big timber. They took the wood back to Russia. I mean, it was whatever they could take, they took. All right. And that was what happened in the Russian occupation zone. One of my wife's friends came over for after Christmas dinner, and we all had a wonderful time, and it got really quiet. And she said, "Jeff, I have something for you." I said, "Oh my gosh, that's really nice. What do you have?" And she pulled out a silver spoon, and at the top of the spoon, up by the handle, it said U.S. And she said, I want you to have this. This was my grandfather's spoon that he was given as a little boy in a soup kitchen from Salzburg in the U.S. occupation zone when the U.S. was feeding everybody. And he told the U.S. soldiers that he didn't have a spoon at home, and they gave him a spoon to take home, right? And in a nutshell, that story is the difference between the West and Russia, right? It is. Look, maybe Russians wouldn't have to think about their concerns of the way the rest of the world is going to treat them if they didn't act like assholes, right? If they didn't have this thuggery construct, if they truly believed in that a rising tide raises all boats and we'll all work together and we can be friends and we can have common interests, then we will have some. And I think Anna made a great point, right? Countries don't have friends, they have common interests. But if you look hard enough, you will always find a common interest, right? And maybe we don't have to talk about the ones that we don't get along with or that we don't completely agree. But the Russian culture loves, the way that their soldiers treat people in Transnistria. They love what one of them comes out and says, or maybe they do, but they're in jail, right? They come out and say, dude, that was uncool. You didn't have to say that to Russia. You didn't have to be an asshole. They love it, and that's in their culture. And until that changes, right, then the Russians are going to be able to play the victim nonstop. Good on them. You get to play the victim because you sucker punch someone in the face and then stand there. And when you get hit back, woe's me. Why did I get hit? I just can't understand it. The bully and the thuggery has to end if Russia is ever going to come around and be part of the modern world and modern society.
Thank you, Colonel Jeff. Bear with me, everybody. I seem to have 3 things to do. Decoding, I think your hand was next.
I'm
Did you just remute yourself, Decoding?
Oh, yes. So I think there has to be two different contrasting messages in Ukraine's lobbying for arms. On the one hand, we hear we're losing a lot of people and things are really tough and we're running out of ammunition. And that's persuasive of a certain kind of people. It introduces like a pressure situation to them. And then the other is the strand most of us get here because we're involved in the minutiae of the battles to the extent that we can be. And obviously we have to continue questioning it. But the other thing is that, look, Ukraine has won the Battle of Kiev, which will be looked back on as an historical moment. Kherson, all of that stuff, and Ukraine can win. And anyway, if Ukraine doesn't gain control back of Crimea and the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, there will be no peace until we get back in the borders. But this other strand, I mean, it wrenches me, and I hear your pain, Johannes, when you hear it. That Ukraine is suffering a lot and all of that. And President Zelensky and others around him seem to be very good, and friends of Ukraine are very good about getting the balance between those two contrasting messages to not be the, as they say in Ireland, the poor mouth to go, it's desperate, but to just remind people that, look, we are losing great people every day, and we need more ammo and all of that. So whenever I read those deflating headlines from, I emphasize, not from Russian propagandists, but from friends of Ukraine, I project into them that they're being strategic, and generally there'll be some balance there. So that could also be perhaps what Michael McFaul was saying. So out.
That point earlier that when you're stood in a room with a number of opposing views, it's possible that you want to tone down your own approach just so that you appeal to more people. Colonel Jeff, did you have something to come back on that before I go to Think Ethical?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that Michael McFaul is a very good diplomat, but he's not a military strategist, right? There's a difference, and he can look at things through a diplomatic or a political lens and come up with his thing. If I was able to sit down with some people from Ukraine who were down in the dumps, I would tell them, you have no idea why you're down in the dumps. You're literally winning this war, huge. Why? I mean, I realize that you're taking losses, and yes, losses in war are bad, but let's be very, very clear. Your military leaders are doing a phenomenal job, and they are not going. One of the things you should be very proud of is they're not going to put at risk Ukrainian soldiers unduly. And what I mean by that is until they have the arms and the weapon stockades that can support and sustain an offensive, they're not going to do it. I mean, time is on Ukraine's side. You know that Abrams are coming. You know that Leopards are coming. You know they're coming with tales of logistics and sustainment and ammunition. It is completely okay right now for you to take a strategic pause, hold your line, do your best to mitigate your losses, let Russian waves come at you, and just prepare for the massive battle that's going to be at hand, because it's going to come. Just because you haven't seized more land or haven't made any victories on the battle space, this is going to be a longer war than it's not going to end on the 24th of February in 1 year. It's going to take a while. And if you were to watch the headlines from the United States that happened over the past few days, I mean, the amount of discussions on F-16s and fighters, and now you've got multiple congressmen on both the left and the right in the United States who both come out and signed a letter to the president saying they both support F-16s being sent to Ukraine. Included on that is Congressman Don Bacon, who we had on the Dish with Dish a couple of weeks ago, right? And if you listened in, Congressman Bacon, look, I love him to death. We're good friends. He was like, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. But after a while, and us talking to him, and maybe it was MriyaReport, I think we should take credit. I'll give us credit. We kind of swayed his opinion, and he's on board now. So that's great. He signed the letter, and I'm proud of him. There's a lot of reasons to be excited about if you're from the Ukrainian side. This is going very well for you, and you shouldn't let that concept escape you.
Thank you. I'll carry on with Hans. So think ethically. Come in here.
Colonel, wow, Mark Hertling, you're just sounded like Mark Hertling. I just read an article from Mark Hertling. You said the exact words. It's just amazing. You should have been a 3-star. Really, General. What a story you told. I was almost crying there about the silver spoon. Man, that was nice. And you put it in a nutshell. That's the difference between the West and the East.
Appreciate it.
Or at least the Russian East.
I kind of had to go into the other room, and I kind of welled up a little bit, and I didn't want to cry.
I guess so. I guess so. I guess so. What an heirloom, memento. What a significant thing for her to do. Man, that was wonderful. So I just wanted to tell you that you just explained to me, you just affirmed what Mark Hertling just wrote. He just wrote it. So it's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. So keep on going, Jeff. Wow. That blew me away. The whole thing blew me away. I was crying. Wow. That was just such generosity. Amazing. But in an analogy like that, you just in a nutshell, just put the difference between us that grew up in Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, and somebody that grew up in Moscow. Yeah, that's it. Thanks. I'm just stunned. I'm stunned that you just voiced what Mark Hertling just said. Amazing. Thanks. I'm out.
Just to show the wavelength is on, see? Pauli, welcome this evening.
Yeah, good evening, Marcus. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad. I've just had food delivered, so bear with me if I sound like I'm chewing. It's because I am.
All right, all right. Hope it's something from the Finnish cuisine, right? Or is it?
I've gone Chinese.
Probably not.
Gone Chinese this evening, I'm afraid.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. So the topic that Jeff was talking about. I can say that from Finland's perspective, of course, 1939, 1945, we lost a lot of young men, but that was not in vain. If we take a look at the another side of the coin, what's there? It's not good. So in my opinion, of course, there will be losses, terrible losses, but still, in the end, it will not be in vain, and it will be really important for Ukraine to fight and win. That will be a massive thing for them. And I think a lot of Finnish people are like reliving the 1939 and 1945 at the moment, because they all know what's at stake for Ukraine. And I think that's also one reason that like the Baltic states and the Nordic states are in it, and they are on board, fully on board, to support Ukraine to win and retake everything they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly, and yes, very much so. I'm quite sure that there's an awful lot of Finnish people who can fully understand why Ukraine has taken this stand, and so they should. Ryan, go ahead.
I'm not sure what story Think Ethical was referring to that Colonel Fish mentioned, but please refresh my memory in a second. And I just wanted to say, in regards to what Jeff had mentioned about his friend in Congress who signed this request to the president, is that sometimes courage can be contagious, whether that's some guy in the Ukrainian Air Force who's begging someone to hand him the keys to a fighter jet. And yes, I know they don't actually have keys, but you get my point. When somebody's imploring you to help them defend their country, it's really hard to say no. But when there's a bunch of people who are fence sitting about whether or not we should give additional aid to Ukraine, and you see one of your fellow legislators hop off the fence and go sign a document that says, yeah, I think we ought to give this stuff to Ukraine because we have bigger, better, badder equipment now, and we don't really need these, and we could do without them, and they pretty much just cost us a whole hell of a lot of money in maintenance expenses anyway. So I commend your friend. I don't know what got him off the fence, but I would love to do anything I can to get him some co-signers on that document, maybe a legislator from my state. Because I know she's not wishy-washy about Ukraine, and I know she's not wishy-washy about the U.S. Air Force, and I know she would be more than happy if she knew it existed, and I will badger her until she signs it.
We just lost Colonel Jeff off the panel for a second there. He has requested to come back up, but I'm not sure if I can bring him up or not. I'm just waiting for it to make a decision on him. Anda, my lovely, do you perhaps see Colonel Jeff's request?
I see him, but he looks like he may be in speaker purgatory.
Yeah, he's doing that cycling thing. Colonel Jeff, if you can hear me, please go and reset.
Which means he said.
Yeah, I reckon. Typical. You know what happened to Ioana all day? Every time she asked someone a question, there was a struggle for that person to stay up in the speaker panel. So maybe it's just one of today's new Twitter pox thingamybobs.
Well,
yeah, so
we
Ryan,
had.
Ryan, just give you a hint. Jeff was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Oh,
That
the
will be
spoon.
it. That,
Okay.
that will be
Yeah,
it. That will be a hint.
I
Yeah.
heard a very similar story while I was in Poland from a Polish guy. I don't remember if it was. I don't remember which of the two it was. It's kind of a blur. I was very, very sleep deprived at the time. I have two faces in my head, but one of the guys told myself and Rip Rawlings one evening, as we were all parting ways and heading different directions out of Warsaw, that his grandmother had a prized possession very similar to that spoon, and it was an old pot, but she had recovered it from an aid drop that the U.S. military made somewhere over Poland during some times of occupation, and that he called her his crazy grandmother because the woman actually took her children out when she would go and pick up aid that had been dropped from the air into fields, because she knew that if she was caught smuggling this aid, they would summarily execute her and leave her in a ditch, and her kids would probably die from exposure or starvation anyway. So it worked out that kids kind of made a decent cover from suspicion of being a partisan. And luckily, all that turned out for the best because his grandmother survived, and he's around to tell this story now. But they still keep an old pot that has U.S. stamped on it from exactly the same time period and for exactly the same reasons.
I'll tell you what, Ryan. I listened to Biden's speech again today, and it was majestic, majestic in tone, majestic in mission, majestic in authority, majestic in certitude. He was majestic, declaring that eye to eye, toe to toe with Vladimir Putin, you will not win. You will not win. You will not win. So good for me to be able to say I am so proud to be an American. I am so proud that we've come to our senses and are going to provide every single F-16 that's needed. No fly zone. That's the solution.
I wish we could pull it off. I think one way or another we will achieve that. I'm sure Ukrainian pilots are more than willing to do the heavy lifting. They just need some assets.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the air defense that they've received and the possibility of better aircraft and more aircraft, I think that closing the skies might actually just happen. But they're going to do it themselves.
I
go on.
only heard jet engines in the air over the skies of Ukraine one time in the whole 2 months I was in that country. And I've grown up almost my entire life about 5 minutes from the Will Rogers World Airport, which is a huge misnomer. It is not a world airport. That's a bald-faced lie. But nonetheless, I'm really accustomed to hearing jets in my day-to-day life. It didn't dawn on me how weird it was that had been absent until I'd been about 6 weeks in Ukraine. And one morning I heard jet engines racing across the sky, and I got goosebumps, not in a bad way, in a good way, but knowing that there were people racing to do something, probably to defend Ukrainians somewhere further in the east, made me happy. I've never piloted a jet. The closest I've ever been to military aviation is a bunch of air shows, mostly here in Oklahoma, but a couple in Chicago as well. And I can only imagine the goosebumps that somebody like Colonel Fisher would get hearing jets over the skies of Ukraine like that.
Well, let's ask him. Go ahead, Colonel Jeff.
Hey, Ryan, thanks. Look, I'm very blessed to have the life that I had. I greatly enjoy flying. I love the roar of jet engines. I love the smell of JP4 and JP8 jet fuel. I'd bathe in it if I could. It's a wonderful. I mean, if you never wanted to grow up and stay a kid all your life, then go fly jets, because that's the way that's kind of the way it is. But you know, I know that a lot of guys are excited about F-16s, and I actually, I have a Google search every day for F-16s and a lot of other different things. And I'll tell you, my F-16 Google search today was flooded, and there were tons. I mean, Lindsey Graham was on talk shows talking about. I mean, Republican, right? Centrist Republican. I know some people don't think he's centrist. I think he's centrist because I think there's some wackadoodles out there that are on the fringe. Those are my wackadoodles. I've got them on both sides. Anyway, if he's coming on and talking about it, that's an awesome thing. By the way, he is an active duty or National Guard reservist in the Air Force as a JAG. So he's got military experience. Yes, he's a lawyer, but nonetheless, he's got some military experience. The F-16 thing is really awesome, and I've tried for a very long time to push this. I actually just had an article published in the Kiev Post today about how Ukraine could expedite getting F-16s. I pinned it up into the nest. If anyone's interested in it, it explains on how they could actually do contract logistic maintenance based on a myriad of capability that exists, because there's been 4,500 F-16s built to this date. So there's thousands upon thousands of people who have worked on F-16s their entire lives and are now retired or living in Europe or separated from the military or now working for Airbus, that if you gave them enough money, they would come in and they do on-the-job training for Ukrainians. I think it's an awesome kind of idea. As a matter of fact, I just got a note from Newsweek that said that their editors are looking at it and that could potentially be an interview. Look, I don't really care about me being interviewed, but if we can get the idea out there and we could get it to become common mainstream and get people to think about it. Right now, what Ukraine needs is innovation. They need adaptation. We don't need to stay in traditional entrenched kind of military supply lines and military supply systems. I think we all know where we see that gets us. If using the traditional, what's called foreign military sales or foreign military funding projects right now is just taking forever, right? We need innovation and we need to get stuff to them quick. And I think this is a great way. And think ethically. I know you really like the other story about the spoon, but look, there's hundreds of stories like this, and mine's just one. And I'm touched that it made you. I'm happy it touched you so much. One of the other ones out there that if you ever want to understand how our military looks at how we go in and liberate or help other communities, there's a great story that exists during the Berlin airlift, right? So when Germany was split into two and Russia's plan was basically to suffocate out West Berlin, the United States, along with the coalition, took on a huge airlift campaign to keep flying things in to Berlin to keep the area occupied or sustained on food and all the resources. One of the pilots who flew that was a gentleman by the name of Captain Halverson, right? Captain Halverson would fly in, and as he was getting onto the approach, he would look down and he would see little German kids on the approach to final. They'd be waving American flags and they'd be waving at him and stuff like that. And he was very moved by it. He was so touched that on his next flight, he loaded up the airplane with a box of candy. And as he came in on approach, he opened up his window and he threw candy out to the kids. I don't know if he heard any of them. I always get asked that question, like, my God, the head, but he became known as the Candy Bomber. And there's a whole book about him, a whole story about him. As a matter of fact, he's such a part of American history and folklore and nostalgia that they named the loader for cargo aircraft called the Halverson loader. It's named after him. So wonderful. But again, this is just one example. I look for examples like that from the Russian military, right? Like when Russia came in and liberated anyone, did their soldiers like give out soccer balls? Did they give spoons? Did they give candy?